Studies, Michigan State University, who offered guidance and encouragement, my sister, Anita Santiago and her family, my friends, Lloyd Pfluger, Tom and Christine Reba, Wynn and Caroline Wilkinson, Barbara Holdridge, Mark and Jude Boyer, Brian and Gretchen Lewis, and my students at Michigan State University. Page 13. Chapter 1 Introduction and Methodological Considerations. Abhinavagupta and the Heart of Shiva. The symbol of the heart plays a central role in the Tantric writings of Abhinavagupta. As the French scholar Lilian Silburn has said about the heart, la position des savates Kashmirians a one, garde du yoga et de jnana ne se comprendre bien que par rapport aux trois énergies du triangle du cœur, tricona et trisula, et dans la perspective des trois voies qui en découlent. Tout la manifestation évolue à partir de ce triangle qu'art mi un flot frémissant et pur du cœur divin et c'est aussi, par le frémissement de son propre cœur, qu'I retrouvé le centre du tricona, en prenant conscience de soi. Point 1. This succinct statement by one of the eminent scholars of the non-dual Shaivism of Kashmir sets forth the theme of this book. 2. We wish to understand what Abhinavagupta means by the heart. In the process of unpacking the meanings that are condensed in the symbol of the heart, we will gain access to the central religious vision of the great Kashmiri teacher. Although the writings of Abhinavagupta are lengthy and complex, running through them all is a stance on reality that is derived from his own enlightenment experiences and training under his guru, Sambhunatha. Point 3. This stance, or approach to reality, is so influential and pervasive in Abhinavagupta's writings that it may be called his central religious vision. It is the heart which functions as one of the primary and unifying symbols. 1. Page 14. To the Triadic heart of Shiva of this religious vision. By examining the symbol of the heart, access is gained to a key entry point into this central religious vision. Abhinavagupta's religious vision is intimately bound up with the symbol of the heart on 3 important levels. The first is the reality of the heart as Shiva, which refers to the ultimacy and transcendence of Shiva in the heart. The key term here is Anatara Tattva, that is, the principle of the ultimate. The second level involves Abhinavagupta's teachings about the methods and techniques that must be employed in order to approach the ultimate reality of the heart and transform it into a living human reality. The most direct and effortless method of realization is known as the Sambhavopaya. Point 4. The third level intimates the nature of the state of realization of the heart. This process of realization is termed Hridayangamibhuta, which literally means become something that moves in the heart, and can be more simply translated as experiential replication. The state of realization is often called Bhairavada, the condition of Bhairava. Point 5. Thus, the overall structure of this study will follow these 3 levels of the heart: ultimate reality, method, and realization. In the attempt to understand the heart, our understanding of Abhinavagupta's central religious vision will be enhanced. However, this search for understanding holds both promise and problems. We are liable to misunderstand Abhinavagupta as long as our penetration into his thought is incomplete. Indeed, Abhinavagupta defines error as incomplete knowledge, apranakyati. Point 6. The promise is that Abhinavagupta's thought will so engage us that we will persist in our study. Yet it must be recognized that claims to complete understanding are foolhardy, for deciphering the work of Abhinavagupta, like understanding any great thinker, is an enormous task, and ultimately must be a collective enterprise. Therefore we can engage in an initial foray, an exploratory journey, impelled by the promise of the enormous riches of the profundity of the Shaiva vision of reality. Can we hope completely to understand Abhinavagupta? We must be fully aware that for every element of his thought we study, many more remain to be discussed before we can claim a true understanding of this great teacher and the tradition from which he stems. We immediately encounter an important and central cross-cultural perplexity. We have been using the term understand in its commonly accepted denotation, to have a thorough technical acquaintance with something. The term may be used in a stronger sense. Abhinavagupta distinguishes between an understanding that is purely intellectual, and one gained from experiential knowledge. Point 7. There is an important sense in which to understand the heart actually requires replicating the journey of return that as the Tantric sadhana, we must play Siva's game to its most. Page 15. Introduction. 3. Serious and hilarious conclusion, which is the unmasking of Shiva within ourselves. A scholarly study, however, cannot insist on such a radical form of understanding. As a consequence, we must here limit the notion of understanding to a form of sympathetic perception through which we attempt to see and feel our way into the still alien universe of Tantric sadhana. However, this limitation of understanding necessarily obscures the most important meaning of the heart of Abhinavagupta, that a religious vision is not something simply intellectual, emotional, or imagined, but rather it is a pulsating, powerful experience that completely transforms our ordinary and routinized perceptions of reality. Nevertheless, a scholarly study can contribute something to the collective task of interpreting and understanding the work of Abhinavagupta. In addition, it may embolden a few readers to the existential task of experiential replication. This emphasis on the importance of the experiential dimension is, of course, not unique to Abhinavagupta. It is a theme that is sounded in perhaps every Indian religious environment as far back as the Veda and the Vedic Soma. 8 Certainly, Abhinavagupta was entirely committed to the awakening knowledge of sadhana. 9 He taught from a level of complete spiritual awakening with the authority of one who was considered a Shiva incarnate. 10 In the opening verses of what is perhaps his most complex work, the Paratrimsika Vivarana, 11 he clearly states that his purpose in composing the work is the fulfillment of his religious duty to awaken his disciples. As a result, it would constitute a grave error to approach his writings on the Tantric sadhana as if they were intellectual exercises or an abstract theology rather than symbolic transcriptions of powerful religious experiences. Abhinavagupta was not just an arranger or systematizer of a received tradition, although he was very talented at these tasks. His writings on the Tantric sadhana hold the vibrant power of radically transformative teachings which are designed to be passed on to disciples so that they too may come to awakening. In this context, Abhinavagupta stands as the enlightened guru, treating with utmost seriousness and clarity the theoretical bases and essential techniques that bring a person to the highest possible experiential realizations. Often, various life sketches of Abhinavagupta place great emphasis on his many different teachers. 12 The rigorous and encyclopedic training he received from them undoubtedly accounts for the refined precision and informed character of his writings. Certainly Abhinavagupta's was a universal intellect which encompassed the major disciplines of his time. However, scholars have placed less emphasis on Abhinavagupta's tantric initiation and subsequent awakening at the feet of one teacher, Sri Sambhunatha. This teacher brought Abhinavagupta to a realization and vision. Page 16. The triadic heart of Eselva which transcended the intellect, and in order to understand Abhinavagupta's usage of the symbol of the heart, this vision is of utmost importance. Abhinavagupta's disquisitions on the heart must be read as transcriptions into language of the awakening he received from Sambhunatha. They form the living, experiential core of an enlightened teaching about the Tantra. At the same time, Abhinavagupta's precise and informed intellect frames this core in a systematic rendering. It is this impressive accomplishment that makes his writings worthy of sustained scrutiny and investigation. Overall structure and purpose of the book. The purpose of this book is to examine the symbol of the heart of Shiva as it is taught in the writings of the 10th century Kashmiri teacher, Abhinavagupta. As a potent and numinous symbol, the heart of Shiva draws us to the center of an enormous web of meaning which reflects the religious vision of Abhinavagupta. Abhinavagupta employs the symbol of the heart as part of a system, school, or method which he termed Kaula, or more generally, and with a wider reference, Tantra. These terms will receive sustained scrutiny later on. 13 For now, suffice it to say that in order to enter into an examination of the heart, we must also explore the wider context of the Tantric preceptorial line known as the Kaula lineage. It is precisely in those portions of Abhinavagupta's writings that we may term Kaula that we find the heart appearing most frequently as a symbol for the ultimate. It is in this lineage that Abhinavagupta claims to have been enlightened. It is interesting that most descriptions of the Kaula line refer to it as a school devoted almost exclusively to radical spiritual practices and to meditation methods, and with little or no metaphysical or doctrinal speculations of its own. 14 There can be little doubt that this tradition stressed direct experience and appropriation svikartavya, over the more speculative activities of system building and doctrinal argumentation. Nevertheless, practices as complex and as powerful as those utilized by the Kaulas neither develop nor are applied in a conceptual void. By deciphering the symbol of the heart and attempting to read the meanings condensed in it, we will gain access to the conceptual matrix that surrounds the practices and methods of the Kaula lineage. In doing so, we will encounter one of the earliest, most explicit, and sophisticated theoretical formulations of the processes of Hindu Tantric Yoga. We might call this study an investigation of Abhinavagupta's theology of the heart. Yet we must exercise caution with the term theology. In his study of Shiva as Prakasa Alper comments. Page 17. Introduction 5. I find it clearer. To use the phrase Saivite theology more narrowly to mean the systematic articulation of the Saivite viewpoint in accordance with standards common to Indian philosophizing in general and the defense of that viewpoint with arguments designed to demonstrate its superiority to various alternatives. Saivism becomes an object of sustained and critical reflection in that sense at a comparatively late date. 15. It is apparent from this particular usage of the phrase, Saivite theology, that Alper reserves the term for those portions of Abhinavagupta's opus which we can more generally characterize as philosophical, that is, the Ls Vara Pratyanhijna Vimarsini, IPV, and the Ls Vara Pratyanhijna Vivarti Vimarsini, IPVV. 16. In these works, doctrinal schemes are systematically expounded and defended in the accepted Darsana or Sastra style. In this same context, Alper also reflects Ninton Smart's observations on the relationship in Indian philosophy between religious experience and metaphysics. 17. I am influenced. By the observation of Ninian Smart that metaphysical assertions are often disguised spiritual claims, and that therefore one may not understand a doctrinal scheme without attending to the sometimes complex, religious activities which give it life. In 18. Smart puts the matter more directly, it involves to the assumption that the determination of metaphysics by forms of religious experience and practice occurs that way round and not conversely. It would be indeed odd if metaphysics, considered as sets of propositions to be entertained and believed by people, should have the enormous effect of creating out of nothing the powerful religious experiences of both great teachers and ordinary folk. This study does not limit itself to an examination of Saivite theology, in the narrow sense that Alper gives to it. If, with Alper, we are convinced that Abhinava's theology is an organic expression of the Saiva spirit rooted in a precise, specifiable set of religious experiences, 20, then our concern is with an examination of the roots of Saivite theology. We are looking for the environments where those religious experiences occurred, insofar as their descriptions can be reconstructed through the texts. There is a sense in which the tantric environments of Abhinavagupta's work are thus logically prior to the theology. Thus our search leads to the pre-theological, practical experiential contexts which are precisely the Tantric Kaula portions of his writings. There are references to the heart and Kaula environments scattered. Page 18. Triadic heart of Shiva throughout Abhinavagupta's writings. There is one text, however, that is given over in its entirety to the symbol of the heart. It is perhaps one of the most important expositions of the inner meanings of the Kaula lineage in the corpus of Abhinavagupta's extant writings. The text is the Paratricical Aguvrati, PTLV, also known as the Anatara Tattva Vimarsini. It is a medium-length commentary on 36 agamic verses which purport to form the last part of the Rudra Yamala Tantra. 21. For the purposes of this study, the P77V forms the primary textual support. 22. These agamic verses and Abhinavagupta's commentary on them focus on a particular dimension of religious experience, the attainment of liberation through the experience of the heart. In discussing Agama S in general terms, the Dutch scholar Jan Gonda states, although they do contain what might be called philosophical and theological analyses. They do not require systematic interpretation in the light of a traditional philosophical system. Their philosophical interest is limited. For their authors, the attainment of the highest goal is much more essential than metaphysical speculation. 23. While this statement is generally correct, it is readily apparent, given what has been said above, that agamic texts are exceedingly relevant to an understanding of theological and philosophical environments. Of course, it is also necessary to consult relevant passages in several of Abhinavagupta's other writings, works by his close disciple and interpreter, Samaraja, as well as other texts of the earlier non-dual Kashmir Shaiva traditions. 24. Of Abhinavagupta's writings on the Tantra, his massive and encyclopedic work, the Tantraloka, contains 3 revealing chapters that are almost exclusively devoted to the Kaula lineage. 25. Also relevant are portions of the Paratrimsika Vivarana, PTV, the Tantrasara, TS, the Malini Vijaya Vartika, MBV, and the Isvara Pratyinhijna Vimarsini, IPV. Brief passages in Samaraj's Shiva Sutra Vimarsini, SSV, and Parapravasika are also revealing. The task of translation could be extended indefinitely. The riches of the Ta in the PTV are enormous and still await further exploration. For the present, a close examination of the PTLV illuminates the most concentrated heart environment in Abhinavagupta's writings and fixes the bounds of the study within manageable limits. It must be emphasized, however, that this is a study of a symbol, the heart. While the symbol presents inexhaustible depths of investigation, it also provides the main focus and boundaries of the study. This volume does not purport to present an exhaustive study of the PTLV, although an examination of the heart in fact generates analysis of a great deal of the text. Nor can this be. Page 19. Complete treatment of the Kaula lineage, though again, in examining the heart, we open up for study its central conceptual matrix. On a more general level, the book attempts an interpretation of the functioning within the non-dual Kashmiri Shaiva traditions of the relationship between a religious symbol and the domains of religious practice and religious experience. This task requires that we examine the heart of Shiva as a symbol of ultimate reality, while remaining alert to the experiential dimension of the heart, which is attained by a series of powerful methods and practices. This investigation will reveal the central theoretical framework on which the Shaiva religio-mystical praxis is based. While, as we shall see, the tradition presents us with a bewildering mass of details and specificities, many of which remain to be sorted out, the outlines of the underlying theoretical structure that emerge from this mass are of an admirably elegant simplicity, which is very different from saying that they are easy to understand. The remainder of the first chapter will treat some general methodological considerations drawn from what scholars have to say about symbolism and the study of symbols in the history of religions, and will proceed to examine some of the limitations and difficulties of any study of this nature. Finally, the chapter will contain a review of some of the scholarly contributions on the non-dual Kashmiri Shaivas. In the second chapter, historical analysis will reveal 3 concentric circles. The first circle situates the non-dual Kashmiri Shaivas in the larger sphere of Indian religiosity. We shall see that this tradition occurs at the intersection of the Tantra and Shaiva traditions. An outline of trends in Shaivism, as they precede the developments in Kashmir, will be followed by the very important Tantric components of the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition. Consequently, this chapter begins by offering some general comments on the nature of the Hindu Tantra, a phenomenon which is rather difficult to circumscribe. We shall then sketch out the specific Tantric lineage in question, the Kaula lineage, its literature and the main components of its practices and teachings. The second concentric circle will then detail the little we know about the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva traditions themselves, especially that portion of the tradition that precedes Abhinavagupta. It will be clear that the historical currents that lead up to Abhinavagupta are by no means easy to delineate. The final circle offers an examination of the life and extant works of Abhinavagupta. This chapter also contains references to many of the important terms, doctrines, teachings, and arguments that are necessary to understand the heart. Of course, one could write an entire book on the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva philosophy. Our considerations here are necessarily limited by the purpose of understanding the heart to what we might term the explanatory. Page 20. Shiva Framework. In fact, many of these terms and doctrines have been only superficially examined by scholars and pose important interpretive problems of their own. Shiva, Sakti, consciousness, Samvid, freedom, Svatantriya, the 36 Tattvas, the 3 Upayas, mantra, and Jivan Mukti. In the third chapter we will examine the symbol of the heart in India prior to Abhinavagupta. We will look at descriptions of the reality of the heart as they occur in the Veda, in the Upanishads, and in various yoga texts. We shall then examine the heart as it occurs in some of the early Shaiva texts of Kashmir. Chapters 4 through 9 form the main body of the work. These chapters contain a look at the reality of the heart, the methods that lead to the heart, and the nature of the realization of the heart. The approach will be primarily conceptual, that is, terminological and textual. Given the perspective in which Shiva is the only reality, many of the terms represent aspects of Siva's being. Each term does not have a totally different entity as an ultimate referent. The purpose of the variety of terms seems to be to emphasize specific aspects, and to allow for different nuances, different moments of the experience of Shiva, of the ways in which Shiva comes to recognize himself on the multi-level journey of Siva's return to himself. All of these terms can be seen as being interrelated in an enormous web. They are all linked, like chain and chain mail. 26. While it is tempting to try to explicate all possible links between the terms, the task would be infinite. Every new explication uncovers new links which must themselves be explicated. We shall have to be content with tracing a few of the major lines of relationship between the terms, to place them in their proper context, and to indicate the general outlines of the possible interrelationships. This study will look in depth at these areas of the web. In Chapter 4, we will consider the term Daya, heart, and the related term Anatara, ultimate, including the prevalence of notions about light, Prakasa, and the self-referential nature of consciousness, Vimarsa, as well as the heart as center, Madhya. In Chapter 5, we turn to the term Kaula, group, and the related ideas about triangularity, sexuality, and the divine pair, Shiva Sakti Samgata. In Chapter 6, we examine the notion of spanda, the concept of visarga, emission, and ideas concerning vibration, sounding, and expansion and contraction. In Chapter 7, a series of related notions about the heart will be scrutinized. These might be termed natural metaphors for the heart, the term kakari, moving in the void, and images of the heart as a sky, abyss, and ocean, the soma-moon connection, along with the ideas about fire and sun, and the heart as lotus, Padma. In Chapter 8, we will focus on the heart as mantra, especially the central mantra Sao. The examination of the notions of visarga and mantra will lead us to the methods that produce enlightenment by relying not, page 21, on individual effort, but rather on the awakening and channeling of the power of consciousness itself. Meditation, the tool par excellence, is shown not to involve a forcible control over the mind, but an immersion, a sinking, a repose, which allows the subtle currents already operative in the mind to channel it in the direction of the Anatara. Finally, in Chapter 9, we will conclude with a consideration of the heart as unitive realization, the goal of the Tantric practitioner, including a look at the notions of the levels of bliss, the connection to prana, and the ultimate experience of the universal bliss, Jagadananda. We will conclude with a brief look at the redefinition of the nature of enlightenment proposed by the non-dual Kashmir Shaivism and, more especially, by Abhinavagupta. The key element of this redefinition is that the strictly inward nature of ultimate enlightenment has appended to it an open-eyed state where every object is seen as ultimately formed of consciousness itself. This unitive vision of outward reality erases the polarities between inner and outer, between life and death. It also allows the Jivanmukta to become an embodied, powerful Siddha, who possesses not just an ultimate vision, but is empowered by that vision to act and create as Shiva himself. 27 This new definition of the goal of spiritual life becomes one of the hallmarks of the later Tantric tradition. 28 Approaches to a symbol and religious vision. The symbol of the heart as a key entry point into the pratheological portions of Abhinavagupta's writings. We should look briefly at the notion of a symbol, and what we understand to be the process of interpretation of a symbol. There is little doubt that much of what we do in religious studies can be subsumed under the category of symbolic analysis. Ninian Smart tells us, we can see that an essential ingredient of the modern study of religion is symbolic analysis. 29 Similarly, Mircea Eliade comments, one could say then, that all research undertaken on a religious subject implies the study of religious symbolism. 30 Whether it be interpreting a text, a ritual, a myth, a sacred dance, or a piece of sculpture, we are involved in an attempt to derive meanings from various sorts of symbols. Scholars argue about exactly what is involved in this process of interpretation and what the methods involved in such interpretation should be. In spelling out the approach for this study, it is appropriate at this point to look at some of the statements scholars have made on the nature of symbols and their interpretation. A good place to begin is with Suzanne Langer's definition of a symbol in her important study, Philosophy in a New Key. Page 22. Symbols are not proxy for their objects, but are vehicles for the conception of objects. In talking about things, we have conceptions of them, not the things themselves, and it is the conceptions, not the things, that symbols directly mean. Point 31. Wherever a symbol operates, there is a meaning, and conversely, different classes of experience, say, reason, intuition, appreciation, correspond to different types of symbolic mediation. Point 32. Langer distinguishes three types of symbols: discursive symbols, presentational symbols, and artistic symbols. Discursive symbols are used in spoken and written language and as such have a vocabulary, a syntax, and the possibility of translation of one discursive symbol in terms of others. Presentational symbols, such as pictures, are wordless presentations of meaning. They are non-discursive and untranslatable. A presentational symbol cannot be defined within its own system. It cannot directly convey generalities. Point 33. Finally, Langer tells us an artistic symbol, which may be a product of human craftsmanship, or, on a purely personal level, something in nature seen as a significant form, has more than discursive and presentational meaning. Its form is such, as a sensory phenomenon, has what I have called implicit meaning, like rite and myth, but of a more Catholic sort. It has what L.A. Reid called tertiary subject matter, beyond the reach of primary imagination, and even that secondary imagination, that sees metaphorically. Tertiary subject matter is subject matter imaginatively experienced in the work of art. Something which cannot be apprehended apart from the work, though theoretically distinguishable from its expressiveness. Point 34. Langer's is, of course, just one of many approaches to the nature of symbols. However, in view of her general analysis of symbols, we might ask about the nature of the specific religious symbol involved in this study, the heart. Where does it fit into this analysis? Certainly the heart, as a word that occurs in a text, is a discursive symbol. It is also, quite clearly, more than just a discursive symbol. We can see this when we ask, what is the meaning of the heart? In what sense is it a vehicle? In answering this question, we become aware of the many levels of meaning that are conveyed by the religious symbol. It is not easy to say directly what the religious symbol means because we sense in it a density, a compression of meaning, which is precisely what contributes to its power. The heart as it appears in the Shaiva texts is surely a more powerful, discursive symbol than the word table, which we encounter in ordinary conversation. As with the artistic symbol, we sense in it deeper levels of meaning, some of which may be translated into other discursive symbols. Much the power. Page 23. The religious symbol seems to resonate non-discursively and untranslatably in the numinosity of the symbol. What other insights does modern scholarship offer? Anthropologist Clifford Geertz clearly relies on Langer's notion of a symbol in his discussions of culture. Point 35. Geertz defines culture in terms of symbolism. The term culture denotes an historically transmitted pattern of meanings embodied in symbols, a system of inherited conceptions expressed in symbolic forms by means of which men communicate, perpetuate, and develop their knowledge about and attitudes towards life. Point 36. Geertz continues, sacred symbols function to synthesize a people's ethos, the tone, character, and quality of their life, its moral and aesthetic style and mood, and their worldview, the picture they have of the way things in sheer actuality are, their most comprehensive ideas of order. Point 37. Geertz then characterizes systems or complexes of symbols as extrinsic sources of information because they lie outside the boundaries of the individual organism as such in that intersubjective world of common understandings into which all human individuals are born. Point 38. And because they provide a blueprint or template in terms of which processes external to themselves can be given a definite form. 3. Geertz elucidates the important distinction between the sense in which symbols are models for and models of, unlike genes, and other non-symbolic information sources, which are only models for, not models of, culture patterns, i.e. systems or complexes of symbols, have an intrinsic double aspect. They give meaning, i.e., objective conceptual form, to social and psychological reality both by shaping themselves to it and by shaping it to themselves. Point 40. This study will show that the heart functions clearly as both a model of ultimate reality and a model for the attainment of that ultimate reality. Larson has pointed out that for the specific case of the interpretation of religious symbols, Geertz's discussion is made more relevant by Ricoeur. As Larson puts it. Page 24. Elva Paul Ricoeur supplements Geertz's discussion when he points out that that symbols, especially religious symbols, tend always to have a double intentionality, that is to say, a first level, obvious and literal signification as well as a second level, indirect and oblique signification which is opaque, analogical, and characterized by an inexhaustible depth. The interpretation of a symbol or complex of symbols is thus never simply an exercise in translation, difficult as that is. Interpretation, rather, is an attempt to understand and give expression to the transparency of an enigma, which any symbol or symbol complex represents. 41 Given this double intentionality of religious symbols, the process of interpretation is a complex one. What is most interesting to evoke is the second level of the symbol, its indirect and oblique signification. This is what gives the religious meaning its power and efficacy. Of course, this oblique level presents the greatest difficulties of interpretation. What of Abhinavagupta's own analysis of meaning in poetic language? Agreeing with Anandavardhana, Abhinavagupta accepts 3 levels of meaning. 42 He tells us that a word may have 3 levels of signification. 1. Abhida, conventional meaning. 2. Yaksana, secondary meaning. 3. Vyanyana, suggestive meaning or resonance. The term Daya, the heart, is, using Langer's terminology, a discursive symbol. In its conventional and secondary meanings, Daya refers to our conceptions of the physical organ and essence respectively. These meanings correspond to Ricker's first level of signification. The second level, then, corresponds to the notion of resonance. It is this resonance, opaque, analogical, and of inexhaustible depth, that constitutes the power and potency of the religious symbol. 43 In addition, this resonance of some religious symbols seems to be the way in which individual symbols are able to contain, through compression or condensation, the entire religious teaching of the environment in which they are revered. This may be termed the totalizing, or perhaps following Geertz, the synthesizing, function of the symbol. In this function, the religious symbol, though only one word of the larger language of which it is a member, has the peculiar property of being linked to, and in some sense containing within it, every other word of the language. The historian of religion, Mircea Eliade, has written extensively on the process of interpretation of religious symbols. Several recent studies underscore the importance of the Indian tradition, especially of Tantrism, in understanding Eliade's vision. In his study on Eliade, Guilford Dudley notes, page 25, Thomas Altizer has argued that Eliade's archaic ontology remains essentially Indian in its orientation. Specifically, Altizer suggests that the principle of unity behind the sacred rests on a pre-temporal and pre-cosmic totality to which the coincidentia oppositorum points in its Hindu, and specifically Tantric form. 44 In studying Abhinavagupta, we are entering a peculiarly Eliadean universe, in which Eliade's insights and interpretations seem peculiarly apt and well-suited. Eliade summarizes his position on religious symbolism by suggesting that religious symbols are capable of revealing a modality of the real or a structure of the world that is not evident on the level of immediate experience. An essential characteristic of religious symbolism is its multivalence, its capacity to express simultaneously a number of meanings whose continuity is not evident on the plane of immediate experience. This capacity of religious symbolism to reveal a multitude of structurally coherent meanings has an important consequence. The symbol is thus able to reveal a perspective in which heterogeneous realities are susceptible of articulation into a whole or even into a system. 45 In another important study, Eliade emphasizes that various symbols come to form an autonomous system. 46 They make up a symbolic system which in a sense pre-existed them all. We are therefore justified in speaking of a logic of symbols. 47 He continues, from this point of view symbolism appears to be a language, understood by all members of a community and meaningless to outsiders. 48 Finally, Eliade alerts us to a process which he terms the imperialism of certain symbols. The imperialism of the victorious religious forms is also explainable by this tendency of every hierophany or theophany to become everything, that is, to sum up in itself all manifestations of the holy, to incorporate all the immense morphology of the sacred. 4 In our study of the heart, we will watch the unfolding of the system of meaning and language of the symbol. These scholarly insights and observations can help us, in the remaining chapters of this study, to explore the symbol of the heart. Limitations and difficulties. Many of this study's limitations in scope have already been alluded to. Beyond the sheer richness of the tradition, there are various limitations. Page 26. Selva and difficulties that face any investigator of these materials, and it may be useful to call attention to some of these. Perhaps the most important difficulty, for which there is no easy solution, is that the Kaula, and more generally the Tantric aspects of Abhinavagupta's thought, form an undeniably esoteric tradition. This attribute of esotericism means more than that the teachings are difficult, and even at times obscure, which sometimes they are. In order to interpret the tradition properly, and not be taken in by some misleading surface meaning which has been deliberately introduced to exclude meddling souls, ideally one would have to be initiated into the tradition. However, even if it were possible to receive such an initiation, one could not really be certain that the meanings and interpretations derived from the initiation would correspond to the tradition as it was in the 10th century. Moreover, as we shall see, the Kaula teachings are not so much a philosophy as they are a method for the attainment of enlightenment experiences. While one might wish to garner from initiation some insights to assist in deciphering difficult points of doctrine and obscure technical terms, in fact, the esotericism of the tradition does not actually lie so much with doctrine. Instead, the tradition's esoteric nature relates to its discussion and description of non-ordinary states of reality. Thus it is not appropriate to approach Abhinavagupta's tantric formulations as one would approach a rational system. Rather, in approaching the tradition, we will encounter an intuitional and symbolic method that is the direct outgrowth of the phenomenology of tantric meditation. This study's contention is that it is only through symbols that Abhinavagupta is able to convey in language the content of the enlightenment experiences. Thus the tradition is esoteric in large measure because ultimately it is necessary to undergo the process of experiential replication before the symbols will speak to us completely. Abhinavagupta makes this precise point in stating that only when the lotus of the heart has been opened by the descent of energy will the truth be revealed. 50. Not even the most acute reasoning powers in the world could produce this revelation. Once the heart has been opened, continues Abhinavagupta, discursive thought can penetrate ever more closely to the ultimate. 5. In addition to this rather formidable obstacle which interpreters of non-dual Kashmir Shaivism as well as of other meditation traditions must face, we must deal with the simple fact that Abhinavagupta, by his own admission, does not tell all. At several points in his texts there is the frustrating statement that the subject matter under discussion is highly secret, and that too much has already been said. The discussion of that topic then breaks off. 52 in the Ta. While discussing a controversial theory about purity, Abhinavagupta states that ancient enlightened sages kept. Page 27. Its secret in order not to perturb the established order of the world. 53 statements of this kind lead to fruitless, yet tantalizing, speculation as to how many secrets were not recorded in the texts and were imparted only orally to select disciples. The great fluidity of the teaching is apparent in the texts. The teachings of the Kaula current form an inner teaching in relation to the more formally philosophical outer teaching of, for example, the IPV and IPVV, where the concern is not so much the enlightenment of disciples as the argumentation of a Shaiva viewpoint vis-a-vis other Indian darsanas. As a consequence, in more tantric materials, there is not so much sustained and rigorous argumentation as there is authoritative exposition which allows itself a kind of descriptive adaptability. The point is to enlighten disciples, and different and apparently contradictory versions of the same teachings do occur. Abhinavagupta learned well from the Buddhists' notions of excellence in the choice of means. 54 and the emptiness, or instrumental, character of language. In the Kaula tradition there is a basic tendency to be suspicious of language. Conventional language is, after all, one of the building blocks of bondage. Vikalpa, verbalization, constitutes by definition the wavering, polarized state of the bound and finite person disenfranchised and separated from his powerful source. Language, however, can also be used to free a person from bondage. In this usage, language is primarily an explanatory inducement towards the liberating experience. Perhaps even more importantly, it constitutes part of the practice, in the form of unconventional, 55 mantric language, which leads to the avikalpa transcendence of both duality and language itself, and involves the entrance into silence. Insofar as all philosophical structures and speculative systems are constructions of a dual, descriptive language, they must be abandoned for the Siddha to dwell in the immediate perception of non-dual reality. All of this is to say that Abhinavagupta is a master in his use of language. In fact, he does not despise the intellect, and his powers of argumentation are impressive. Nevertheless, he often refers to consciousness as the shadow of one's own hat. The more we try to step on the shadow by moving towards it, the more it eludes us. 56.2 Ultimate reality cannot be circumscribed in words. It is a reality that is prior to all descriptions and to all arguments. In addition to these rather formidable difficulties inherent in interpreting the tradition itself, there are several other obstacles. These have more to do with the current lack of accessories and aids to the study of these traditions. Many of the primary texts of the tradition have been published in Sanskrit, but these editions have not been critically edited. Consequently, these Sanskrit texts are full of doubtful readings, mistakes. Page 28. Tr1 Attic Heart of Aselva and transcription errors. Where other manuscripts of the same texts are available, it is possible for the scholar to attempt to collate a version of the text. Such, for example, has been one of the great contributions of Raniero Gnoli, who has published some 800 emendations to the published edition of the P7b, a text of some 300 pages. 58 Unfortunately, this task has not been accomplished for the major works of Abhinavagupta, much less for the other works in the tradition. Thus, the scholar must approach these published editions with a careful eye toward possible textual errors. Until the task of collecting as many manuscripts of these texts as possible and producing from them carefully and critically edited versions is carried out, large areas of uncertainty will remain with respect to the reading of these texts. In addition, many of the crucial texts of the tradition are lost. Abhinavagupta refers to various agamas which are apparently no longer extant. Moreover, many of the texts of the tradition, including approximately half of Abhinavagupta's writings, apparently have not survived. This inestimable loss must be kept in mind, especially when making overall assessments of the nature of the tradition. In the light of this problem, it is scarcely surprising that secondary literature on the tradition is scarce. The next section of the study will discuss the few excellent works that are available. Even among these, however, we find a dearth of introductory surveys, handbooks, or concordances of terms, and there are few attempts at a kind of overarching theoretical clarification. The bulk of the studies produced until now have been, for the most part, advanced studies of specific texts. 59 This state of scholarship should not really be surprising. The non-dual Kashmir Shaiva traditions represent the intersection of Shaivism and Tantrism. 60 Both the history and theoretical clarification of Shaivism, as well as of Tantrism, remain to be seriously addressed. There are great lacunae in our knowledge even of the historical precedents to the Shaiva traditions of Kashmir themselves. We know very little about what happened in Kashmir from the 2nd to the 9th centuries prior to Vasagupta and the Shiva Sutras. These are some of the preconditions that limit and indeed mold scholarship on this tradition. Problem of Schools of Kashmir Shaivism. In the notes to his penetrating article on Shiva, Alper suggests that there has been an unfortunate looseness in discussion of schools, sects, traditions, and movements of Kashmiri Shaivism. All that is really clear is page 29. That there were a series of overlapping perceptorial lines, and a plenitude of spiritual techniques available to each teacher. The exact social and ideological referent of terms such as pratyinhijna, spanda, agama, krama, and kula remains to be worked out, as does the systematic relationship between these groups. 61 This important and insightful comment serves to balance a somewhat premature tendency by scholars to speak of the schools, or systems, of Kashmiri Shaivism. The distinctions and dividing lines between the different Shaivite groups simply were not hard and fast. 62 For example, one has merely to examine the Ta to see that Abhinavagupta freely intermixes doctrines drawn from the Krama and the Kula lineages. There seems to have been only limited adversarial argumentation between these groups, and initiates into one tradition apparently often complemented their practices with techniques drawn from other groups. Natural groupings probably occurred simply as a result of adherence to one or another teacher and his lineage. Yet the case of Abhinavagupta is particularly interesting, for he participated in one way or another in all of these Shaivite groups. Consequently, scholars of non-dual Kashmir Shaivism often have great difficulty in specifying what the particular doctrinal and practical differences might be between a text that avows its allegiance to the Krama lineage and one which declares itself as belonging to the Kaula tradition. 63 A review of the history of the tradition shows that a Spanda group occurs as well as a Pratyinhijna group, and we learned that Abhinavagupta was taught Kula, Krama, Mata, and Trika Darsana. The lines of demarcation that exist between these groups are only very slowly emerging now. Alper's comment is important to save us from too rigidly concretizing these groups. While not identical, the groups bear a strong family resemblance. In many cases, the differences seem to rest on rather minor points of doctrinal emphasis or even on the preference for specific technical terms or ritual practices not favored by one of the other groups. Throughout this book, the expression non-dual Kashmir Shaivism has been used to denote the non-dual traditions of Tantric Shaivism in Kashmir. The older designation, Kashmir Shaivism, plain and simple, is, however, deeply problematic. It was apparently first coined as the title of J.C. Chatterjee's small, pioneering monograph which appeared in 1914.64. Since that time the phrase has been almost universally employed by scholars as if there were accepted agreement as to its meaning. Unfortunately, the expression Kashmir Shaivism is in fact highly ambiguous and imprecise, as has been recently pointed out by Sanderson. 65 The expression is ambiguous in at least two senses. First, there were several varieties of Shaivism in Kashmir which were deeply divided, both doctrinally and page 30. Ritually. Secondly, the teachings of Shaivism as propounded in Kashmir are not exclusive to that region. Especially, varieties of dualistic Shaivism are in no way exclusive to Kashmir. Sanderson shows that there were at least three major traditions of Shaivism in Kashmir. 1. A non-dualistic Tantric tradition that includes the various lineages of the Trika, Krama and, later, the Kaula. 2. A dualistic and highly conservative tradition of the Shaiva Siddhanta. And 3. A cult of the worship of Svachanda Bhairava that fell somewhere in between the two other traditions. Of these three, it is the first which has been generally and imprecisely referred to as Kashmir Shaivism. The problem with abandoning this expression centers on what to substitute in its place. Sanderson refers to the Tantric Shaivism of Kashmir. 66 Badu explains the term as follows: the non-dualist forms of Shaivism that flourished approximately between the 9th and 13th centuries in Kashmir and other parts of North India, but also elsewhere. 67 Alper comments, the older, a complex congeries of movements, was centered in Kashmir. It should be noted, however, that none of the movements prominent in Kashmir called themselves, nor should they be called, Kashmir Shaivism. Systematic and philosophical reflection on the Saivagamas was highly advanced within the Shaiva traditions associated with Kashmir. 68 From these statements, it can be seen that there remain a number of problems to be worked out before a single, convenient term for the tradition is evolved by scholars. For the present, the expression non-dual Kashmir Shaivism has been chosen. While it is slightly awkward, it does have the virtue of being precise in terms of the problems we have just discussed. View of scholarship on non-dual Shaivism of Kashmir. K.C. Pandey, in the introduction to his massive and indispensable book on Abhinavagupta, describes the difficulties he faced as a young research scholar in Kashmir in the 1930s attempting to gain access to the manuscripts of the main texts of the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition. He recounts how the Kashmir government denied his requests to have access to the two main libraries where the bulk of the extant manuscripts of Abhinavagupta's works are kept. At the suggestion of his brother, Pandey looked for copies of the manuscripts in private houses in Kashmir and was successful in securing the materials he needed for his study. Page 31. This is an interesting note on the difficult beginnings of modern scholarship on this tradition, all the more so because it is due to the same research department of the government of Kashmir that most scholars now have access to the majority of the texts of the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition. Perhaps the most significant event in Kashmir Shaiva scholarship, and certainly the event that has made the rest of modern scholarship on these traditions truly possible, has been the publication, now numbering some 87 volumes beginning in the early part of the century, of the Kashmir series of texts and studies, KSTS. 69 Here the scholar can find reprinted all of the important texts of the early Kashmir Shaiva tradition, Shiva Sutra S with various commentaries, the Spanda Karika S with commentaries, as well as editions of the major religious religio-philosophical texts by Abhinavagupta, but not, interestingly, any of his works on aesthetics. 70 Unfortunately, in many cases these texts appear not to have been critically edited. Often it seems that the printed text is based upon a single manuscript. Where several manuscripts are in existence, some variant readings are noted, but no systematic effort at compiling an error-free edition appears to have been made. As a result, the reading of these complex Sanskrit texts is made even more difficult by the constant suspicion that what appears to be a particularly obscure passage is in fact a misreading or a reproduction of a scribal error. It is disturbing to realize the real neglect under which both the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition and Abhinavagupta have lain for many centuries. Perhaps the difficulty in gaining access to the texts may account for it. Perhaps, as an esoteric tradition, it was kept barely alive by a secretive oral tradition that jealously guarded its knowledge. No doubt Abhinavagupta's fame as an aesthetician and literary critic has tended to overshadow his contributions as a Shaiva mystic and philosopher. There can be little question that the tantric nature of the tradition caused it to be neglected in favor of more puritanical and publicly acceptable formulations of Hindu spirituality, such as those found in the Advaita Vedanta. Even today, after some 50 years of research by a handful of excellent scholars both in India and in the West, Abhinavagupta's importance is only beginning to be recognized. A figure who is perhaps second in importance and influence only to the great Sankaracharya is barely mentioned in the standard surveys of Indian thought. However, there have been three important foci of scholarship on the tradition that have been publishing their results during the last half-century. Before we turn to these three groups, we should mention some of the earliest studies on the Shaivis of Kashmir. Buhler, in his detailed report of a tour in search of Sanskrit MSS. Page 32. Shiva, 1877, gives a rather sketchy and faulty account of the Kashmir Shaiva tradition. 71 Perhaps the earliest edition of a work by Abhinavagupta is of his Lokana on Anandavardhana's Dhvanyaloka, which was published in Bombay in 1890 by Durgaprasad Shastri, and which contains a list of other works by Abhinavagupta in the preface. 72 The earliest known Western study of a Kashmir Shaiva text is L. D. Barnett's edition and translation of Abhinavagupta's Paramartha Sara, which appeared in 1910. Despite the errors that naturally attend upon a work which was carried out in an almost complete scholarly vacuum, it is a still useful English rendering of this short summary text by Abhinavagupta. In fact, it was not until Lillian Silburn published her translation of the text into French that any other scholar seriously considered this work. 73 Another early, though still useful, study is J. C. Chatterjee's Kashmir Shaivism, 1914. Chatterjee's book is divided into two sections. In the first, he attempts to set forth some historical notes and speculations about the history and dates of the tradition. In the second section, he presents the theory of the 36 Tattvas. He gives this second section the misleading title, The Main Doctrines of the System. 74 The choice of words here not only implies that there is one system under consideration here, but that the theory of the 36 Tattvas is its main teaching. 75 In the first section of the book, Chatterjee propounds an early version of a theory about the agamic origins of the Trika which has proved confusing to many scholars. 76 In the following pages, important studies are mentioned that have been employed in the preparation of this book. This section by no means claims to be an exhaustive bibliographical reference, for which the reader is referred to the Handbook of Kashmir Shaivism, which is forthcoming in this same series. 77 In the last half-century there have evolved essentially three foci of research on the tradition: India, France, and Italy. In India there are the activities of the Pandits of the Research Department of the Kashmir government. Also of note is the most authentic modern representative of the tradition in Kashmir, Brahmachari Laxman Jew, who has inspired many students, including some Westerners, to look into the tradition. Silburn lists some of Laxman Jew's publications that, unfortunately, are difficult to locate. 78 In addition, there is K. C. Pandey's monumental study, Abhinavagupta. Pandey also produced a translation of the IPV, which is helpful for gaining access to this important text. Pandey additionally published several important articles and a book, entitled Indian Aesthetics, which deals in part with that aspect of Abhinavagupta's thought. Another early study of the tradition is contained in S. K. Das Sakti or Divine Power, the second chapter of which contains a good summary of the non-dual. Page 33. Kashmiri Shaiva Doctrines. Navjivan Rastogi, a student of Pandey's, has produced a study of the Krama lineage which attempts an historical reconstruction of an almost lost lineage. Rastogi has also written articles on the Pratyinhijna, on the concept of Shiva, and on the concept of Kali. Perhaps his most important contribution so far has been his work with R.C. Dwivedi in the republication of the Sanskrit text of the Ta, which includes a very detailed introduction as well as a number of very useful appendices. 79 R. K. Ka and L. N. Sharma have produced interesting books focusing mainly on aspects of the Pratyinhijna philosophy. Recently, Jadava Singh has produced 4 translations which will be especially useful in introducing the general reader to the primary texts of the tradition, Shiva Sutra S, with Samaraja's Vimarsini, Spanda Karika S, with the Spanda Nirnaya of Samaraja, Vijnana Bhairava, and the Pratyinhijna Hr Dayam of Samaraja. 80 Both Singh and Sharma mentioned the aid they received in their work from the great scholar Gopinath Kaviraj, whose aspects of Indian thought contains much that is of interest to the scholar of non-dual Kashmiri Shaivism. 81J. Rudrapa has written an introductory survey, entitled Kashmir Shaivism, as well as several articles. Also worth mention is Jadunath Sinha's book, Schools of Shaivism, which has a chapter entitled The Pratyinhijna School of Shaivism. While this work contains much useful material, it must be handled with caution, due to Sinha's rather bewildering and uncritical juxtaposition of material drawn from widely different texts of the tradition. The great Sanskrit scholar V. Raghavan has published Abhinavagupta and his works. He has also edited and published the Paryanta Pankasika of Abhinavagupta, a translation of which forms the 3rd chapter of Pandey's Abhinavagupta. 82 In France, there are 2 scholars who have devoted decades of study and research to the tradition, Lillian Silburn and her former student, André Padu. Silburn has published 9 books over a quarter of a century. Already mentioned is her translation of the Paramarthasara, 1957. In 1959 she published a translation of the Vachalanatha Sutra, followed by translations of the Vijnana Bhairava, 1961, the Stavasintamani, 1964, Hymnes de Abhinavagupta, 1964, a translation of the Maharthamanjari, 1968, Hymnes Ox Kali, 1975, and a translation the Siva Sutra at Vimarsini de Samaraja. Recently she published La Kundalini ou l'énergie des profondeurs, 1986, a work that examines this notion in considerable detail. These publications, all done with a strict attention to the Sanskrit and accompanied by long introductions and detailed notes, represent a wealth of information on the Silburn studied for many years with Brahmachari Laxman Jew. Silburn's writings on the practices and experiences of mysticism in the non-dual Shaivism of Kashmir strike one as being exceedingly accurate, and is imbued with the tone of the tradition itself. Page 34. Shiva, her former student, André Padu, has published 2 books, Recherches sur la symbolique et l'énergie de la parole dans certains textes tantriques, 1963, and La Paratrice Kalagouverti de Abhinavagupta, 1975. His first book, Recherches, is an encyclopedic work. It is perhaps the first sustained conceptual study of the tradition that has been produced. It stands as one of the first systematic and in-depth treatments of the notion of the supreme word, Paravak. Padu covers the subject in such depth that he also gives full vent to the wealth of variety and detail contained in the philosophical and cosmological structures of the tradition. It is a book that combines thorough scholarliness with a lively and active sympathy for the material. In fact, Recherches remains not just a pioneering study of the non-dual Shaivism of Kashmir but also stands as an important contribution to the larger field of Tantric studies, and, as such, deserves to be much more widely read, studied, and emulated. 83 Padu's second book is a first translation into French of the PTIV and contains a series of useful notes and explanations that are indispensable to any student of that text. Padu has also published a number of important articles on Mantrasastra. In Italy, Raniero Gnoli has made important contributions to the study of non-dual Kashmir Shaivism. Gnoli has brought to bear his considerable skills as a Sanskritist, gained as a student of Giuseppe Tucci, on several of the most difficult of Abhinavagupta's works. Perhaps his greatest achievement has been his complete translation into Italian of the Tantraloka, 1972, which thus opens up for others this longest and most important of Abhinavagupta's writings. Neoli has also published complete translations of the Tantrasara, 1960, the PTIV, 1965, and, in his Testi dello Civismo, translations of the Pasupata Sutra S, the Shiva Sutra S, and the Spanda Karika S with Kalada's commentary. His latest contribution has been to publish a translation and critical edition of the PTV, a difficult and seminal text by Abhinavagupta. In addition, he has presented translations of about half of the MBT, which is considered by Abhinavagupta to be the most important and authoritative revealed text. He has also published translations from the Shiva Drishti of Somananda, and selections from the Abhinava Bharati, as well as numerous other important articles. As a Sanskritist, Neoli's primary concern has been to attempt to correct and edit texts by gathering several manuscripts and checking variant readings. Thus, the present study of the PTIV has been aided by Neoli's corrections and emendations of the text published as an appendix to his Italian translation. Neoli has been less willing than Silburn or Padu to enter into the sustained interpretive process of the tradition, although when he does do so, as for example in his article, Alcune Technique Yoga nel School Seva, 1956, 84, he is highly insightful. His forte seems to be to allow. Page 35. Texts to speak for themselves and to allow readers their own interpretation. Neoli favors the view that translation is interpretation and has seen his main task to be their. 85 A student of Neoli's, Raphael Torella, has recently published a long critique of Padu's translation of the PTLV. His main criticism is that Padu has not sufficiently realized the corrupt nature of the published edition of the text, and as a result, his translation has suffered. Torella points out a number of difficult passages and presents both Padu's mistakes and his own suggested readings. While the tone of Torella's correction of Padu is perhaps overly strong, he does clear up several very difficult passages. Torella has promised a critical edition of this important text, and this would be welcome as a much-needed aid to further studies of the P77V.86 in addition to these three foci of intense research on non-dual Kashmiri Shaivism, which even in the last 20 years have opened up the field to other scholars in a way that was hardly possible before. We may also note important studies by several other scholars. Alexis Sanderson is at present the most profound investigator of the meaning and historical relationships between the various Shaiva lineages in Kashmir. In a few compact and brilliant articles, he has clarified a number of historical and interpretive questions that have long puzzled scholars. His article on the Trika lineage analyzes the various historical strata referred to by this term, which only in its latest meaning refers to Abhinavagupta's syncretism or synthesis of many different lineages into a system. 87 Mark Daiskowski's book The Doctrine of Vibration provides us with a detailed analysis of the Spanda branch of the tradition. 88 Larson has published two excellent articles on Abhinavagupta in which he makes an appeal for the necessity for sustained interpretation and inquiry into the meaning of the tradition. Alper has published an important article in which he pleads for sustained and thoroughgoing textual scrutiny and analysis. Masson and Patwardhan's Santarasa and Abhinavagupta's philosophy of aesthetics presents the reader with many of the most crucial passages from several of Abhinavagupta's works on aesthetics. The great German scholar Erich Frauwallner provides an introduction to the Pratyinhijna in his Aus der Philosophie der Savation System. Another excellent study in German is Bettina Baumer's Die Unvermittelheit der höchsten Erfahrung bei Abhinavagupta. In France, Helena Brunner has published a summary translation of the Netra Tantra, one of the most important agamas of the Kashmir Shaiva tradition. The intent here has been to mention the important centers of non-dual Kashmir Shaiva research that have been slowly making it possible for other scholars to gain a better and more comprehensive picture. Page 36. Triad 1c Heart of Eselva. While there are a substantial number of works, much research remains to be done. Critical editions and translations need to be prepared, but beyond that, the material must be studied in order that it yield its meaning and enter its rightful place in the larger scheme of Indian religious history. Page 37. Chapter 2 The Historical Context. There is little doubt that Abhinavagupta was well versed in the traditional Dharyanas, and that he and his predecessors were also influenced by the polemics that were prominent in Buddhist circles. The area of Kashmir traditionally was a stronghold for diverse Brahmanical and Buddhist groups. Point 1 Thus it is not surprising that the horizon of Abhinavagupta's Shaiva theology, as Alper terms it, has as important components the various philosophies of Vedanta, Samkhya, Patanjali Yoga, Nyaya, as well as several varieties of Buddhism, including Vaibhasika, Sautrantika, Yogacara, and Madhyamika. Point 2 It is in examining Abhinavagupta's philosophical writings, his Shaiva theology, in the IPV and the IPVV, that one most often encounters explicit or implicit argumentation directed at one or another of these schools. Also, much in non-dual Kashmir Shaivism is an expansion of doctrines borrowed or adapted from Darsana or from the Buddhists. The doctrine of the 36 tattvas was inherited by the tradition from earlier formulations and represents an ingenious reworking of the 25 tattvas of the Samkhya. It adds an overarching cosmic dimension of Shiva and his Saktis to unify the Samkhya dualism. The doctrine of the momentariness of the Abhasas Kasanikavada is a direct adaptation of Buddhist notions of the impermanence of the Dharmas. Furthermore, as Alper has demonstrated, Abhinavagupta's concept of Shiva, who is consciousness, represents a thorough critique of the Advaita Vedanta and the Santa Brahma Vadanas. Point 3 In addition, there are many startling parallelisms of the symbolism of the heart with notions enunciated in the Vedic tradition. 25. Page 38. Tr1 Attic Heart of Shiva. There is another horizon to Abhinavagupta's writings which is especially important in considering the P77V, a central Kaula text. This horizon stems from several powerful streams of Shaiva religiosity itself, including the Pasupadas, the Siddhas, especially the group known as the Natha Siddhas, and the developing agamic tantric traditions whose revealed, authoritative texts are so often quoted, especially in the Ta by Abhinavagupta. Given the paucity of historical materials available, it is difficult to situate the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition, both historically and doctrinally, within this second horizon. Indeed, an entire study could be devoted simply to outlining the problems involved in sorting out the antecedents of this complicated tradition. Until now, scholars have given more attention to situating Abhinavagupta's synthesis within the streams of Indian religiosity of the first horizon, that is, the Darsanic philosophic environments, than the second horizon of Shaiva tantric environments. These two horizons are, of course, not separate, but they do roughly represent the orthodox and heterodox extremes, respectively, of the Indian traditions. Point 4 In any case, it is useful to examine certain environments which will be seen to bear a family resemblance to the Kaula portions of Abhinavagupta's writings. Early developments in Shaivism. There have been several attempts at tracing the history of Shaivism. Classic studies such as Bhandarkar's, or more recent explorations by Gonda, Jash, and Siddhanta Shastri, nevertheless provide only the thinnest outlines of the history of Shaivism. There are simply too many large gaps in the sequence that leads from the Mohenjo-Daro Proto-Shiva through the Vedic Rudra, the Yajur-Vedic Satarudriya, the Rudra Shiva of the Svetasvatara Upanishad, the Astamurti and Pankavaktra of the Puranic Shiva, and the notions of early sectarian groups such as the Pasupadas, to the increasingly complex theologies of Shiva in different agamic revelations that finally result, in one branch of the process, in the concept of Shiva as taught by Abhinavagupta. What we do know of this process is that Shiva, from being one in a pantheon of divinities, increasingly became the focus of sectarian groups who worshipped him exclusively. This lengthy process of historical development, and the antecedent history of Shaivism that leads to Abhinavagupta and continues beyond him, is extremely complex. The theological intricacies, the density of ritual, and the yogic and tantric complexities of non-dual Kashmiri Shaivism are the result of long centuries of evolution. Unfortunately, we know very little about these centuries. Jash proposes a classification of these early groups by ordering them. Page 39. Historical context 27 into 5I, the Siddhanta school, by which he means the ordinary Shaivas who follow the Puranic doctrine, 2, the Agamic Shaivas, which includes, of the Tamil Shaivas, b, the Lingayats or Vairasavas, and c, the Kashmir Shaivas, 3, the Pasupadas, which include two subgroups, of the Kapalikas and b, the Kalamukas. This classification is useful as long as it is applied with caution. The use of the term Siddhanta could cause some confusion, as Southern, Tamil Shaivism has come to be known as Saiva Siddhanta. This is clearly not what Jash intends, since the Tamil Shaivas are mentioned in the second category. There is more to this complication. Southern Shaivism, which Jash refers to as Tamil Shaivas, is in fact two traditions, one Sanskrit and one Tamil. Brunner Lacho 6 suggests that the Sanskrit tradition be called the Sutta Saivas, or even more simply, the Saivas, and that the term Saiva Siddhanta be reserved for the later parallel, but independent, school based on Tamil texts. This solution is acceptable except that, as Pandi demonstrates, 7 the terms Saiva, Saiva Siddhanta and Sutta Saiva are often used synonymously to refer to the dualistic Sanskrit. Lorenzen offers another cautionary note 8 in showing that the Kapalikas and Kalamukas are not really subsects of the Pasupatas, but rather are, separate, though closely allied, Saivite sects. 9 Finally, although the Vairasavas appear in this list, it should be noted that they do not belong to the early period preceding Abhinavagupta. Instead, they begin to develop around the 12th century. As can be seen, there has been a great deal of confusion and lack of agreement as to how these terms are to be employed and, more importantly, about the historical relationships between the groups they denote. It is also clear that followers of Shiva not affiliated with any specific school or tradition of practice continue to this day. 10 Within this heterogeneous mass, various forms have coalesced from time to time into actual groups, sects, and movements. In tracing the appearance of various Shaiva groups, we do not encounter a linear, evolutionary progression that in any direct way leads to non-dual Kashmiri Shaivism. Yet it can be argued that the PTLV and other Kaula and Tantric materials in Abhinavagupta's writings are authentic manifestations of the spirit of Shaivism. This Shaivite heritage becomes apparent when we examine the early Shaiva groups who exhibited powerful tendencies toward a religious practice that is yogic and tantric in character. It is in these early environments that the ideas and practices enunciated in the Kaula lineage must have first evolved. An early example of this yogic tendency appears in the Svetasvatara Upanishad, which is traced to the 5th or 6th centuries B.C. E.11 Here the central teaching is of Rudra Shiva as the supreme being, the great self, seated in the heart of creatures. To know him is to become immortal. 12 To achieve this end, a series of yogic and meditative practices are prescribed, 13 such. Page 40. Tr1 Attic heart of Shiva as holding the body steady and then causing the senses and the mind to enter into the heart. The subtle breath is to be controlled. As a result of these practices, the text tells us the yogin will see the preliminary forms of Brahman, fog, smoke, sun, wind, fire, fireflies, lightning, and a crystal moon. 14 When the yogin has acquired a body made of the fire of yoga, he is no longer subject to sickness, old age, or death. 15 These instructions offer an early expression of a constant Shaivite theme. The yogic process should lead not just to an inner enlightenment, but also to a physiological transformation by which the body itself is led to enlightenment, to I am mortality. In the Mahabharata, we encounter for the first time a Shiva who is more personal than the rather abstract figure of the Svetasvatara Upanishad. 16 Dwelling in the Himalayas with his wife, Uma, he is the divine yogin who practices great austerities and yet whose symbol is the linga, a complex symbol that in one of its meanings represents the powerful sexuality of the god. O'Flaherty has engaged in an intricate study of this paradoxical god as he appears in the great epic and in the Puranic materials. She comments that the wide applicability of the recurrent supplementary themes from the Puranic corpus is evident from the role that they play in one of the enduring problems of Hindu mythology, the paradox of Shiva the erotic ascetic. This problem has often been noted and by now is sometimes accepted as a matter of fact. The great ascetic is the god of the phallus, the linga. The meaning of this paradox has never been properly explored. 17 O'Flaherty argues that though this central paradox of Shaiva mythology can never be resolved, the figure of Shiva can act as a mediating principle between the contradictions and oppositions involved. As she suggests, the mediating principle that tends to resolve the contradictions is in most cases Shiva himself. Among ascetics he is a libertine, and among libertines and ascetic conflicts which they cannot resolve, or can attempt to resolve only by compromise, he simply absorbs into himself and expresses in terms of other conflicts. Where there is excess, he opposes and controls it. Where there is no action, he himself becomes excessively active. He emphasizes the aspect of himself which is unexpected, inappropriate, shattering any attempt to achieve superficial reconciliation of the conflict through mere logical compromise. The erotic ascetic is precisely such an abnormal and anomalous figure. Shiva is particularly able to mediate in this way because of his protean character. He is all things to all men. He merely brings to a head the extreme and therefore the least reconcilable aspects of the oppositions which, although they may be resolved in various ways on the divine level, are almost never reconciled on the human level. 18. Page 41. Historical context 29. While Abhinavagupta's Shiva is much less mythological in character than the Puranic Shiva, O'Flaherty's suggestive words are still quite applicable to it. For the non-dual Kashmiri Shaivism, Shiva, who is identified with the Supreme Consciousness, performs a different, though equally important, mediating function. In his omnipresence, he is to be found at the intersection or junction point between any two states of awareness, no matter how opposed. As a result of Siva's unboundedness, any attempt to pin him down theologically results in his manifesting himself as the opposite quality as well. Because of this unpredictability, there is an unexpectedness, a continual surprise, even an astonishment, in the experience of the yogin as he approaches Shiva through the different levels of yoga. 19. Indeed, it is precisely in this pursuit of Tantric yoga that Hinduism is able to achieve a reconciliation of the usually opposed goals of enjoyment, bhoga, and liberation, moksha. This reconciliation becomes one of the hallmarks of the Tantric tradition. Yet O'Flaherty resists any attempt, such as those made by Bharati, to see in the Tantra the origin of the Puranic Shiva. The Tantric element in medieval Siva mythology is undeniable, but it is false to seek the origins of Siva's sexual ambiguity in this comparatively late development. The ithyphallic condition has been attributed by some not to priapism but to the Tantric ritual of seminal retention. To a certain extent, this technique may be considered a manifestation of yogic chastity, but Siva's raised linga is symbolic of the power to spill the seed as well as to retain it. 20. This is an interesting comment. Rather than see in the Tantra the origin of the Shaiva symbolism of the linga, it might be argued that Tantric schools naturally arose in Shaiva environments precisely because of this affinity of symbolism. Of course, some scholars locate the origins of the Tantra elsewhere, especially in Buddhism. We shall not approach this question here. It is perhaps an ultimately insoluble historical problem. 2. There are also certain Shaiva schools that did not condone some of the more extreme, left-handed, tantric practices. 22. However, the fact remains that Shaivism was the most congenial environment for the developing tantric traditions. 23. In these tantric groups, the linga, while retaining its primary emblematic identification with the procreative organ of the male, takes on additional esoteric connotations. Certainly, the notion of the Urdhvaretas, one whose seed is raised up, describes a technical condition of chastity. As O'Flaherty comments, by synecdoche, the seed is often confused with the linga itself, which is raised, in chastity. 24. The yogic effect of this elevation is homologized with the rising kundalini, which ascends through the erect spine of the meditative yogin and spills itself. Page 42. Triadic heart of Selva out into the skull in the form of the nectar of immortality, soma. This inner ejaculation and orgasm, which results from the culmination of the yogin's union with Shiva, will be discussed in a later chapter. Its significance in this context is that while external sexual rituals were carried out in the Tantra, sexual symbolism need not be limited to the discussion of the sexual ritual. Rather, it may simply be a language for discussing extraordinary spiritual phenomena. In a powerful study of the Shaiva myth cycle, Stella Kramrisk emphasizes a holistic, interpretive approach. The Shiva have many levels. They have to be entered all at the same time, or else the total, multiple perspective of each is lost sight of. Crazed beggar, savior, necrophiliac, voluptuary, ascetic, he is each wholly on the plane where he acts, while on another plane he is Sadasiva, the eternal Shiva, who lays out his presence in his 5 faces, of which the 5th, invisible in principle, is part of the Pankamukha linga, Siva's concrete, monumental symbol. 25. Kramrisk repeatedly highlights the cosmic perspective of the primordial acts that bring about creation. Here is her description of an early myth fragment. The father had broken the state of wholeness that existed before the fall of the seed. This state is beyond words. It is indescribable and inaccessible to the senses. It is neither non-being nor being, RV. 10.129.1. But if that much can be said about it, it has also been said that it is non-being and being, RV. 10.5.7, and that out of non-being came being in the first age of the God, RV.10.72.2. It is then that the indefinable wholeness of the total absence or the total presence of both non-being and being appears to recede and to set up the screen on which are seen the large figures of gods and their actions. This state of neither non-being nor being, or simultaneously, non-being and being, is not within the range of thought. It is a plenum that defies definition, for it has no limits. Yet it is not a chaos, the darkness covered by darkness, said to have existed before the beginning of the ordered universe, RV. 10.129.3. In its precosmic, pre-conscious totality, everything is contained, including consciousness and nothingness. Metaphysically, it did not cease when the cosmos came into existence, for it is not subject to time. Mythically, its wholeness has been injured. Mystically, its nameless plenum is inaccessible except in the state of samadhi, the final stage of yoga leading to moksha, the total release from all contingencies. Words like plenum, totality, and wholeness are used here merely as symbols of the uncreate. Rudra, the guardian of the uncreate, and undefinable transcendental plenum, avenged the infringement of that wholeness. 26. This remarkable analysis refuses to sunder the philosophical and mythological dimensions of Shaivism. A similarly unified perspective characterizes Abhinavagupta's formulations. Page 43. Gonda emphasizes the importance in Puranic Shaivism of the two doctrines of the five faces Pankavaktra and the eight embodiments Astamurti of Shiva. 27. The five faces are named Elsana, Tatparusa, Agora, Vamadeva and Satyojata. These faces appear also in the P77V where they are termed the pentad of Brahman, Brahmapansaka. The eight embodiments are composed of the traditional five elements, to which are added the sun, moon, and the sacrificer, and each of these is given one of the traditional names of Shiva. Our interest here is not in the details of these two doctrines, which are actually rather complex. Rather, it is useful to emphasize one aspect of their meaning. Gonda puts it quite well when he says, this doctrine of the five manifestations of Shiva, who according to his worshippers is first and foremost the great Lord, expresses the belief that he is the all, the highest and the unique who embraces and comprises the universe and all beings and of whom they are composed. It emphasizes God's identity with the universe and the universe's identity with God who is omnipresent and manifests himself and his activity always and everywhere. 28. It is, to conclude with, sufficiently clear that Savate speculation, utilizing elements of an ancient cosmological myth and guided by the influential Samkhya theory of the evolution of the world and the cosmic processes, had remodeled the ancient idea of God's eight aspects distributed over the whole universe into a system of his eightfold manifestation, presence and activity which at the same time express the fundamental truth that God and the world are one. 29. In our final chapter, we will see that this search for oneness leads to very sophisticated formulations, especially in the concept of Samputtakarana, the englobing of consciousness. It is not out of place to underscore the connection of Shiva with the numbers 5 and 3, which Kramrusk has called Siva's sacred numbers. 30. Larson has shown the importance of numerical connections in the Samkhya 31, which Gonda mentions as one of the possible sources for these doctrines. We will see later on the centrality of 3 in the Trika, especially in relation to Shiva, as well as the importance of Jive in the Krama lineage and elsewhere, particularly in relation to the Sakt S. These two add up to the wholeness of 8. Pasupadas. The earliest Shaiva sectarian group is known as the Pasupadas. 32. The school's reputed founder, Lakulisa, the lord who bears a club, who is also known as Nakulisa, probably lived around the first half of the 2nd century CE. 33. Most scholars attribute the Pasupada Sutra S. Page 44. Tr1 add 1c Heart of Eselva to him. A commentary on these Sutra S, the Pankartha Bhasya, was written by Kaundinya sometime around 500 CE. There, Kaundinya explains the 5 topics of the Pasupada doctrine, which include 1. Karya, effect, 2. Karana, cause, 3. Yoga, meditation, 4. Vidhi, practices, and 5. Duakanta, end of sorrows. 34. The importance of this school is that its followers develop an intense form of asceticism in order to gain union with Shiva, Rudrasayujya. 35. This union is accompanied by the production and display of supernormal powers of all kinds, including omniscience and even immortality. 36. Ascetics of this school intentionally court disrepute by all sorts of mad, incoherent, and disreputable behavior. The explicit justification is that these bizarre actions purge their sins and gain the ascetics the merit of those who abuse them. In fact, this is an instance of imitation of Shiva by behavior that is unexpected and inappropriate. The only yogic practice mentioned in the Pasupada Sutra S is, interestingly, the meditation in the heart. Sutra 5.25 reads, one should perform meditation in the heart, HRDI Curvita Dharanam. In the commentary, we are told that the heart is synonymous with the Atman. 37 Abhinavagupta, who, as we shall see, expounds a fully developed Shaivite heart doctrine, mentions Nakulesa in the Ta as an authority whose teachings he accepts. 38 The Kapalikas and the Kalamukas are two closely related sects about whom our information is limited. 39 There is no direct textual basis for any knowledge of their doctrines or practices. Rather, we are left with the often negative and almost certainly prejudiced views of their opponents and detractors, who describe the activities, particularly of the Kapalikas, the skull-bearers, in especially outraged terms. Lorenzen's excellent study attempts to reconstruct the activities and beliefs of these two groups. In addition to the contemporary scandalized reports about the Kapalikas, he uses a number of inscriptions that are scattered across India. His conclusions are that the Kapalikas were indeed a tantric group of outrageous, wandering ascetics, of which at least one wing indulged in extreme and even ghoulish practices. The evidence suggests 40 that the group was extant beginning as early as the 1st century CE, but perhaps as late as the 5th century. Lorenzen offers us a passage from Ramanuja which discusses the main features of the Kapalika worship, as the Kapalas declare, he who knows the essence of the 6 insignia, Mudrika Satka, who is proficient in the highest mudra, and who meditates on the self as seated in the vulva, Bhagasana sta, attains nirvana. They define the 6 insignia, mudra, as the kanthika, necklace, the ruchaka, another neck ornament, the kundala, earring, the sikamani, crest jewel, ashes, and the sacred thread. A person bearing these insignia is not born again in this world. 41. Page 45. Lorenzen continues by noting that they have two secondary insignia, Upamudra, the skull, Kapala, and the club, Katvanga. 42 Although the above passage is a late one, the picture that emerges is of a typically tantric group, related perhaps to the Kanfata Yoginis and to the Natha Siddhas. In contrast, when Lorenzen treats the Kalamukas, he argues, against Bhandarkar, 43 that the Kalamukas bearing a black stripe on the face. 44 were a group more directly related to the Pasupadas, 45 who practiced various forms of asceticism but not the extreme tantric practices of the Kapalikas. He provides evidence to support the theory that the Kalamukas originated in Kashmir, and by the end of the 8th century began to migrate south, becoming an extremely important sect in 10th to 13th century Mysore. 46 Unfortunately, no texts describing this group's beliefs and rituals have survived, and the little we know about them is derived from temple inscriptions. From the scanty information of these two groups and our knowledge of the Pasupadas, we can conclude that early on within Shaiva circles, groups of ascetics were undertaking various forms of yogic practices, some of which may have been based on the powerful idea that enlightenment or union with Rudra must be fearlessly pursued with whatever means are at one's disposal. These practitioners may have included some who specialized in a kind of defiant assault on conventional morality. The religious ideal of these wandering ascetics is probably best instantiated in the figure of Shiva, personified as the naked, priapic, wandering yogin who haunts cemeteries and other fearful places. Here Shiva is seen as a fearful and powerful figure, covered with ashes, performing frightful austerities. He stands outside the safe fold of the Varnasrama Dharma and challenges its virtuous but unenlightened followers. 47 Later, more sophisticated formulations, such as those of Abhinavagupta, argue that spiritual ignorance is precisely the attachment to polarities of good and evil, purity and impurity, right and wrong, and life and death. It is precisely the attachment to these polarities that constitutes conventional morality. The ascetic confronts his own and others' ignorance by challenging, among other things, the prevailing conventional morality of society. The result may be, of course, that the ascetic is, in turn, almost certainly misunderstood, if not reviled, by the society from which he separates himself in the search for Shiva. There are many Shaivite myths connected with the symbolism of the search for immortality. A central myth involves the churning of the ocean to obtain the ambrosia of immortality. Although this has been interpreted by some scholars as a creation myth, 48 the image more deeply signifies yogic processes involving the journey of return to the source from. Page 46. Triad 1c Heart of Vaselva creation emerges. As the story is told in the Mahabharata, 49 the gods and demons churn the ocean in tug-of-war fashion using the Mount Mandara as a churning stick and the serpent Vasuki as a cord. As they churn the ocean, various things begin to emerge: the moon, the goddess Shri, the white horse of the sun, the Kaustuba gem, and the great elephant, Airavata. As they continue to churn, evil, demonic things also emerge. Most threatening is the terrible poison, Kalakuta, which paralyzes the three worlds with its dreadful fumes. Shiva comes to the rescue by drinking and holding the poison in his throat, which turns blue as a result. A magic, wish-granting tree and cow then emerge from the ocean, and the god Dhanvantari comes forth holding a white pot of ambrosia. Vishnu gives the ambrosia of immortality to the gods to drink and tricks the demons into giving up their share. When the demons realize that they have been deceived, a terrible battle ensues, from which the gods finally emerge victorious. This myth may be interpreted on many levels. In yogic and tantric circles, the myth refers to internal spiritual and bodily processes in which the ocean of consciousness is churned, using the serpent, Kundalini. The end result is that the gods, who here are the equivalents of the tantric yogins' positive internal forces, become immortalized by the drinking of the nectar of ambrosia that finally emerges from the ocean. During the process, many phenomena, both dazzling and attractive as well as negative and poisonous, will also emerge, and these may cause the yogin to deviate from the process of yoga and hence impede his progress toward the nectar. Another important element of the myth is that both the positive and negative elements, the gods and the demons, must cooperate in a rhythmic fashion for the churning to be successful. The sun and moon play a prominent role in this myth, and the moon is identified with the Vedic Soma, the elixir of immortality. As we shall see later on, the sun and moon take on important esoteric meanings related to the internal process of generating immortality. The moon is divided into 16 parts, of which the 16th is said to be the immortal underlying essence of the ever-waxing and waning moon. The form of Shiva most often encountered in the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva texts is called Bhairava. 50 representations of this god show a form of dread and terror. A sinister fanged face often surmounted by writhing serpents conveys the fury of the god of death, who is also the god of regeneration and renewal. Bhairava is the interlocutor in the P77V, the god who teaches the Bhagavati the secrets of liberation. This god's importance to the tradition is also seen in his appearance in the title of several tantras, including the influential Vijnana Bhairava. The term, page 47. Bhairava derives from the root bhl, to be afraid, and the related adjective baru, fearful, timid. By a process of inversion, Bhairava comes to mean frightful, terrible, horrible. O'Flaherty recounts a central myth in the tradition, the beheading of Brahma by Shiva. 51 We have already seen that Shiva is said to have 5 faces or heads. In this myth, the god Brahma also has 5 faces or 5 heads. Shiva, in the form of Bhairava, cuts off one of these with the tip of the nail of his left thumb. Because he is now guilty of the sin of Brahmini side, Bhairava is condemned to wander, begging for alms and carrying Brahma's skull. Lorenzen elucidates the compelling parallels between this myth and the Mahabharata vow for the removal of sin for accidentally killing a Brahmana, as well as the relation of both to the Kapalikas. 52 An important aspect of this ritual communion with Shiva Kapalan seems to have been the identification of the devotee's begging skull with the skull of Brahma. As their name indicates, this skull bowl was the Kapalika trademark. In the Prabodhikandradaya, the Kapalika describes himself as one who eats from a human skull, and says that the conclusion of our fast is accomplished by drinking liquor distributed in the skull of a Brahmin. 53 Iliadi has commented on what he terms the symbolical Confucianism involved in forgetting, the yogic meanings involved in the corpse, the skeleton, the cemetery, and drinking from a skull. The process may be imagined as follows. 1. An archaic ideology, connected with a particular lunar symbolism, implied, among other things, human sacrifice and skull hunting. Populations holding these ideas were, during the historical period, settled in zones bordering on Hinduism. 2. On the level of the highest Indian spirituality, the cemetery, corpses, and skeletons were revelarized and incorporated into an ascetico-mystical symbolism, to meditate seated on a corpse, to wear a skull, etc., now represented spiritual exercises that pursued a wholly different order of values from those, let us say, of the headhunters. 3. When the two ideologies come into contact. We witness a phenomenon of pseudomorphism and devularization. In this light, we can understand how one or another tantric yoga becomes licentious. We also understand why a particular Kapalan forgets the yogic meaning of the corpses and the skeleton and becomes a headhunter. Above all, these reciprocal degradations and devalorizations are explained by symbolical confusionism, by a symbolism being forgotten or inadequately comprehended. 54 These remarks are important for understanding an ongoing process of misinterpretation that has taken place in both Tantric and Yogic circles. We shall see that Abhinavagupta continuously emphasizes an interpretation. Page 48. Triadic heart of Shiva of Tantric symbolism in terms of the inner phenomena of consciousness. For example, he relates the symbolism involved in drinking from the skull to the drinking of soma, associated with the inner ascent of the kundalini. This emphasis on internal interpretation is not to say that certain external rituals did not form a valid, though probably much less central, part of tantric practice. In addition to the Kapalikas and the Kalamukas, another imperfectly known group appears within Shaiva circles in these early centuries, which is known as the Siddhas or perfected ones. Of particular interest is a subgroup of these Siddhas known as the Natha Siddhas. Lorenzen notes the connection between the Kapalikas and the Natha Siddhas, also known as the Kanfatas, split ears, or Gorakhnathas, from the name of their reputed founder, Gorakhsanatha, tradition. He points out that the Gorakhsa Siddhanta Samgraha states that, indeed, some people believe that these Siddhas hold the Kapalika doctrine on account of the mention of the devotion of the Kapalika, but that is not actually the case. Our doctrine is beyond all worldly ties, avaduta. Nonetheless, the Kappa 1 Eka doctrine was also revealed by Natha, Shiva. Natha was the revealer of this path. This comment establishes a link that leads from the Kapalikas, themselves indirectly related to the Pasupatas, to the Natha Siddhas. Later on we shall see that another link joins the Natha Siddhas to the Kaula lineage. 57 Thus there are a series of linked traditions, which, though not identical in content or practice, do provide a line of continuity and Shaiva practice that passes right through the center of the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition. Many of the texts of the Hatha Yoga are attributed to Gorakhsanatha. Again, many of these texts are quite late, perhaps contemporary with Abhinavagupta or even later. 58 The figure of Gorakhsanatha and that of his teacher Matsyendranatha are obscured by many levels of legend. Two excellent studies which attempt to clarify the tradition have been produced: Briggs' extremely informative book Gorakhnath and the Kanfata Yogis, and S. B. Dasgupta's obscure religious cults. 59 Despite this scholarly attention, much work remains to be done in sorting out these early, popular, yogic movements. This early yogic movement was connected with even earlier alchemical formulations as well as with the subsequent elaboration of these alchemical processes into a process known as Kaya Sadhana, the perfecting of the body. As Dasgupta says, the Nath cult seems to represent a particular phase of the Siddha cult of India. Page 49. This Siddha cult is a very old religious cult with its main emphasis on a psychochemical process of yoga, known as the Kaya Sadhana or the culture of the body, with a view to making it perfect and immutable and thereby attaining immortal spiritual life. To escape death. Was the central point round which grew the details of the Siddha cult, and the Siddhas in general hold that death may either be put off ab libitum by a special course of rest strengthening and revitalizing the body so as to put it permanently en rapport with the world of sense, or to be ended definitively by dematerializing and spiritualizing the body, according to prescription, so that it disappears in time in a celestial form from the world of sense, and finds its permanent abode in the transcendental glory of God. This Siddha school seems to be closely associated with the Indian school of Rasayana, and it is sometimes held that the Siddha school was originally based on the theories and practices of the Rasayana school. 60 The aim of the Natha Siddhas was certainly to achieve the condition known as Jivan Mukti, or liberation while still alive. This condition of freedom then led to the further goal of Paramukti, in which the liberated one is immortalized in a perfected body that, in some respects, makes him an embodied Shiva. Here, union with Shiva comes to mean truly embodying Shiva, with full possession of all of his powers and abilities. The goal is not a resolution or release of a finite soul into an ultimate source or essence. Rather, what is sought is much more daring and ambitious. The Siddha wishes to stem the current that usually leads to death by means of the Ulta Sadhana, the regressive process. Says Dasgupta, the yoga practices of the Nath Siddhas is ultra or regressive, firstly in the sense that it involves yogic processes which give a regressive or upward motion to the whole biological as well as psychological systems which in their ordinary nature possess a downward tendency, and in the sense that such yogic practices lead the Siddha to his original ultimate nature as the immortal being in his perfect or divine body. This regressive process involves a practice of introverting the mind, of turning the mind away from its outward course in which it is directed towards the external sensory world. It also involves a parallel process of arresting the vital breath so that it turns back from its ordinary respiratory flow. Finally, both of these processes are linked to a regression of the sexual energy and sexual secretion, which are redirected from their usual outward flow in the ordinary sexual act. Instead, they are elevated and transmuted as the Maharasa, or great essence. This essence trickles from the moon, in the Sahasrara, or thousand-petaled lotus. A technique known as Kakari Mudra is employed to save immortalizing essence from falling into sun, in navel, also known as Kalagni. Page 50. Triadic heart of Shiva, fire of destruction, where it would be burned up and destroyed. While the details of this fascinating process cannot be explored here, it can at least be mentioned that the Kakari Mudra forms an important part of Abhinavagupta's PTLV. In his commentary, Abhinavagupta hints at an immortalizing process that spreads outwards from the heart into the body. This process must be understood in terms of its connection with the esoteric yogic processes just described. No doubt this subject is liable to great misinterpretation. In this respect, it is especially relevant to note that the N5 Siddhas were uncompromisingly celibate. 62 Their celibacy is not surprising, given the importance of transmuting rather than spending the sexual essence. Yet it is clear that many of the yogic and tantric groups who inherited these ideas also engaged in some form of sexual ritual, as opposed to the sexual symbolism of the union of Shiva and Sakti, for example, which even the Natha Siddhas employ. The complications inherent in this apparent, and very Shaivite, incongruity will be discussed later on. The important point is simply that the ideas propounded by the Natha Siddhas form the core teaching of many yogic, tantric, Shaivite formulations. It is unfortunate that no early, detailed texts explaining these practices have survived. The religious views of the N5th Siddhas are as much obscured by the insufficiency and anomaly of accounts as is the history of the whole cult. The distinctive features of their yogic practices as also the theories behind them are not found explained systematically in any of the Sanskrit or non-Sanskrit texts associated with the cult somehow or other. The Sanskrit texts are mainly texts on Hatha Yoga in general, and the vernacular texts are mainly poetical texts on legends and myths. 63 Abhinavagupta's writings are of crucial importance as the first serious exposition of the Tantric Yoga theories that have survived into our hands. Agama S. and Saivasiddhanta, perhaps the most important textual sources for the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition, are the body of scripture known collectively as the Agama S. These texts, which were considered as authoritative, and even revealed, scripture, began to appear perhaps as early as the 4th century, but probably certainly by the 7th or 8th century. 64 Many of the Agamas cited by Abhinavagupta have been lost, and of the very large Agama literature that survives, very little has been critically edited, translated, or studied. Yet these are exceedingly important texts. According to Gonda. Page 51. The Saivite Agamas are not only by far our main source of knowledge of the older phases of Saivite religious practice and the interrelations between Southern and Kashmirian Saivism, they give also very welcome information on the history of Indian religion and philosophy in general. They served as the doctrinal basis of Saivite monasticism and as the fundamental manuals for liturgies and religious practices. They are also of special importance for the history of Hindu art. In short, they prove to be an indispensable mine of information on various aspects of Hinduism. 65 The subject matter of these texts is traditionally and perhaps stereotypically divided into 4 sections, or quarters pada. The ideal structure involves one section devoted to higher knowledge, jnana, which leads to ultimate freedom and enlightenment. Another section would treat the practices and techniques, yoga, employed to achieve that ultimate freedom. A third section would deal with all ritual action, kriya, regarding the place of worship, while the fourth would describe the proper mode of behavior, karya, in the performance of daily worship and other rituals. 66 This traditional division, however, more often remains a theoretical model rather than a representation of the actual structure of these texts. There is also a certain looseness in the traditional use of the term agama. It comes to be applied generally to any authoritative and revealed text. In time, the teachings of these agamas supersede the ancient Vedic rites. The teachings of the agamas also embody several religious traditions. Gonda notes that Vishnu texts of this category are often called Samhita. 67 Worshippers of the goddess, Saktas, often refer to their sacred texts as Tantras. Finally, worshippers of Shiva refer most often to their sacred texts as agamas or Seva agamas. However, these are not hard and fast terminological distinctions. For example, one often sees the phrase Sakta Agamas. Consequently, the employment of the terms Tantra, Agama, or Samhita in the title of a text is certainly not enough to establish its doctrinal provenance. Addressing himself to this problem, Alper says, if a distinction between Agama and Tantra makes any sense, it makes very rough social sense, or perhaps geo-religious sense. What in the northern two-thirds of India have come to be called the Tantras tend in South India to be known as the Agamas. Although it suggests an unrealistic division between North and South India, I shall follow the convention established in the hill. Under Agama, I shall refer largely to the Saivagamas and the Pancaratra Samhitas preserved in the south. Under Tantra, I shall refer largely to the parallel literature preserved in the north. 68 An excellent example appears in the Ta, where Abhinavagupta mentions as authoritative both Agama S and Tantra S. 69 Important Agama S. Page 52. Cited by Abhinavagupta include the Kamika, Karana, Naisvasa, Pauskara, Raurava, Svayambhuva, Paramesvara, and others. 70 These texts place great emphasis on the reception of a sacred mantra as the central moment of the initiation, Diksha, that enables one to arrive at Shiva. Equally influential texts mentioned by Abhinavagupta, however, include the following Tantra S, the Paratrisika, the Nirmaryada Tantra, Kalakula Tantra, the Urmimaha Tantra, Radnamala Tantra, Trisiro Bhairava Tantra, Nisasamkara Tantra, Devyayamala Tantra, the Siddha Yogeshvari Mata Tantra, Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Svachanda Tantra, Mrityunjaya Tantra, Matanga Tantra, and the Malini Vijaya Tantra. 71 of these, the Malini Vijaya Tantra is considered by Abhinavagupta to be the most important and influential Tantra. These texts often contain a tantric, and indeed, a saktic tendency. 72 In many of them, the ancient lineage of the Siddhas seems to continue directly into the teachings of the Kaula S. The texts place a great emphasis on the importance of the goddess and her worship, which is carried out by the initiated in group. Although the Agamas are, as a whole, anonymous, two early teachers in Kashmir who contributed much to their coherent interpretation were Brahaspati and Satyajyoti. They probably lived sometime between the 7th and 9th centuries. 73 And their teaching is known as the Saiva Siddhanta, the established truth of Shaivism. The complications arising from this term's use with respect to the Tamil Shaiva tradition of later times have already been mentioned. However, the fact remains that Abhinavagupta knew of and criticized a dualistic Shaiva tradition in Kashmir known as Siddhanta. 74 In fact, one of Abhinavagupta's major purposes in writing the Ta was to expound the teachings of the Agamas, which, in their proper interpretation, he revered in common with all Shaivas. 75 The southern Shaiva tradition, in both its Tamil and Sanskrit branches, flourished in the centuries after Abhinavagupta, from about the 11th to the 13th centuries. The complex relationships and interactions between northern and southern Shaivism need much further exploration. The research that is presently emerging suggests that despite important doctrinal differences, there was much greater ritual and textual continuity than has been previously suspected. It would be patently incorrect, however, to think that southern Shaivism, because it is apparently later, somehow derives directly from Shaivism, which would then in some way be more authentic. It is perhaps most useful to think of one pan-Indian Saivagamic tradition within which these distinctions between northern and southern are somewhat false. 76 The development of the southern. Page 53. Tradition is further complicated in that it involves the melding of two different cultural traditions, the Tamil and the Sanskritic. The southern Sanskrit tradition of Saiva Siddhanta finds its roots in the expositions of Satyajoti and Brahaspati, and later on in the expositions of Bojadeva, Ramakantha, and many others. In addition, it finds expression in important ritual texts such as the Soma Sambhu Padati .77 with the same background of the Saivagamas ever present. The Tamil tradition can be traced to the early Shaivite hymnists known as the Nayanars. The Tirumandiram of Tirumular, 6th century, is the earliest exposition of the school, which was given a definitive form in the 13th century by Mikandar and his Shivanayana Bottom. In an authoritative study of the school, K. Sivaraman summarizes the central doctrines as pluralistic in the sense of being non-absolutistic. Saiva Siddhanta conceives reality in three ultimate, irreducible modes: Patti, the Lord God; Pasu, the bound soul; Self, Pasa, the bond world. The three are not mere appearances, distinctions set up and held apart in the whole that is reality. They are modes of reality distinct and primordial. It is not possible to derive one from another, and much less all the three from a whole or unity. The alternative to a philosophy of one real seems to be a philosophy of three reals. 78 Indeed, the Saiva Siddhanta shares many of its doctrinal categories with the non-dual Kashmir Shaivas. In many cases, however, there are subtle reinterpretations of meaning. The final aim of the school is to achieve Sayujya, union with God. As T. M. P. Mahadevan comments, the soul's attainment of Savatva does not mean its mergence of its being in Shiva. The entitative difference of the soul from Shiva is maintained even in moksha. The jiva can claim God's nature as its own too, but not that it itself is God. The difference between bondage and release is this: while in the former the soul's experience is through pasa, bond, in the latter it is through patti, i.e. Lord. There is also this difference between the released soul and God. While the soul is now free from mala and enjoys the bliss of Shiva, it does not share with the latter his five functions. Moksha thus is not a state of bare identity, it is the experience of unity and duality. 79 It will be apparent later on that the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition does teach a state of identity with Shiva as constituting its highest goal. We should turn now to the historical origins and development of the non-dual Kashmir Shaivas in the centuries preceding Abhinavagupta. Page 54. Selva non-dual Shaivism of Kashmir. The foundations of the tradition are firmly rooted in the Agama Sastra, which we have just discussed. Various lists of these texts come down to us. We have already mentioned that Abhinavagupta considered the Malini Vijaya Tantra as the most authoritative. The list of 11 Tamras usually includes the Svachanda, the Vijnana Bhairava, the Uchusma Bhairava, the Ananda Bhairava, the Mergendra, Matanga, Netra, Naspasa, Shvayambhuva, and Rudra Yamala. The so-called Paratrimsika verses commented on by Abhinavagupta in his PTV and PTIV are said to form the last part of the Rudra Yamala Tantra. Some scholars argue, however, that this latter text, the Rudra Yamala Tantra, was merely a convenience title and that no such text ever existed. Gudrian demonstrates that while there are two separate published texts which link themselves to the RYT, an Uttara Tantra and an Anuttara Tantra, neither text is linked to the verses commented on in the PTV and PTIV. There are as many as 50 other texts which claim to derive from this mysterious Tantra, of which perhaps the earliest are precisely the Paratrimsika verses and the Vijnana Bhairava. 80 It is significant that Abhinavagupta refers to the Paratrimsika as the Trika Sutra because it expounds the fundamental teachings of the Trika, that is, the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition. 8 One of these texts, the Svachanda Tantra, is a massive text comprising 6 volumes in the Kashmir series of texts and studies, which is commented on by Semaraja. The emphasis of the text is on ritual, yogic techniques, mantra prana, and the enunciation of the mantra Om, which is divided into 12 stages. 82 Unfortunately, no translation of the text has yet been published. Connected with this text is the Naratanra, also known as the Murtujit, for which Semaraja also wrote a commentary. A summary of this text has been published by Brunner. The main theme of the book is a form of Shiva known as the I, Netra, or the Conqueror of Death, Mrityunjaya, or the Lord of Immortality, Amartega. It teaches a mantra, known by these same names, Om Jum Sa. The text abounds with descriptions of techniques for the use of mantras, magical procedures, lists of divinities, names of schools, and so on. 83 Both of these texts are cited by Abhinavagupta in the Ta, and it can be assumed that Semaraja's commentary on them reflects, as do all of his comments, his understanding of his master's teachings. The Vijnana Bhairava is a work of great importance. Abhinavagupta's respect for it is evidenced in his having termed it Shiva Vijnana Upanishad, the esoteric teaching for the direct knowledge of Shiva. 84 Although it is relatively brief text of 163 stanzas, each of its verses represents. Page 55. Compressed description of a particular meditation method, bhavana, for entering into Shiva. Silburn has published an excellent translation of the work, which incorporates the fragment of a commentary by Semaraja. Unfortunately, this commentary breaks off at verse 18. The emphasis of this rich text is on the direct, personal experience of the Supreme rather than on any ritualistic or external performances. It is a crucial text for our present purposes, and we will return to consider the appearance of the heart in its verses. Its close relationship with the Kaula environment is evidenced in a statement by the goddess that as a result of Siva's exposition, she now understands the essence of the Rudra Yamala Tantra. 85 Perhaps the highest place in the Agama Sastra is reserved by the non-dual Kashmir Shaivas for the Malini Vijaya or Malini Vijayatara Tantra. This text is also referred to as the Purva Sastra, the first doctrine. The Malini, or more precisely, the Uttara Malini, refers to a particular arrangement of the 50 Sanskrit phonemes that was held to be of the highest ritual and mystical value. 86 Abhinavagupta praises the Malini Vijayatara Tantra (MVT) in the highest terms at the beginning of his Ta. 87 References to the MVT abound in the Ta, which, in some sense, can well be considered a detailed explanation and expansion of its doctrines. In addition, Abhinavagupta wrote a commentary, the Malini Vijaya Vartika, which numbers some 1500 verses that are devoted to the elucidation of the first verse of the MVT. He is also said to have written another commentary on it entitled the Purva Pansika, but unfortunately this has not survived. 88 Muley has translated the first half of the MVT in an appendix to his Ta. Unfortunately, Chapter 19, devoted to the Kula Chakra, has not been translated, but Muley has translated enough to give us the overall tenor of the work. The main thrust of the text involves technical explanations of the use of mantras and the various levels of meditative absorption, samavesa, that result from their use. The introductory verses of the text claim that it is part of the much larger Siddha Yogeshvari Mata Tantra, a reference that once again underscores the relationship between the Kashmiri tradition and the old lineage of the Siddhas. Here again, we see the centrality of the Kaula line, as this SYT is the fundamental text of that tradition, and so, as the origin of the MVT, it stands at the very center of the Agama Sastra that forms the foundation of the non-dual Kashmir Shaivas. The first text of the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition proper is the Shiva Sutra S, which is said to have been inspirationally revealed to a sage named Vasagupta in about the middle of the 9th century. Semaraja wrote an important comment on it called the Vimarsini. Silburn has presented a translation of the text and its commentary, along with her valuable interpretive notes. The overall structure of the text arranges. Page 56. Tr1 Attic Heart of Selva the very concise Sutra S into 3 chapters. It is significant that Sutra 15 of the first chapter teaches at unification of consciousness in the heart. We will consider this passage in the next chapter. The Shiva Sutra S in effect begin the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition as a separate branch of Shaivism. Thus, Vasagupta in some sense may be considered the founder of the tradition, although from the point of view of the tradition itself, it is of course Shiva who is its founder. Vasagupta apparently had 2 disciples, Kalada and Somananda, although there is considerable doubt as to whether the latter was in fact one of his disciples. Kalada is mentioned in the Rajataranjini as being a contemporary of King Avantavarman, who is usually considered to have reigned from 855 to 883. 89 There is some debate about whether Vasagupta or Kalada wrote the Spanda Karika S. The next important non-dual Kashmir Shaiva text, which deal with consciousness is Spanda, vibration. 90 Given the close nature of the master-disciple relationship, often the teachings of the master are codified and arranged by the disciple, and this is perhaps what happened in this case. In any case, Kalada wrote a commentary, Spandavarti, as well as 2 commentaries, now lost, on the Shiva Sutra S. Samaraja also wrote two important commentaries on the Spanda Karika S, the Spanda Sandoa and the Spanda Nirnaya. We do not have reference to any commentary by Abhinavagupta on the Spanda Karika S. Of course, since Samaraja was such a close interpreter of his master's teachings, we may perhaps take his two comments as embodying Abhinavagupta's views on this text. 91 Somananda is known mainly as the author of the Shiva Drishti, a very difficult text in 7 chapters that has yet to be translated satisfactorily. While the Shiva Sutra S and Spanda Karika S are concerned mainly with presenting the various paths towards spiritual enlightenment, Somananda's text takes a much more argumentative and philosophical approach to the problem of ultimate reality. He directs powerful attacks at the Grammarians and also at the Saktas, as well as passing criticisms of the Buddhists and the Darsana S. Somananda is also credited as being the founder of the Pratyahijna branch of the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition. 92 He wrote a commentary which unfortunately has been lost, called the Paratrimsika Vivarti, which Abhinavagupta quotes in his PTV. However, it was Utpalakarya, Somananda's disciple, who popularized the doctrine of recognition in his Pratyahijna Karika S as well as in numerous other texts. Abhinavagupta can be directly connected to both these branches, the Spanda and the Pratyahijna, through his teachers, Laxmanagupta, who was a disciple of Utpaladevas and taught Abhinavagupta the Pratyahijna system, and Bodhandaraja, who was a pupil of Mukula, the son of Kalada. 93. Page 57. Historical notes on Abhinavagupta. The primary sources about Abhinavagupta's life are contained in the final verses of his commentary on the Paratrimsika 94 and the final verses of his Tantraloka. 95 in his definitive work on Abhinavagupta. Pandi draws these materials together with other hints and inferences to sketch the bare essentials of the available biographical information. As far as we can tell, Abhinavagupta was born sometime between 950 and 975 CE. To a rich and noble Brahmin family who resided in what today is the city of Srinagar. 96 Abhinavagupta's father, Narasimhagupta, or Kukulaka, descended from a Trigupta, who had been brought to Kashmir by King Lalitaditya, 725 to 761 CE. His mother, Bhamaya, died when Abhinavagupta was still quite young, and her death had a powerful effect on him. The family were all devotees of Shiva, and so Abhinavagupta grew up in an atmosphere charged with religious devotion and dedication to learning. Abhinavagupta began his studies with his father but quickly began visiting teachers in Kashmir and elsewhere. He seems to have studied everything he could: traditional texts of the dualistic and monistic Shaivism, literature, drama and aesthetic theory, Darsana, Krama, Trika, and Kaula doctrines and practices. He also studied under Buddhist and Jain teachers. A love of learning and his spiritual search led him to travel outside of Kashmir, and finally in Jalandhara he encountered Sambhunatha, the powerful master who initiated him into the tantric practices of the Kaula tradition. Abhinavagupta mentions 20 teachers at different places in his works. 97 of these, the most important, besides Sambhunatha, are Laxmanagupta, disciple of the great Utpaladeva, under whom Abhinavagupta studied the doctrines of the Pratyahijna, Buddhiraja, who is said to have taught Abhinavagupta the Krama system, 98 Bhaskara, who taught Abhinavagupta the principles of the Spanda tradition, which goes back to the two great teachers, Vasagupta and Kalada, and Bhattacharya, Abhinavagupta's teacher of poetics, drama and philosophy of language. From the number of teachers mentioned by Abhinavagupta 99 and the difficulty of the subjects he studied with them, it is clear that his was a life dedicated to the absorption of knowledge in an atmosphere of extreme religious fervor and dedication. He lived a life of renunciation and study, and he never married, although for the Shaiva teachers marriage was not incompatible with a life dedicated to intense religious practice. Madharaja Yogan, a pupil of Abhinavagupta, left 4 stanzas entitled the Dhyana Sloka 100, which give us a vivid picture of the great master at the height of his creative powers. Page 58. Selva, may the glorious God Daksimamurti, Abhinavagupta, who is an incarnation of Shiva, protect us. Out of his deep compassion he has taken a new bodily form and come to Kashmir. He sits in the middle of a garden of grapes, inside a pavilion made of crystal and filled with beautiful paintings. The room smells wonderful because of flower garlands, incense sticks and oil lamps. Its walls are smeared with sandal paste and other such things. The room is constantly resounding with musical instruments, with songs and with dancing. There are crowds of yoginis and realized beings, siddhas with magic powers. It is equipped with a golden seat from which pearls are hanging. It has a soft awning, talama, stretched over it as a canopy. Abhinavagupta is attended by all his numerous students, with Samaraja at their head, who are writing down everything he says. To his side stand two women, partners in tantric rites dull, who hold in one hand a jug of wine, sivarasa, and a box full of betel rolls, and in the other hand a lotus and a citron. Abhinavagupta has his eyes trembling in ecstasy. In the middle of his forehead is a conspicuous tilaka made of ashes. He has a rudraksha bead hanging from his ear. His long hair is held by a garland of flowers. He has a long beard and golden, reddish-brown skin. His neck is dark with shining yaksapanka powder. His upavita string is hanging down loose from his neck. He wears a silken cloth, as a dhoti, as white as moonbeams, and he sits in the yogic position known as virasana. One hand is held on his knee holding a rosary with his fingers clearly making the sign, mudra, that signifies his knowledge of the highest Shiva. He plays on his resonating lute with the tips of his quivering fingers of his lotus-like left hand. O1 Abhinavagupta was a prolific writer. Some 21 of his works are available, and we have titles of 23 other writings that are now lost. It is probable that he wrote even more than this. 102 His period of literary activity extends from about 990 to about 1014 CE. Pandi proposes a periodization of Abhinavagupta's texts according to the topics dealt with in each of the texts. 103 He groups all texts dealing with the Tantra into a Tantrika period, all texts on aesthetics into an Alankarika period, and all works on philosophy into a philosophical period. This rather neat arrangement has been rightly criticized by Nyoli, 104, who argues that in all probability his three interests peacefully coexisted throughout his life, with Abhinavagupta turning his attention now to poetics, now to religious mysticism, now to philosophy, sometimes producing shorter compositions, and sometimes longer works. It is extremely difficult to attempt a chronology of Abhinavagupta's literary output. The standard method employs a technique of identifying quotations from earlier works in later works and has been attempted by Pandi with only partially successful results. 105 There simply is not enough evidence on which to base judgments. However, the important available works by Abhinavagupta can at least be listed without implying anything as to the order of composition. Page 59. And without subscribing to Pandi's topical periodization. Of the philosophical works, two are the most important. 1. Isvara Pratyanhijna Vimarsini, IPV, Ligvi Vimarsini, a commentary on Utpala's Isvara Pratyanhijna Karika S. Pandi has published a very useful, though in places rather free, translation of this work. 106 The IPV deserves much more sustained attention and study. 2. Isvara Pratyanhijna Vivarti Vimarsini, IPVV, Bretivarti, which is a commentary on a lost comment by Utpala himself called the Vivarti, on his own Karika S. Of the Tantric works, several must be mentioned. 3. The Tantraloka Ta is the most voluminous of all of Abhinavagupta's works. Together with the commentary by J. Aratha called Viveka, it runs to some 12 volumes in the Kashmir series of texts and studies edition. Nyoli has published a translation into Italian of the entire text, exclusive of J. Aratha's commentary. This is an extremely important work for our purposes in this study, and we will present translations of several important passages from it. 4. The Tantrasara TS is a summary of the Ta, which has also been translated into the Italian by Nyoli. 5. The Paratrimsika Vivaram PTV is a commentary on a set of verses said to form the concluding portion of the Rudra Yamala Tantra. The verses, together with the comment, are also known as the Anadlara Prakriya. Nyoli has published a critical edition and translation into Italian of this text. The main subject matter consists of a consideration of the phonetic emanation. 107 6 Paratrisica Laguberti PTIV. This is a shorter comment on the same set of verses. It is interesting that Pandi does not seem to mention this work in his book, except under its alternate title of the Anatara Tattva Vimarsini. 108 It seems fairly clear that he had not seen this work. It has been translated twice, once by Nyoli into Italian, and once by Padu into French. We shall present here a first rendering into English of this work. 7. Malini Vijaya Vardika, MVV. This is a partial commentary of the Malini Vijaya Tantra. It is an important text because this mantra was considered as the most authoritative revealed scripture by Abhinavagupta. It seems that what we have of the MVV is only a fragment of a larger work which has been lost. This text and the Ta are the two most thorough discussions by Abhinavagupta of the doctrines and rituals of the MVT. Unfortunately, the MVV has yet to be translated into a Western language. In addition, Abhinavagupta wrote a number of other works which have come down to us. His Paramartha Sara is a kind of summary text of some of the essential teachings of the Trika. He also wrote a commentary on the Bhagavad Gita known as the Bhagavad Jitartha Samgraha, as well as several shorter compositions. 109 We may also mention Abhinavagupta's two important texts on aesthetics, the Dhyavanyaloka Lokana and the Abhinava Bharati. Page 60. Tantrism, some general remarks. It is surprising to realize just how little scholarly attention has been focused on the study of the Tantra. Alper's comment that for a long time the study of the Tantra was a stepchild of Indology is still valid, despite the apparent current vogue in Tantric studies. 110 In comparison with the energy and labor spent on the so-called main lines of development such as the Veda, the Upanishads, and classical philosophies, the enormous amounts of Tantric material have been until very recently comparatively neglected. Why this neglect has occurred would make a very interesting study in and of itself. 111 Suffice it to say that strong prejudices and insufficient insight led, and perhaps in some circles continue to lead, to a devaluation of a crucial chapter in Indian religious history, the chapter that links the developments of the post-classical period, approximately 500 CE, with what may be termed the pre-modern or Muslim period, 12th century onward. It is difficult to understand figures like Kabir, Caitanya, Mirabai, Lala, Ramprasad Sen, and Ramakrishna without a knowledge of the tantric developments on which their religious world is based. The purpose here is not to attempt a survey of Tantrism, but rather to introduce some general notions about the characteristics of the Tantra that will provide an orientation to the Kaula tradition, the specific line of Tantrism toward which Abhinavagupta contributed greatly. We will then look at those doctrines in Abhinavagupta's formulations that will form the basis for our consideration of the heart of Shiva, taken up in the next chapter. There are very few reliable discussions of the characteristics of the Tantra in a Western language. 112 Woodruffy's early studies are still being printed and consulted, although one must be rather careful in accepting many of his conclusions. Certainly, large portions of Eliade's Yoga are given over to a study of the nature of the Tantra. An important general survey, Bharati's The Tantric Tradition, plunges the reader directly into the thick of things without attempting a general discussion of what exactly the Tantra is. Andrew Padu has attempted just such a discussion in his excellent and not sufficiently known study, Recherches sur l'énergie de la parole. 113 Gudrayan, Gupta, and Hoens provide perhaps the most complete rehearsal of just what constitutes the Tantra in Hindu Tantrism. Gudrayan and Gupta's excellent Hindu Tantric and Sakta literature is the first detailed description of available Tantric texts. It will not be out of place, however, to mention a few more important scholars of the Tantra, and in this regard we may refer the reader to the excellent bibliographies to be found in Bharati and Gudrayan. Page 61. P.C. Bagchi's excellent, though highly abstruse, studies in the Tantras remains a model to be emulated. Chintaharan Chakravarti's Tantras, Studies on Their Religion and Literature is a clear, recent survey that deserves to be read more widely. S.B. Dasgupta's Obscure Religious Cults introduces the reader to several Tantric schools, including the Sahajiyas and the Natha Yogins, both of which are directly related to Abhinavagupta's Kaulism. Though focusing mostly on the Buddhist Tantra, the several books and articles by Alex Wayman contain much that is useful. Snellgrove's edition, translation, and study of the Havajra Tantra should be read for its sane and straightforward approach to the tradition. The many books by Tucci, especially on the Tibetan Buddhist Tantric materials, remain models of clarity and perception. B. Bhattacharya's An Introduction to Buddhist Esotericism, though perhaps overly apologetic, still contains much that is of interest. P. Rawson's The Art of Tantra, while mainly a book on Tantric art, contains compelling insights. The many studies by Gopinath Kaviraj are extremely useful. The difficulties involved in actually circumscribing the Tantra have often been remarked upon. Point 114. This difficulty stems directly from the fact that it is not a single school or system that is in question, but rather a broad religious movement which did not respect the boundaries of the older traditions, but spread both within Hinduism 115 and Buddhism, and even amongst the Jains. Beginning sometime around the 4th or 5th century CE. Some scholars would like to place the date even earlier, some much later 116, and spreading rather quickly after that. The Tantric attitude revised, reshaped, and recast much of what preceded it. This it accomplished by means of subtle yet powerful shifts of emphasis, as well as by important reinterpretations. Some scholars see the Tantra as originating in Buddhist groups, while others see its origin in Hindu environments. Point 117. This argument has developed into a kind of pointless controversy, since it is probably impossible to solve this historical problem with any degree of certitude. What is important is that we find a ferment and a cross-fertilization of religious ideas and practices occurring between these groups that would change them irrevocably. The following discussion will focus specifically on so-called Hindu Tantric groups and, within these, especially on the closely interrelated Shaiva and Sakta subgroupings. To begin with, the term Tantra means simply extension or warp on a loom. 118. Eventually it was used in literary environments to refer to any book or tome that explains certain doctrines, and finally the term was applied to the doctrines themselves. Of course, not just any text called a Tantra is Tantric. The best example of this is a book of Indian fables or moral tales which is titled the Panchatantra. We must also guard against outright equations between the Tantra. Page 62. Tr1 add 1c Heart of Shiva and the Saktas, 119 which have been judged by Payne to be two intersecting but not coinciding circles, 120 certain groups which worship the goddess, or Sakti, as supreme had nothing very tantric about them, while many tantric groups were Shaiva, Vaisnava, Buddhist, or even Jain in their primary orientation. The image of intersection is a useful one for describing the nature of the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition, which forms at the intersection of Shaivism and Tantrism. Things get even more complicated in the case of Abhinavagupta, because he obviously fed at both Shaiva and Sakta sources. Point 121. As we shall see, the Sakti plays a central role in the Kaula formulations. As an initial characteristic of the Hindu Tantra, a text is tantric which presents itself as revealed, without attaching itself in any way to the Veda. Point 122. Such texts on the whole prescribe other rituals and other means to salvation than those offered by the Vedic texts, rituals and means which are better adapted than the Vedic orthopraxis to the conditions and needs of man in the Kali age. These rituals and practices typically are open to all, without discrimination or distinction on the basis of caste or sex. Point 123. These alternative paths and means to salvation are often termed the Tantric sadhana. However, to a great extent many of the elements of the traditional Brahmanism are conserved in the Tantra. 124. Secondly, in the Tantric texts there is a strong reaction against what may be termed the Upanishadic spirit of renunciation. Point 125. Tantric practitioners strive to reconcile the ascent to moksha or liberation with the experience of joyful enjoyment of the world, bhoga. The Tantric Jivan Mukta, or one who is liberated while still alive, has not only become a master of himself but also of the entire universe. He has become a man-god, a divinized being acting within the world rather than seeking to transcend it. Thus, the search is not just for a freedom that releases a person from suffering and transmigration, but for a powerful, even magical perfection, siddhi, and autonomy, svatantriya. Madeline Biardo puts the matter well when she states that the Tantra is the attempt to employ desire, kama, and all the values associated with it at the service of liberation. Point 126. This attempt results from a general aim of not sacrificing this world to the purposes of salvation, but of reintegrating it somehow to the perspectives of salvation. As Padu emphasizes, the Tantra still continues the Upanishadic search for a salvation that results from an intuitive knowledge, from a unitive fusion with a first principle. Thirdly, the Tantra establishes a series of correlations between man, the universe, the gods, and the Tantric ritual. These correlations or homologies are elaborated in a complex system of symbols that includes the human body with its so-called mystical physiology. In addition, this system of symbols takes on a markedly sexual character abounding in. Page 63. What Bharati terms polarity symbolism, 127 involving descriptions of the mystical union of male and female, of Shiva and Sakti. Much of this symbolism is expressed in a kind of secret or technical language that is deliberately ambiguous, multivalent, and, it seems, intended to shock the prudish or exclude the uninitiated. There can be little doubt as to the centrality of the Sakti in all forms of the Hindu Tantra. Padu calls this the essential element of the Tantric conceptions about the divine and the world. 128 The Sakti is the cosmically creative force that actually carries out the tasks of creation, maintenance, and reabsorption of the universe. In addition, it is that power which is operative in human beings both as a vital force and a spiritual power. On the human level, the Sakti is present in the body as the Kundalini force. 129 There are numerous practices related to the Tantric Yoga for the arousal and elevation of the Kundalini, and some of these practices appear in Abhinavagupta's Ta. The goddess also most often forms the central symbolic element, or, as Bharati terms it, the shooting target. 130 Of much of the ritual that pervades the Tantra. It is important to underscore the significance of ritual and initiation in Tantrism. Certainly, ritual and initiation were not unknown before the advent of the Tantra. However, in the Tantra we find them at the very center of religious life. Ultimately, the Tantra was something into which one had to be initiated. It was without question an esoteric tradition, closed to all but initiates. Its esoteric nature becomes even more clear in the Kaula Tantra. Not only was the tradition to be entered into by means of a ritual of initiation, diksha, but the religious practice or sadhana enjoined on the tantric practitioner was itself highly ritualized. In Abhinavagupta's teachings, this ritual is to be progressively interiorized. As the practitioner proceeds, he becomes less and less dependent on the external puja and penetrates deeper and deeper into the direct experience of consciousness. This penetration is often theoretically described as an ascent through the chakras of the mystical physiology and involves a progressive mastery of the pranic forces that sustain both the physical body and the mind. Often, this mastery leads to the production and display of supernatural abilities of various sorts, magical powers, or attainments which are also common in many yoga texts. 131 These can be considered by the tradition as legitimate intermediate goals to be pursued, or even as spontaneous byproducts or accompaniments to the attainment of liberation itself. A central component in all tantric formulations has to do with the power and efficacy of speech. 132 Speech is divided into 4 progressively more manifest levels. On the most manifest level, the entire Sanskrit alphabet takes on a divine and even cosmic significance. Powerful, speech acts composed of mantra s, bija s, and vidya s form an important part. Page 64. Shiva of numerous rituals, as well as of internalized meditative practice. One such mantra, the heart mantra, plays a central role in the tradition, and it will be examined later on in detail. There are many other characteristics of the Tantra: the use of geometrical designs, mandala, yantra, the development of a kind of spiritual geography of places of pilgrimage conceived of as being in the body, and complicated numerical symbolisms. In the final analysis, the most important characteristic is that the tantric practitioner was not so much involved in the formulation of doctrinal systems or schools of thought, although of course, systematization did play a role, as he was intent upon the realization of a particular experience of the freedom, spontaneity, and unboundedness of consciousness. This experience was called by many names in different groups: Samarasya, having one flavor; Yuganetta, the principle of union; Sahaja, spontaneity; Advaya, non-duality; and Kakari, moving in the void. This accounts for what Iliadi has called the markedly experimental character of Tantrism. 133 The means for the attainment of this state of realization are myriad. In fact, one of the characteristics of the Tantra is that it employs a kind of teleological justification. Any means is valid if it will accomplish the goal of taking man to this divinized state. One has only to look, for example, at the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra to see this fluidity and adaptability of means displayed. It is in this light that we may best understand the tantric use of the forbidden, which includes the deliberate, ritual transgression of rules concerning sexuality, alcohol, eating of meat, and contact with other castes. The secret ritual, Rahasya Vidhi, 134, is not a license to indulge in orgiastic behavior. Rather, it plays upon the homologies between human sexuality and human spirituality. If the goal is a spiritual union with the goddess, and if the goddess has somehow come to dwell within a low-caste woman, then sexual union with the woman in a carefully regulated ritual will yield a powerful spiritual result. This result is often conceived in terms of spiritual union with the goddess, with all that union implies in terms of ascension of Kundalini. Recent Western non-academic interest in the Tantra has tended to blur the important distinction between the Tantra Sastra and the Kama Sastra. 135 India had a highly developed science of erotics, the Kama Sastra, where the goal was a cultured, refined lovemaking, a perfectly acceptable fulfillment of one of the four legitimate aims of human existence, Purusartha s, that of Kama. 136 The Tantra Sastra, in using the secret ritual, did not seek to fulfill Kama, but rather to provide a new path for the attainment of moksha. This statement may seem obvious, but it needs saying. When we read about those portions of the Kaula ritual that include sexual. Page 65. Terminology, 137 We have to remember that this ritual was often only to be internally visualized. Even in those cases where there was an external acting out of the ritual, and this possibility was open in Abhinavagupta's time only to a select few of the most advanced disciples, the purpose was the awakening of the Kundalini, or, as Abhinavagupta often terms it, the harnessing of the Visarga, the emissional power. To understand the tantric attitude towards sexuality requires a rather drastic change of perspective. Accustomed as we are by a 20th century Freudian mentality to seeing sexuality as the underlying reality or meaning of all sorts and varieties of symbols, we are inclined to say that the Tantra uses sexual symbolism and projects this human symbol onto the larger scale of the universe and its origin. In order to understand the sexual aspect of the tantric, secret ritual, however, we must first come to view the human dimension as being totally sacralized. From this sacralized perspective, the body and all of its activities are seen as divine. The process of human reproduction can then be celebrated as being itself but a specific instance, example, and even symbol, of the larger and much more important process by which the entire universe manifests from the absolute reality. This grand overflowing of the absolute reality into specific, finite realities is not in itself a sexual process. Rather, by reversing our viewpoint, we can see the finite realities of human life as marked by the absolute reality. They indelibly belong to that absolute reality by their capacity to replicate, imitate, and participate, on the small individual scale, in the process of divine creativity. This is why the tradition refuses any outright equation between the linga and the phallus. Such an equation misses the essential point of the icon, that it is a representation of the divinity of Shiva himself, rather than of any specific detail of human anatomy. For the moment, we can say that there is an important sense in which sexuality simply repeats and continues the overflowing of the absolute reality that manifests the entire universe as it emerges from Shiva or from the womb of the goddess. It is this macrocosmic, creative power that is important to the tantric practitioner, and not the brief and comparatively weak spasm of orgasm. The macrocosmic power known as the emissional power is important because if a person is successful in awakening and attuning to it, liberation will result. In this sense, human sexuality becomes a physical metaphor for this blissful, cosmic, creative wave that continuously surges at the core of all things and that may be experienced within the body as the bliss resulting from the awakened Kundalini. Clearly, the purpose of the secret ritual is not conventional orgasm, though this may occur. It is rather the experience of union and unity known as samadha, or sahaja samadhi. The ritual facilitates the discovery of spiritual awakening and ensures its permanence for the practitioner. Page 66. Shiva. This discussion is motivated not by a spirit of apologetics, but rather by a spirit of precision in scholarship. Much of the denigration of the Tantra has come from a puritanical attitude both in India and in the West that is basically suspicious, and even afraid, of sexuality and the erotic life. Misunderstanding the Tantra to teach a method that allows sexuality to enter into religion by a back door, many have condemned the Tantra. Medieval India was a culture of powerful life-affirming tendencies that pursued, within the boundaries imposed by Dharma, a vigorous and unabashed sexual life. 138 The point of the Tantra was not to allow a sex-starved culture to express its suppressed desires in a sublimated religious form. Rather, the Tantra was a religious tradition that affirmed the potential experience of the sacredness and divinity of human existence in all its aspects. Some scholars may argue that there is a similarity between the Tantra wishing to awaken beings to love and union with the god or goddess by means of a method that employs, as one of its aspects, ritualized sexual contacts, and the aim of the Kama Sastra of making sexual intercourse as divine as possible. In practice, there is no doubt that certain tantric schools became, with time, little more than institutions in which a sophisticated, complex, and rather esoteric method of lovemaking was taught. Nevertheless, the primary emphasis of the Tantra, especially in the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva groups, was the acquisition of a spiritual condition of freedom, a far more exalted goal and attainment. The psychological sophistication of tantric groups was that they had recognized that the sources and origins of sexuality and spirituality are identical. It grossly distorts the Tantra to represent it as teaching that sexuality and spirituality are themselves identical. True, the Tantra discovered and employed certain kinds of spiritual methods that involved a consideration of the right use, channeling, conservation, and expression of sexual energies. This is not to say that tantric practices reduce spirituality simply to a kind of sexual hygiene. It is important finally to avoid conceptualizing the Tantra exclusively in terms of the secret ritual. It is present in the tradition, but it must be given its proper place. Much has been said about the anti-speculative character of the Tantra. 139 If the dimension of experience is finally what is important, there is no doubt that in tantric texts there is a strong streak of contempt or condescension for those who limit themselves to a kind of intellectual jugglery and do not get down to the basic task of experiential replication. As Padu has rightly argued, we must not simply equate the total content of the Tantra with the ritualistic dimension. The resulting experiential realizations. 140 Abhinavagupta was capable of formulating intricate doctrinal argumentation. He did so within the larger scheme of page 67. Overarching system of thought. Nevertheless, this philosophical activity stems from his own direct, experiential realization. It was the attempt to use Vikalpa, dual, polarized thought, as a means of describing the Nirvikalpa, non-dual consciousness. It is the uniqueness and importance of Abhinavagupta that, while he was a full-fledged tantric with a strong anti-speculative streak running through his work, he was not deterred from producing perhaps the most sophisticated and early exposition of the theoretical underpinnings of Hindu tantric practice that has survived to this day. The Kaula lineage. In his authoritative study of yoga, historian of religions Mircea Eliade remarks on a synthesis that culminates around the time of Abhinavagupta's life. He notes, we see that Sahajiya Tantrism, both Hindu and Buddhist, alchemy, Nagarjuna, Karpati, Hatha Yoga, Gorakhnath, and the Kapalikas here coincide. Their representatives are included in the lists both of the 9 N and Thais and of the 84 Siddhas. This may perhaps give us the key to the symbolism of the Nathas and the Siddhas. At a certain period, probably between the 7th and 11th century, a new revelation occurred, formulated by masters who no more claimed to be original than their predecessors had done, were they not identified with Shiva or with Varasattva, but who had reinterpreted the timeless doctrines to conform to the needs of their day. One of the essential points of this new revelation was that it finally completed the synthesis among the elements of Vajra and Na and Siva's Tantrism, magic, alchemy, and Hatha Yoga. 141 The Kaula lineage is one of the important sources for this synthesis. This little-known tradition, which is not exactly a school, but rather, in Alper's felicitous phrase, a preceptorial line, 142 surely is deserving of close scrutiny. This lineage, which is linked to the Hatha Yogins, to the Siddhas, and to the Natha Yogins, forms one of the important components of that loose amalgam we term the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition. Gudryan comments that the position of the Kula in the early Tantric tradition is still unclear. 143 Sanderson has recently shown the distinction in Kashmir between what he calls the Trika Kala and the more extreme Kapalika-oriented Krama lineage. 144 The Paratrimsika verses, which are distinctly Kala in their content, form the basis for two of Abhinavagupta's most important commentaries. It is in the PT verses, which purport to represent the last part of the Rudra Yamala Tantra, that we get the clearest expressions. Page 68. About the heart, the central symbol in the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva literature. According to the tradition, the Kala path is linked with the Sambhavopeya, described in Anaka 3 of the Ta. However, this method is not the only means employed by this tradition. In addition, the secret ritual, taught in Anaka 29 of the Ta, is said to stem from the Kula Prakriya, the Kula method. This is the lineage into which Abhinavagupta was initiated by his guru, Sambhunatha. Scattered throughout Abhinavagupta's writings are many references to the Kaula lineage, as well as technical terms drawn from this tradition. There can be little doubt about the importance of this tradition for an understanding of the work of Abhinavagupta. In addition, the Kaula teachings become important in the wider sphere of the Tantra as well. As Gudryan notes, with the emergence of the Kula path, which can be proven to have taken place not later than the 9th century and perhaps even goes back to the 5th or 4th century AD, Tantrism came to develop its probably most characteristic representative, in which the worship and mysticism of the divine Sakti became the most prominent element. This does, however, not mean that all Kaulas were or Saktas, I-45, since the true historical antecedents of this lineage are simply not accessible. Let us sort through the myth of origin of this lineage according to the tradition itself. In the last chapter of the Ta, 146, Abhinavagupta states that two teachers, Lakulisa and Srikantha, were qualified to teach Shaivism. The first was the founder of the Pasupada. The second teacher gave instructions to three perfected beings, Triambaka, Amardaka, and Srinatha, to descend and teach the Shaiva doctrines of non-duality, duality, and combined duality, non-duality, respectively. Triambaka's daughter founded a fourth school, named the Third and a Half Arta Triambaka, which can be identified as the Kaula tradition, which Jayaratha calls the Kula Prakriya. 147. In fact, while the Kaula is correctly termed a Tantric school, Jayaratha, the 12th century commentator of the Ta, 148, maintains a distinction between the Kula Prakriya and the Tantra Prakriya. The first refers to the Arta Triambaka line and the second to the non-dual Triambaka teachings. 14. While these foundational events seem to have taken place in a kind of illotempore, Abhinavagupta mentions Makandanatha, Mananatha, Makanda Matsyendranatha as the founder of the Kaula tradition in the Kali age. 150. Bagchi notes that, strictly speaking, Makandanatha founded one of the Kaula schools known as the Yogini Kaula of Kama Rupa. 151. This accords with Jayaratha's assertion that he lived in Kamarupa. Page 69. Assam. 152. Jayaratha tells us that Makandanatha was married and had 6 sons. Each of these sons founded a samtana, a spiritual family, or stream of knowledge, jnana pravaha. These are known by the technical name of ovalis, and each ovali had assigned to it a particular initiatory name, a special hand gesture, mudra, a specific body chakra where meditation would be practiced, shuma, a place where they lived, gara, took alms, pali, and a special locale where they attained enlightenment, pitha. 153. Closer to the time of Abhinavagupta is Samadhi, perhaps the first historical teacher of the school, who is said to have lived in the south. Samadhi was the teacher of Somadeva, who in turn was the teacher of Sambhunatha, who taught the Kaula practices to Abhinavagupta in Jalandhara, in the Punjab. Pandi 154 interprets a reference in Jayaratha's comment to the Ta 155 as meaning that Kalada wrote a work on the Kaula system, but the evidence is a bit thin. Perhaps Abhinavagupta was not the first of the non-dual Kashmir Shaivis to import the Kaula teachings. Literature of the Kaula Pandi gives us a summary of the literature of the Kaulas. Before examining the texts that he mentions, we should note that the Kaula's extreme emphasis on experiential replication, Hridayangamibhuta, caused a situation in which they would tend not to value as highly the production of texts but instead placed emphasis on initiation and practice. Nevertheless, there were some texts associated with the tradition, although we know of many of these only by reference to them in other texts. Pandi summarizes the literature of the school as follows. 156.1. Siddha Yogeshvari Mata Tantra. This Tantra is said to have been very long. Consequently, it was summarized into 3 successively shorter texts. The first summary is the Malini Vijaya and the last is the Malini Vijayatara. As the most succinct text, this last is an essential Kaula work and was considered extremely authoritative by Abhinavagupta. 2. Rudra-yamala Tantra. The only extant portion of this text is the Paratrimsika. We have already mentioned the doubts some scholars have as to the precise identity of this text. 3. Kalarnava Tantra. A more popular text on the Kaula teachings. It contains numerous later interpolations. 4. Jainanarnava. This text is also known as the Nitya Tantra. 5. Nitya Sotasika Arnava. This is sometimes called the Vamakesvara Tantra. Not published in the KSTS edition, but sometimes considered. Page 70. Selva, a sort of a sucrical addition to the NSA. VMT is the Nitya HR Daya or the Yogini HR Daya, which is actually a separate text. 1576. Svachanda Tantra. This important and long Tantra is listed because of its Kaulika tendencies. Padu disagrees with Pandi and says he would not call the SVT a Kala text. 7. Netra Tantra. This important Tantra also shows Kaulika tendencies. 8. Tantra Raja Tantra. This is a rather late Tantra, which is Kala in the sense that it is a Shridiya text. 9. Kalakula. This is a semi-agamic text which lists the names of the teachers of the tradition along with their wives. In addition, Silburn cites the following texts, which she says are frequently quoted by Mahavarananda: Trisira Bhairava, Ratnamala, Kalakula, Kula Gavara, Kula Mulavatara, Kula Kamala, and the Raju Vimarsini, a gloss on the Natid Sodasika Arnava Tantra. 158. Here again, Abhinavagupta's writings are of extreme importance in reclaiming the essential meanings of the Kala lineage, which we will now consider. Meaning of the Kaula lineage in general. The important doctrines of the Kaulas relevant to our consideration of the P77V may be summarized under three essential categories: the effortless bodily method, the group practice, and the mysticism of phonemes. Each of these three areas can be understood as exemplifying a particular meaning of the term Kula. 159. The first category has to do with the method of realization that involves an effortless plunge into consciousness. Among other things, the Kala tradition teaches the method known as the Sambhavopaya, the method, Upaya, that relates to Sambhu, that is the Lord Shiva. This method has as its basic component the direct and immediate acquisition of the state of Nirvikalpa. Thus this method is reserved for very advanced practitioners. The Nirvikalpa, or non-dual condition, may arise spontaneously as a result of a powerful Saktipada, descent of energy. This unmediated Nirvikalpa consists very simply of a doubling back of consciousness upon itself. Thus, this method borders on an effortless non-method, in which there is very little if any doing, on the part of the practitioner. If the practitioner is not favored by a sufficiently powerful Saktipada, then he must begin with one of the less advanced methods and work his way up to it. The essential tool in all cases seems to be the mantra, which provokes an entrance or absorption into the depths of the mind. Page 71. While the term Kula and its related adjectival forms lend themselves to a considerable variety of meanings, all of which are played upon skillfully in the tradition, Pandi lists some 22 meanings of the term, drawn from different texts, 160 nonetheless, the basic meaning from which all the other usages are generated as group. The essential idea is that when the absolute reality of Shiva manifests itself, the variety of manifest reality forms a coherent group held together by the presence within it of the underlying unity of Shiva. This manifest reality can be called the Kula, and, in contradistinction, Shiva is often termed a Kula. Similarly, each smaller unit of manifest reality, a universe, a world, a family, an individual person, a body, can be termed a Kula, because it is a conglomeration of disparate objects, beings, and organs held together by an overarching unity. Because of the presence of Shiva within each of these units, each part in some sense contains all the other parts. 161. There is a kind of self-sufficiency or autonomy built into each unit of manifestation. Although each unit may take on a specific form that separates it from the other manifested realities, it is not really separate from those different realities. Each manifested unit of reality is essentially a contraction, samkoka, of the totality, while simultaneously the whole, due to its freedom, remains uncontracted. This kind of holistic vision accounts for much of the perplexing ease with which the tradition slides between many different levels, such as the human, the cosmic, the ritual, the bodily, that present the observer with an apparently contradictory disparateness. This complex baggage of meaning borne by the term Kula presents a problem for its translation as well as the translation of its related forms, Kala, Kaulini, Kaulika, and Kauliki. Clearly, the term group simply does not generate the rich resonance and wide range of applicability that is intended by Kula. We may posit as a primary translation something like embodied cosmos. It is clear that the Kala tradition teaches the primary importance of the body as the essential tool of sadhana. In an important sense, following the logic just outlined, the cosmos is the body. Philip Rawson notes that according to this principle, Tantra equates the human body with the cosmos. The two are, so to speak, the same functional system seen from two different points of view, and each is inconceivable without the other. The cosmos, which man's mind knows, is a structure of the energy currents in his bodily system. 162. Similarly, Abhinavagupta comments, thus the body should be seen as full of all the paths, filled with the varied operations of time, and seat of all the movements of time and of space. The body seen in this way is in itself composed of all the divinities, and thus must. Page 72. Be made an object of contemplation, of adoration, and of the rites of fulfillment. He who penetrates in the body achieves liberation. 163. He continues by saying that the mantra is the instrument by which one comes to perceive the divinities within the body. 164. Thus the body, like the cosmos, can be seen as a separate unit of manifestation, which is composed of many different parts, all of which are interrelated by the presence of the divine within it. The basic method of the Kaula lineage is the experience of the freedom of consciousness. This freedom has its paradoxical location in the heart, where the infinite somehow comes to reside within the bodily structures, which are finite. The Kaula method as a form of bodily enlightenment in which the sadhaka must master the powerful forces of the subtle yogic body, the divinities that reside within. It is from this perspective that we can understand why the so-called Kauliki Sakti, which roughly means the power of the embodied cosmos, is at once a bodily energy, the kundalini, and at the same time a cosmic force. The Kaula lineage neither reviles nor tortures the body to achieve enlightenment. Rather, the tradition worships the body as a vessel of the Supreme. Indeed, the central tool for enlightenment is the body. A further aspect of this process of bodily enlightenment is related to notions quite similar to those of the Natha Siddhas. Consciousness must first be liberated on its own level, which is to say that the contractions that bind consciousness must be released for it to enter the non-dual nirvikalpa state. This process is talked about in terms of an absorption in the heart. At this point, the state of freedom, which is the essential nature of consciousness, must be made to overflow. The outward flowing of freedom from the heart results in a transformation of the sensory capacities. The channels of the senses, which until now functioned to bring limited information to the mind, can now be widened and can bring the infinite to the level of sensory experience. This is an initial aspect of the unitive vision, or the extrovertive samadhi. We get hints in the PTLV of a further stage of this process in which the finite body is divinized and immortalized. The Siddha who inhabits the body becomes like a god. The self-experience at this exalted level is that the cosmos has become one's body. The Siddha is no longer bound by the finite physical body, but has appropriated and brought under control the entire Kula, that is, the entire manifest reality. The importance and centrality of this term and of the lineage which it names cannot be underestimated as a basic source for the development of the entire Tantric tradition. The term Kula, starting from a basic meaning of group, comes to mean embodied cosmos, which encompasses. Page 73. Entire range of the manifest reality. In addition, this meaning of group leads to the notion of the spiritual family which practices the bodily methods leading to enlightenment. The meaning of group as family leads us into the second significant area which characterizes the Kaula tradition, namely the concept of a group practice in which the group is an initiated and restricted in group. This group comes to constitute a kind of spiritual family in which the guru functions as the spiritual father and the guru's wife plays the role of mother. Abhinavagupta refers to this concept of the spiritual family, samtana, in the Ta. Because the notions of self and other are equally imaginary, howsoever many become united with the teacher, he forms a single self with all of them and, as such, is called perfected one, Siddha, and liberated one. 165 Abhinavagupta continues, the group that is constituted by the teacher, the teacher's wife, the brothers, and sons is not generated by a connection of blood, but rather a connection of consciousness. 16. This larger consciousness group is experienced during the group ritual. In a revealing passage, Abhinavagupta says, consciousness, which is composed of all things, enters into a state of contraction due to the differences generated by separate bodies, but it returns to a state of oneness, to a state of expansion, when all of its components are able to reflect back on each other. The totality of our own rays of consciousness are reflected back one on the other when, overflowing in the individual consciousness of all present as if in so many mirrors, and without any effort whatsoever in an intense fashion, it becomes universal. For this reason, when a group of people gather together during the performance of a dance or of song, etc., there will be true enjoyment when they are concentrated and immersed in the spectacle altogether and not one by one. Consciousness which is overflowing with bliss, even when considered individually, attains in these spectacles a state of unity and, because of that, a state of full and perfect blissfulness. The absence of causes of contraction such as jealousy, hate, etc., allows consciousness in such moments fully to expand without obstacles in a fullness of bliss, but if even one of those present is not concentrated and absorbed, then consciousness remains offended as at the touch of a surface full of depressions and protuberances because he stands out there as a heterogeneous element. This is the reason why during the rites of adoration of the circle chakra, one must remain attentive and not allow anyone to enter whose consciousness is in a dispersed state and not concentrated. Page 74. Selva and absorbed because he will be a source of contraction. In the practice of the circle chakra, one must adore all the bodies of all those present because since they have all penetrated in the fullness of consciousness, they are in reality as if they were our own body. If through some negligence a stranger succeeds in entering, the initiated ritual may proceed together with him provided that he does not enter in a state of contraction. Such a one, if divine grace falls upon him, will become concentrated and absorbed with the various rituals, but if he is struck by a sinister and malevolent power of the Lord, he will criticize the group. 67. This remarkable and intriguing analysis provides an inside look at the workings of the group rituals that are at the heart of the Tantric practice. A sexual aspect is certainly present in the Kaula tradition taught by Abhinavagupta, and later schools place great emphasis on the sexual aspect of these rituals. There are references throughout the Kashmir Shaiva Tantric texts to the Yogini S, to the Naika S, and to the Duti S, various names for the hypostatization of the goddess in the human female who functions as a partner during these rituals. In the above passage, however, it is clear that the ultimate purpose of these group practices is the expansion of consciousness to its fullest possible extent. Abhinavagupta makes explicit reference to the practice of the Kula chakra, also known as the Kula Yaga, in chapter 29 of the Ta. His teachings there are purported to be based on chapter 19 of the MBT. Even here Abhinavagupta's teachings deal as much with the internal states generated by the practices as they do with the external level of the ritual. In reading chapter 29 of the Ta, it is often difficult to determine what specific level is being referred to. In many instances, Abhinavagupta is clearly teaching on many levels at the same time. There seems to be a deliberate ambiguity to his teachings about the Kaula practices. 168. Another important aspect of the teaching of the Kaula tradition has to do with what might be termed a phoneme mysticism, and even more precisely, a vowel mysticism. This aspect of the Kaula tradition is treated in chapter 3 of the Ta, and is in great detail in the P7b, as well as being summarized in the P7 IV. The 16 vowels, which include the bindu, the point, and the visarga, the emissional power, function as symbols for different aspects of the power of the Lord. 169. Using the vowels to name different aspects of the totality generates a description that plays on certain grammatical formulations of the Sanskrit as well as on graphic elements of their representation in Devanagari or Sarada script, in order to make statements about the totality. The totality manifests itself into different finite parts, and this is accomplished by the Yakti of Shiva, his power that is always to be considered as not different from Shiva himself. 170. Indeed, the finite parts contain within them the infinity of Shiva. In addition, each page 75 vowel, and in fact each consonant as well, corresponds to one of the tattva s. There is a complicated analysis in the P7v 171 in which each tattva implicitly contains within it all the other tattvas. This notion of unity offers a vision of the totality within each individual object of perception. Of the vowels, two of them stand as having the most powerful religious connotations, namely the first vowel, A, known as the ultimate, Anatara, and the last vowel, H, the Visarga. It is significant that in chapter 3 of the Ta, when Abhinavagupta explains the Sambhavopeya, he spends the greater part of the chapter explaining the symbolism contained in the phonemes. Perhaps given the effortlessness of the method involved, it is difficult to explain and must indeed simply be learned and practiced in order to be understood. The symbolism of the phonemes is also important because these phonemes are the building blocks out of which the mantras are structured. Consequently, in describing the phonemes on a kind of cosmic plane, Abhinavagupta reveals the meanings that are contained in the mantras structured from these phonemes. It is especially in the P77B that Abhinavagupta reveals his teachings of the essential tool of the effortless method, the mantra. We shall now begin our examination of the symbol of the heart. Page 76. Chapter 3 The Symbol of the Heart in India. Prior to Abhinavagupta Veda, Upanishads, Yoga texts, there is little question regarding the antiquity of the heart as a religious symbol in India. Chapter 3 The Symbol of the Heart in India. Prior to Abhinavagupta Veda, Upanishads, Yoga texts, there is little question regarding the antiquity of the heart as a religious symbol in India. This chapter will review briefly the history of this symbol beginning with its appearance in the Vedic Samhitas. While such a cursory examination cannot do full justice to the concept of the heart prior to Abhinavagupta, this textual review will essentially serve to introduce the symbol of the heart, and to lead us into its appearance in the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva texts. The richness of the symbol even in these early environments is profound. The primary focus of the study must be maintained, Abhinavagupta's conception of the heart. Before we look at these early environments of the symbol, it is important to state that we are entering a different system of mind-body terms from that which we are acquainted with. The heart here finally becomes quite simply a metaphor for consciousness. The heart as it will be examined in these pages has nothing whatsoever to do with conceptions of romantic love, the emotions, eros, the sacred heart of Jesus, and so on. In a different vein, it is also important to state at the outset that the heart as a pan-Indian symbol never attains the prominence of other, more important symbols. The purpose of this chapter is not to artificially elevate the heart to a status it never had, but simply to trace the development of the symbol as it surfaces here and there in Indian thought in preparation for examining it in the one religious context where it does achieve some measure of importance. 64. Page 77. Symbol of the heart. 65. The problem of the dates for the Vedic materials has been repeatedly discussed. Point 1. If we accept an approximate estimate of 1500 BC for the RG Veda, however, we realize that chronologically Abhinavagupta is closer to us than he was to his Vedic predecessors. Yet, after examining these early occurrences of the heart, one cannot help being struck by the similarities of meaning that emerge when these early conceptions about the heart are juxtaposed with those of the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition. A historical sketch of the symbol of the heart must begin with the Veda. In an excellent study, the great Dutch Indologist Jan Gonda has studied the concept of vision, in the RG Veda. As part of his task, he examined the concept of the heart because it fulfills an important function in the transmission and conversion of the visions. 2. Gonda's discussion serves as an excellent introduction to the heart in Abhinavagupta's thought. In addition, it will also aid us in examining some of the history of the symbol. The Vedic terms for heart, HRD and HRDaya, occur close to 100 times in the RG Veda. Point 3. In summarizing these occurrences, Gonda notes that 1. The heart is the organ with which one is able to see what is denied to the physical eye. 4.2. The heart is the organ by means of which one comes into touch with the gods. 5.3. It is the heart which enables a human being to penetrate into deep secrets and mysteries. 6.4. It is in or by the heart that visions are fashioned into words. 7.5. The process which the visions undergo in the heart is explicitly described as a purification or clarification. 8.6. The soma juices which are drunk by the officiants are believed to be in their hearts. 9.7. By finding, with or in the heart, the light of higher insight and contact with the transcendent, one becomes an all-seeing RSI. 10.8. The inspired seers who are characterized by vision, watch or conceal, or what is most probable, pay heed to the God who is not subject to decay within their heart. 11.9. The clarified butter, GHRTA, of the liturgical word which the gods produce from the seer flow from the ocean in the heart. 12.10. The liturgical words of the poets are on the other hand repeatedly said to come to the heart of a god and are expected to stay there. The hymn of praise is hence described as Hridayspursh, touching the god's heart. 13.11. Quote, the repeated communication that the poet bears the soma in his heart. 14. Page 78. Selva 12. It is expedient to remember that the terms denoting the heart in the ancient languages were not used with any anatomical precision. Words for heart or their derivatives were on the one hand frequently used also for middle or center and even for the bowels, and on the other hand, employed to denote a variety of emotions, the seat of which was thought to be in the heart. 15. This summary of Ganda's findings on the heart and the RG Veda is important because it allows us to recognize the authenticity and, in fact, the archaic nature of the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva meanings of the heart. At the same time, we shall see that the Shaiva tradition gives the heart its own unique and particular inflection. Let us examine a few specific passages from the RG Veda in the light of Ganda's summary. RV 10.129.4 Desire came upon that one in the beginning, that was the first seed of mind. Seers seeking in their heart with wisdom found the bond of existence in non-existence. I6 This verse from a famous cosmogonic hymn underscores the importance of the heart in the search for ultimate knowledge. Moreover, it seems clear that the heart functions as an important cosmological locale. It is in the heart that existence and non-existence are linked. Another important place occurs in RV 9.72.7, the supporter of the vast heaven, placed upon the navel of the earth, moistened amongst the rivers in the wave of the waters, the thunderbolt of Indra, the showerer of benefits, the possessor of wealth, Soma, auspiciously exhilarating, distills into Indra's heart. 17 This verse from the 9th mandala emphasizes the importance of the Soma as it trickles into the heart of Indra. We shall see that the heart is the abode of immortality as well as being the ocean of consciousness. The liquidity of the Soma will be interpreted by the Shaiva tradition as part of the fluidity of consciousness. This same underlying image of liquidity in the heart pervades the following verse, RV 4.58.5-6, 11. These streams of butter flow from the ocean of the heart. Our words flow together like rivers, made clear by understanding deep within the heart. The whole universe is set in your essence within the ocean, within the heart, in the lifespan. Let us win your honeyed wave that is brought to the face of the waters as they flow together. 18. Page 79. Symbol of the heart. 67 This passage seems to prefigure the notion of a power in the heart which supports the entire universe. Also, in this and the following verse, we see the purificatory, and perhaps even salvational, effect of the Soma that is tasted in the heart. RV 1.179.5 By this Soma which I have drunk, in the innermost heart I say, let him forgive us if we have sinned, for a mortal is full of many desires. 19 A first inkling that this power in the heart undergoes a process of deification occurs with a passage which asserts, RV 9.4.6-8, Soma the protector of the sacrifice, the doer of good deeds cannot be resisted. He places in his heart the three purifiers. He the all-wise looks over all worlds. 20 The general tenor of these passages is clear. Already in the RG Veda, the heart is linked with visions, with the Soma, with the ocean, with the gods, with purification, with light, and with secrets and mysteries. An important transition towards the Upanishadic usage of the heart occurs in the Atharva Veda 10.7, in a mystical verse which teaches the secret of Skamba, the world support or pillar, and which is known by those who know the Brahman within the heart. 21 Referring to the Maha-Narayana Upanishad, the French scholar Jean Varenne has said, Le Courtient un place importante dans notre texte qui parle, se situe dans la ligne des principales Upanishads. Le coeur. Est à la fois un organe et une fonction ou, si l'on préfère, un lieu, la caverne secrète et une activité, l'intuition. La présentation du corps comme murderame, individualité cosmique, admin et Brahman, est, si ton pays dire, un lieu commun dans ce type de texte. Le second aspect du mot HRD. Ne peut manquer d'évoquer certains pratiques du yoga, celles qui conduisent l'adepte voir, son aim dans le feu qui illumine le cœur. 22 While this analysis refers specifically to a single and rather late Upanishad, it does serve as an excellent summary of the developments in that class of texts. In the Upanishads, we begin to read about the space within the heart. About 2.1.17-19. One of the earliest of these texts, the Brihadaranyaka, transcribes the teachings of Yajnavalkya, who declares that all sensory perceptions are gathered and united in the heart and that it is in the heart that one is said to rest during sleep. Bao 2, 4.11.24 Later in the same text, the space in the heart forms the basis of the divinities found in all five directions. Bao 3.9.19-25. Further on, it is identified with Brahman. We read Bao 4.1.7. Page 80. Brahman is the heart. The heart is the seat of all things. The heart is the support pratistha of all things, for on the heart alone all things are established. The highest Brahman is the heart. The heart does not leave him who, knowing this, worships it as such. All things run unto him. He, becoming a god, goes to the gods. 25 The teacher Yajnavalkya then identifies the person, Purusa, in the heart. Bow 4.2.3, 4.3.7, Inda by name is this person here in the right eye. Now that which has the form of a person in the left eye is his wife, Viraj. Their meeting place is the space within the heart. Their food is the red lump in the heart. Their covering is the net-like work in the heart. The path that they go is that channel which goes upward from the heart. Like a hair divided 1,000-fold, so are the channels called hita, which are established within the heart. 26 Which is the soul. The person here who among the senses is made of knowledge, who is the light in the heart. 27 Just as the impulses of perception are gathered up in the heart at the time of sleep, so are they also as death approaches. Bow 4.4.1-2 When this self comes to weakness and to confusedness of mind, as it were, then the breaths gather around him. He takes to himself those particles of energy and descends into the heart. When the person in the eye turns away, back, then one becomes non-knowing of forms. He is becoming one, they say, he does not know. The point of his heart becomes lighted up. By that light the self departs, either by the eye, or by the head, or by other bodily parts. 28 In addition, the heart is equated with Prajapati, with Brahman, with the all. Emphasis is also placed on the 3 syllables of the term Hdayam. Bow 5.3.1.29 A final statement in this text summarizes the teaching. Bow 5.6.1 This person, Purusa, here in the heart is made of mind, is of the nature of light, as like a little grain of rice, is a grain of barley. This very one is ruler of everything, as lord of everything, governs this whole universe whatsoever there is. 30 The Chandogya Upanishad, also a very early text, tells us Chu 3.12.4, 7-9, Verily, what the body in man is, that is the same as what the heart within man here is, for on it these vital breaths are established. They do not extend beyond it. 31 Verily, what is called Brahman, that is the same as what the space outside of a person is. Verily, what the space outside of a person is, that is the same as what the space within a person is, that is the same as what the space here. Page 81. Within the heart is. That is the full, the non-active. Full, non-active prosperity he obtains who knows this. 32 Further on, the heart is said to have 5 openings for the gods, 33, and these gods seem to correspond to the 5 vital breaths. Chu 3.13.1. We once again find an all-encompassing description of the heart. Chu 3.14.2-3 He who consists of mind, whose body is life prana, whose form is light, whose conception is truth, whose soul, Atman, is space, containing all works, containing all desires, containing all odors, containing all tastes, encompassing this whole world, the unspeaking, the unconcerned. This soul of mine within the heart is smaller than a grain of rice, or a barley corn, or a mustard seed, or a grain of millet, or the kernel of a grain of millet. This soul of mine within the heart is greater than the earth, greater than the atmosphere, greater than the sky, greater than these worlds. This is the soul of mine within the heart, this is Brahman. Into him one shall enter upon departing hence. 34 Another relevant and famous passage discusses that city of Brahman, Chu 8.1.1-4. Now, what is here in the city of Brahman, is an abode, a small lotus flower. Within that is a small space. What is within that should be searched out. That, assuredly, is what one should desire to understand. As far, verily, as this world space extends, so far extends the space within the heart. Within it, indeed, are contained both heaven and earth, both fire and wind, both sun and moon, lightning and the stars, both what one possesses here and what one does not possess. Everything here is contained within it. That does not grow old with one's old age, it is not slain with one's murder. That is the real city of Brahman. In it desires are contained. That is the soul, Atman, free from evil, ageless, deathless, sorrowless, hungerless, thirstless, whose desire is the real, whose conception is the real. 35 References to the heart in these passages show how closely bound the heart is to one of the central teachings of the Upanishads, namely, the teaching of the Atman. In surveying these passages from 2 of the earliest Upanishads, we see that the heart, or the space within the heart, occupies an important niche. The precise nature of this niche within the symbolic matrix of the Upanishadic teachings remains, as with so many of the Upanishadic concepts, difficult to identify precisely. As the physical abode of the Atman, the heart functions as the center of human existence. The immortal consciousness, which is also the essence of all external existence, is located in the heart. The goal of the Upanishadic teachings is the universal reality in the heart. It is that which must be known in order to gain salvation. Page 82. In the Katha Upanishad 6.6-9, we encounter an important new diamond scion in the teaching about the heart. This text mentions the heart not only as the abode of the Atman, but also as the instrument by which the Atman comes to be known. In a well-known passage from this Upanishad, the senses, mind, true being, intellect, the unmanifest and the Purusa are compared, and each is set on a respectively higher level. 36 We are told that the Purusa, which is all-pervading and without any distinctive mark, confers liberation and immortality when known. The text continues, his form, rupa, is not to be beheld, no one soever sees him with the eye. He is framed by the heart, by thought, by the mind. They who know that become immortal. 37 A similar and perhaps even clearer statement in the Svetasvatara Upanishad 4.17 points out the nature of the heart. It is the place where the Atman resides as well as the instrument by which reality comes to be known. That God, the all-worker, the great soul, Mahatman, ever seated in the heart of creatures, is framed by the heart, by the thought, by the mind. They who know that become immortal. 38 Significantly, in this passage we encounter the god Deva, who is the great soul placed in the heart, whereas in the Katha Upanishad we find reference to the more impersonal universal self. At the end of the Katha 6.16-17, a final statement appears which is designed to bring the inquiring Nasiketas to salvation. There are 101 channels of the heart. One of these passes up to the crown of the head. Going up by it, one goes to immortality. The others are for departing in various directions. A person of the measure of a thumb is the inner soul, Antaratman, ever seated in the heart of creatures. 39 A similar statement occurs in the Svetasvatara 3.20, more minute than the minute, greater than the great as the soul Atman that is set in the heart of creatures here. 40 The Taittiriya 1.6.1 adds, this space that is within the heart, therein is the person, consisting of mind, immortal, resplendent. 41. Page 83. It is in the Mandaka 2.2.8 that we first hear about the knot of the heart, Hr Diagranthi. This is the knot which must be loosened in order to achieve salvation. The knot of the heart is loosened, all doubts are cut off, and one's deeds cease when he is seen, both the higher and the lower. 43 Finally, several powerful passages occur in the Maitri that identify the limitless Brahman with the unlimited and unborn Atman. We are told that 6.18, his is that shining form which gives heat in yonder sun and which is the brilliant light in a smokeless fire, as also the fire in the stomach which cooks food. For thus it has been said, he who is in the fire, and he who is here in the heart, and he who is yonder in the sun, he is. 1.43 In the Maitri we also encounter several of Siva's names applied to the Atman within the heart. 7.5 He, truly, indeed, is the self, Atman, within the heart, very subtle, kindled like fire, assuming all forms. This whole world is his food. On him creatures here are woven. He is the self which is free from evil, ageless, deathless, sorrowless, free from uncertainty, free from fetters, whose conception is real, whose desire is real. He is the Supreme Lord. He is the ruler of beings. He is the protector of beings. This soul, assuredly, indeed, is Harm, Sambhu, Bhava, Rudra. 44 The Maitri also contains a decidedly yogic passage which teaches a meditation by means of which one may reach the non-sound Brahman by means of the sound Brahman. 6.22 By closing the ears with the thumbs, they hear the sound of the space within the heart. Of it there is this sevenfold comparison, like rivers, a bell, a brazen vessel, a wheel, the croaking of frogs, rain, as when one speaks in a sheltered place. Passing beyond this variously characterized sound Brahman, men disappear in the supreme, the non-sound, the unmanifested Brahman. There they are unqualified, indistinguishable, like the various juices which have reached the condition of honey. 45 Further on in the same text the yogic processes are discussed in terms of heat and light. 6.26 Now, it has elsewhere been said, assuredly, this is the heat of Brahman, the supreme, the immortal, the bodiless, even the warmth of the body. 4. Page 84. Triad 1c Heart of Shiva, heat, this body, is the melted butter, ghee. Now, although it, i.e., the heat, is manifest, verily it is hidden in the ether, nabhas, of the heart. Therefore by intense concentration they so disperse the space in the heart that the light, as it were, of that heat, appears. Thereupon one passes speedily into the same condition, of light, as a lump of iron that is hidden in the earth passes speedily into the condition of earthiness. As fire, ironworkers, and the like do not overcome a lump of iron that is in the condition of clay, so, in yoga, thought together with its support vanishes away. For thus it has been said, the ether storehouse of the heart is bliss, is the suprema bottle, this is our self, our yoga too, and this, the heat of fire and sun. 46. These various doctrines have been summarized and fitted into a coherent teaching about the heart in another text, the Mahanarayana Upanishad, where we read 13.6-1-2, one should meditate upon the supreme, the limitless, unchanging, all-knowing, cause of the happiness of the world, dwelling in the sea of one's own heart, as the goal of all striving. The place for his meditation is the ether in the heart which is comparable to an inverted lotus bud. It should be known that the heart, which is located just at the distance of a finger span below the Adam's apple and above the navel, is the great abode of the universe. Like the bud of a lotus, suspends in an inverted position, the heart surrounded by arteries. In it there is a narrow space called the Susamna. In it everything is supported. In the middle of that narrow space of the heart or Susamna remains the undecaying, all-knowing, omnifaced, great fire, which has flames on every side, which enjoys the food presented before it, which remains assimilating the food consumed, the rays of which spread scattering themselves vertically and horizontally, and which warms its own body from the insole to the crown. In the center of that fire which permeates the whole body, there abides a tongue of fire, of the color of shining gold, which is the topmost among the subtle, which is dazzling like the flash of lightning that appears in the middle of a rain-bearing cloud, which is as slender as the awn of a paddy grain, and which serves as a comparison to illustrate subtlety. Paramatman dwells in the middle of that flame. Although he is thus limited, still he is the four-faced creator, Shiva, Vishnu, Indra, the material and efficient cause of the universe and the supreme self-luminous pure consciousness. 47 From this brief examination of the heart in these early texts, we can see that a fairly coherent description of the reality of the heart had already evolved in the Upanishadic corpus. We repeatedly hear about the heart in terms of an unbounded space, fire, the sea, immortality, nectar, the lotus bud, mystical sounds, bliss, and consciousness. This description, page 85, is modified and rearranged in the subsequent centuries but does not substantially change. We have seen that the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition considers as authoritative a series of agamic texts that form a distinct tradition of their own. Nevertheless, we can surmise that passages like the above from the Vedic and Upanishadic texts may have contributed to the development of the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva understanding of the reality of the heart. While the heart plays an important role in the Upanishadic doctrine of the Atman, the notion of the Atman is by far a more developed concept. Similarly, our examination of the Vedic environment shows that the heart does not hold anywhere as important a place in those texts as do Soma and Agni, with which it is linked. When we turn to examine the heart in the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition, however, we shall see that the symbol has been elevated to a place of central importance. It becomes a symbol for the ultimate itself. That a doctrine of the heart was well established rather early on in India can be determined by the cursory references to it in later texts such as the Bhagavad Gita and the Yoga Sutra. These later authors seem to take for granted that their audience would be well acquainted with the heart, for they do not elaborate on the concept. For example, in the Bhagavad Gita, KRSNA says, 15.15, I make my dwelling in the heart of all, 48 and 18.61, in the region of the heart of all contingent being dwells the Lord, twirling them hither and thither by his uncanny power, like puppets, mounted on a machine. 49 There is a similarly brief reference to the heart in the Yoga Sutra 3.34, by practicing samyama on the heart, knowledge of the mind is acquired. Comment, the citadel of Brahman, the heart, shaped like a lotus with a small aperture in it, is the seat of knowledge. By samyama on this, perception of sita arises. 50 In addition to the above passage, Vyasa, in his Bhāsya, is equally brief, and merely mentions the lotus of the heart in his commentary on the Yoga Sutra, 1.36. There he says that contemplation practiced in the heart will bring about consciousness of the body, which is shining and like the open space. Akasa. 51 It is necessary to go to Vakaspadamisra's subcommentary to this same sutra to encounter the most detailed description of the heart in this text group. Here is a summary of this description. It has 8 petals, and it is situated, head downward, between the abdomen. Page 86. And the thorax, the yogin must turn it head upward by stopping his breath rakeka and concentrating his intellect cilia on it. In the center of the lotus is the solar disk with the letter A, and here is the seat of the waking state. Above it is the lunar disk with the letter U, this is the seat of sleep. Higher again is the circle of fire with the letter M, the seat of deep sleep. Above all these is the highest circle whose essence is air, this is the seat of the fourth state Turiya. In this last lotus, or more precisely in its pericarp, is the nerve, nadi, of Brahma, oriented upward and reaching to the circle of the sun and other circles. At this point begins the nadi named Susamna, which also crosses the outer circles. This is the seat of the cilia. By concentrating on it, the yogin acquires consciousness of the sata. In other words, he becomes conscious of consciousness. 52 In his commentary to 3.1, Vyasa briefly mentions the lotus of the heart as one of the possible locales in which to practice concentration. Dharana. Dharana consists in holding or fixing the mind on the navel circle, or on the lotus of the heart, or on the effulgent center of the head, or on the tip of the nose or of the tongue, or on such like spots in the body, or on any external object by means of the modifications of the mind. 5 Another interesting reference that echoes much of what appears in the Upanishads occurs in the Brahma Sutra. When the soul of the man who has realized the qualified Brahman is about to depart, there occurs an illumination of the top of the heart. Having that door illumined by that light, the soul, under the favor of him who resides in the heart, departs through the 101st nerve, owing to the efficacy of the knowledge and the appropriateness of constant thought about the course which is a part of that knowledge. 54 In his Bhāsya on this passage, Sankara assumes that the reader is familiar with the concept of the heart and does no more than refer in passing to some of the same references that have been quoted above from the Upanishads. While the heart plays an important, even crucial, role in these passages, nevertheless, it serves as a container, as a space to be traversed on the path towards liberation, without being the ultimate goal itself. Depending upon the context, views about the contents of the heart vary. In the Vedic contexts, the soma is found in the heart, along with visions, sounds, light, and liquids, which all either are contained in or flow from the heart. In the Upanishadic texts, the heart becomes the abode of the Atman, the self. Because of the powerful equation between the Atman and the Brahman, the heart becomes a kind of interior universe, a repository of wholeness and completeness. This interior universe is referred to in the texts as the city of Brahman. In Yoga Sutra, page 87, heart is in a sense demoted. Because of the total transcendence of the Purusa demanded by the Samkhya Yoga scheme, the heart becomes the abode of the buddhi, the closest prakritic counterpart to the Atman. The curious fact about this entire process of change is that while new inflections of meaning continue to occur around the symbol, the older meanings do not fade totally from the scene. Instead, they remain present in a subtly reinflected form. We shall see this process at work in great detail in the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva texts. When we turn to these texts, it will become apparent that all of the earlier meanings continue to operate, even as a new dimension of ultimacy is added to the symbol. In the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva texts, at least three possible levels of meaning for the heart can be identified: the physical organ, the chakra, and the ultimate. On the simplest level, there are occasions when what is referred to as the simple physical organ that pumps the blood. But this is a rare meaning. As Potter indicates, Indian philosophers use this term, the heart, to mean the place within the body where feeling, willing, thinking, and so forth take place. It does not necessarily denote the physical organ which goes by that name in Indian anatomy. Many times, the term Hridaya refers most directly to the concept of the heart chakra that emerged from the Upanishadic and Yogic formulations. As a chakra, the heart functions as a precise locale within the subtle physiology of yoga. This important nexus of the vital breaths, sensory perceptions, and underlying consciousness is located in the general area of the physical heart. The chakra forms part of the subtle physiology perceived by the yogins and has no exact analog to the anatomical structures identified by modern medicine. Eliade summarizes the usual conception of this chakra, which forms only one of 6 such centers. The anahata sabda is the sound produced without contact between two objects, i.e., a mystical sound, region of the heart, seat of the prana and of the jivatman. Color, red. Lotus with 12 golden petals, letter K, KH. G, GH, etc. In the middle, 2 interlaced triangles forming a Solomon's seal, in the center of which is another triangle enclosing a shining linga. Above the 2 triangles is LS Vara with the Kakini Sakti, red in color. The Nahata chakra is related to the element IR, the sense of touch, the phallus, the motor force, the blood system, etc. 56 We must bear in mind that this description of the heart chakra is taken from 16th century work, the Satkakra Nirupana, ND by that time. Page 88. Considerable amount of systematization of these concepts had occurred. To complicate the matter even further, there develops a tendency to distinguish between the Anahata chakra with 12 petals and the HRT chakra with 8 petals. 57 This distinction seems to arise quite early and is found in a text known as the Dhyanabindu Upanishad. In the text, in addition to heart chakra with 8 petals and one with 12 petals, a chakra with 100 petals is also mentioned. 58. A much later text of the Hatha Yoga, the Garanda Samhita, describes a powerful meditation to be performed in the heart. Having closed the eyes, let him contemplate that there is a sea of nectar in his heart, that in the midst of that sea there is an island of precious stones, the very sand of which is pulverized diamonds and rubies. That on all sides of it there are kadamba trees, laden with sweet flowers, that next to these trees, like a rampart, there is a row of flowering trees, such as Malati, Malika, Jati, Kasera, Champaka, Parijata, and Padmas, and that the fragrance of these flowers is spread all around, in every quarter. In the middle of this garden, let the yogin imagine that there stands a beautiful kalpa tree, having 4 branches, representing the 4 Vedas, and that it is full of flowers and fruits. Insects are humming there and cuckoos singing. Beneath that tree, let him imagine a rich platform of precious gems, and on that a costly throne inlaid with jewels, and that on that throne sits his particular deity, as taught to him by his guru. Let him contemplate on the appropriate form, ornaments, and vehicle of that deity. 59. Another text of the Hatha Yoga tradition, the Shiva Samhita, also describes the Anahata chakra, in the heart, is the 4th chakra, the Anahata. It has 12 petals designated by the letters K, KH, G, GH, N, C, CH, J, JH, N, T, TH. Its color is deep blood red. It has the seed of Vayu, yam, and is a very pleasant spot. In this lotus is a flame called Banlinga. By contemplating on this, one gets objects of the seen and the unseen universe. Its presiding deity is Pinaki, and the Kakini is its goddess. He who always contemplates on this lotus of the heart is eagerly desired by celestial maidens. He gets immeasurable knowledge, knows the past, present, and future time, has clairaudience, clairvoyance, and can walk in the air whenever he likes. He sees the adepts, and the goddesses known as the yoginis, obtains the power known as Kakari, and conquers all who move in the air. He who contemplates daily the hidden Banalinga undoubtedly obtains the psychic powers called Kakari, moving in the air, and Bukari, going at will all over the world. I cannot fully describe the importance of the meditation of this lotus. Even the gods, Brahma, etc., keep the method of its contemplation secret. 60. Page 89. Gonda points out, it should however be emphasized that all the theories and speculations of the Brahman which in its Atman aspect is held to reside in the heart have in view, not the physiological heart or the heart in the ordinary sense of the term, but the center of the integral individual or personality of which the corporeal modality does not constitute more than a very limited part. The heart is the center of life, not only in the physiological, but also in a higher sense with regard to the universal spirit and its relations with the individual. It is the seat of consciousness, of mana, and buddhi, the latter being the highest psychical organ and the basis of intelligence, which is illumined by the light of consciousness. That is to say, the heart center is not, as such, and by nature, the abode of intuition, the source of intuitive thought, the place of contact between man and the divine power. It assumes this character only in those who are conscious of its higher function, according to the yogins through the conscious transformation of its functions. 61. In outlining these references to the heart, we have in a sense got ahead of ourselves. There is reason to suspect that many of the later yogic conceptions about the heart that we have been examining were in fact related to, and perhaps even influenced by, whether directly or indirectly is difficult to determine, Shaiva formulations about the symbol. In laying out some of these ideas, non-dual Kashmir Shaiva concepts are put in their proper context. As we begin our examination of the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition, we will see that upon occasion Abhinavagupta's usage of the term heart seems to be directed toward the chakra. The elevation of the symbol to its final height, however, occurs only when the heart is no longer used to refer to the chakra, but rather, by synecdoche, comes to be a term applied to the ultimate itself. It would be counterproductive to attempt to impose too sharp a distinction here. The term Hr Daya in the Shaiva texts often seems subtly to include all 3 levels of meaning. A rich interplay and transposition of meanings occurs from one of these levels to another. As is the case throughout the tradition, one must be wary of wishing to clarify the precise denotation of the term at the cost of stripping it of its multiple referents and, consequently, of much of its richness. The heart in early non-dual Kashmir Shaiva texts. The first explicit reference to the heart in the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva texts occurs in the foundational text of the tradition, the Shiva Sutra S. 1.15. Page 90. Due to the union of the mind with the heart, objects, and also the void, appear as a form of consciousness. Without analyzing this verse in the context of the larger text, it is nonetheless clear that from the first reference to it, the heart is connected with various types of religious experience. In the present verse, it is the locus of a particular type of enlightenment experience which may be termed the unitive vision. In his commentary on this verse, the great disciple of Abhinavagupta, Samaraja, explains the following: Hr Daya, in this context, means the light of consciousness inasmuch as it is the foundation of the entire universe. Siddhasamga, it means the concentration of the fickle mind on that foundational consciousness. Drisyasya means, of all objective phenomena like blue, body, prana and mind. Svapasya means of the void, i.e., of the absence of every objective phenomenon. Darsana means the appearance of everything as it is in its essential reality, devoid of the distinction between subject and object, like a component of oneself. The sum and substance of the whole sutra is, the individual mind intently entering into the universal light of foundational consciousness sees the entire universe as saturated with that consciousness. The same thing has been said in the Vijnana Bhairava, he whose mind together with the other senses is merged in the ether of the heart, who has entered mentally into the center of the two bowls of the heart lotus, who has excluded everything else from consciousness, acquires the highest fortune, O beautiful one. Verse 49, here the highest fortune refers to the acquisition of the lordship of the universe. The Svachanda Tantra, referring to the great yogi who has attained the state of highest reality, says, he who has realized his identity with the highest reality pervading the two aspects, Adva, Avarna, Pada, and Mantra, and Kala, Tattva and Bhavana, manifest in the unconscious entities like the unmoving ones and conscious beings like the moving ones, abides as identical with Bhairava in all beings, objects, Tattvas like earth, etc. And the senses. IV, verse 310. The same idea has been expressed in the following verse in Spanda Karika, as when the Spanda principle pervades the body, then all knowledge and action appropriate to that condition are possible, even so if he abides in his real self, his omniscience and omnipotence can function everywhere. 62. It is clear from Samaraja's comment that the heart is connected to the realization of the highest spiritual goals defined by the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition. Once the individual mind penetrates the depths of the heart, it can re-emerge to perceive the supposedly objective external reality that it had left behind. At this point, the realization occurs that the external world is simply a form of consciousness, that it is nothing but. Page 91. The consciousness which is both perceiver and perceived. The heart, then, represents a concentrated node of existential density which is transformative of the functioning of the dispersed and disenfranchised individual mind. The Shiva Sutra S, true to the usual terse and slightly opaque style comment to sutra texts, do not spell out these conceptions in any detail. Important religious concepts are simply presented, it was left to the preceptor or commentator to make explicit the concept's true import. In the Evara Pratyinhajna Karika S, the next important text in which the heart appears, the heart has migrated into a densely philosophical environment which developed explicitly to clarify these early formulations. Here is how Ut Paladeva, the author of the IPK, introduces the notion of the heart. Free and spontaneous self-apprehension, vimarsa, is the very nature of the light of consciousness. For otherwise, although reflections of external objects might fall upon it, it would be no better than an insentient crystal. Because the self is different from the insentient, therefore it is spoken of as pure consciousness, Caitanya, the implied sense of which is conscious activity or freedom with respect to conscious activities. Self-apprehending consciousness is the very self of consciousness. It is the supreme word, parivak, which always manifests itself by itself. It is freedom, svatantriya. It is the supreme power of the highest self. This consciousness is vibratory light, sphurta. It is absolute reality, mahasata, which is beyond spatial and temporal distinctions. This consciousness, being the universal essence, is called the heart of the Lord. In his commentary, called the Vimarsini, Abhinavagupta explains that in this last verse Hr Daya means mainstay or resting place. According to formerly established theory, the insentients rest in the sentient and the latter rests in the light of with which it is one. The place of rest of this also is the power, the free consciousness. Therefore, in different authoritative texts, the same is spoken of as the resting place of the universe, which ultimately Parama Shiva, the highest abode of all. The heart, Hr Daya, the resting place of all, is mantra, which, in its essence, is nothing but free consciousness, which also is simply the power of the transcendental speech. Paravak. 63. In Abhinavagupta's comment we begin to see the expansion of the meaning of the heart. A kind of nesting occurs, the insentient rests in the sentient and that, in turn, rests on the light of consciousness, which is identified as the heart. In this passage, we also see the curious tendency continuously to connect the heart to what we have called its web of meaning, the mantra, the Parai Bak, the Vimarsa Sakti. Page 92. Triad 1c Heart of Eselva. Another early appearance of the notion of the heart occurs in the Shiva Dursti, a complex text by Utpaladeva's preceptor, Somananda. He begins in the following way: 1. Let Shiva, who is co-penetrated with my own being, identified with me, praise Shiva in his extended form through his own power, Shiva who obscures himself by himself. 2. In Shiva, sight drk, an action, kriya, never cease to progress, nothing hinders the progression of his will, ika. He is consciousness resting in itself, nirvana, that which pervades all things. He is none other than the self which shines forth in every form of existence. 3 to 4. When he is in the form of an absorption in the experience of his conscious beatitude to the exclusion of all else, in this state, indeed, he is at once will, knowledge, and action, then these three powers, which are in their most subtle form, are in a state of perfect union within him. In this state, Shiva is freed of distinctions, resolved in his conscious beatitude, in his supreme form. 5 to 6a. Shiva appears in this state not only in the supreme stage but also when, at the outset of any act of knowing, one is in contact with the knowing subject, as yet unclouded by the knowable and by the means of knowledge. This state of union of all powers can be, therefore, experienced by virtue of an absorption in the initial part of any form of knowledge. The same thing may be said of the final part, literally, the fruit, the result, of any act of knowledge whatsoever. 6b7a. In this way, Shiva, who is consciousness resting in itself, nirvana, is never separate from this triple power, neither in the state of differentiation nor, all the more, in the state of non-differentiation. 7b-8. At the moment in which the consciousness begins to tend towards the creation of the different products which make up multiplicity, one has then the initial moment 2d of the will. The cause of this tension is a vibrating, JRMBHA, Gurnana, Ud, P. 10. Of amazement in the intellect, Amoda equals Kamatkara, Ud, P. 10. The object of which is the expanding of the whole. The whole is none other than Shiva. 9 to 1 La. This tension is perceptible in the locus of the heart when one remembers suddenly a thing that must be done, at the moment in which one receives good news, when one experiences fear unexpectedly, when one sees again unexpectedly a thing which one has not seen for a long time, when one feels, in one's loins, the flow of the emission, at the moment in which one pronounces the emission, when one reads quickly, when one runs. On each of these occasions there is a mingling of all the powers, Yilalata equals Lobibhava equals Misribhava. 64. This remarkable statement attempts to bring the moments of total absorption of Shiva and of his creative emergence from this absorption within the scope of ordinary experience. The moment of vital shock, of tension, when one, page 93, suddenly remembers something, is a common experience in which there is a kind of elevation and expansion of the mind. Similarly, when one experiences an unexpected fear, there is at once a sudden awakening and sharpening of the senses and a process of retrenchment in which one abandons all unnecessary and trivial concerns and concentrates on that is causing the fear. These and the other moments described by Somananda are said to bring one to a momentary experience of the creative tension that resides and emerges from the heart. At this point, the three powers of volition, cognition, and action mingle together and merge in much the same way that they do when one is absorbed in Shiva prior to the manifestation of all differentiated objects. Somananda emphasizes a certain kind of psychological experience available to the ordinary individual. He does not do this to denigrate the attainment of the yogin, who attains the Sita Samgata described in the Shiva Sutra passage just quoted. Undoubtedly, the attainments of the yogin are sources of indescribable astonishment, as is stated in SSV 1.1265, and are far loftier than the ordinary experiences mentioned. However, by referring to these moments of ordinary life, Somananda illustrates the teaching that the heart, as the locus of creative tension, does not cease functioning during ordinary life. Nor is the experience of this creative tension solely the domain of the exalted practitioner. Somananda maintains that a continuity exists between ordinary experience and the experience of the yogin precisely because all experience is a function of the underlying awareness situated in the heart. We now turn to consider the heart as Abhinavagupta presents it in his texts. Page 94. Chapter 4. The heart is ultimate reality. The heart of Shiva. The heart, says Abhinavagupta, is the very self of Shiva, of Bhairava, and of the Devi, the goddess who is inseparable from Shiva. Indeed, the heart is the site of their union, Yamala, of their embrace, Samgata. This abode is pure consciousness, Caitanya, as well as unlimited bliss, Ananda. As consciousness, the heart is the unbounded, infinite light, Prakasa, as well as the freedom, Svatantriya, and spontaneity, Vimarsa, of that light to appear in a multitude and variety of forms. The heart, says Abhinavagupta, is the sacred fire pit of Bhairava. 1. The heart is the ultimate, Anatara, which is both utterly transcendent to Visbhadarna and yet totally immanent in Visvamaya, all created things. It is the ultimate essence, Sara. Thus, the heart embodies the paradoxical nature of Shiva and is therefore a place of astonishment, Kamatkara, sheer wonder, Visamaya, and ineffable mystery. The heart is the fullness and unboundedness of Shiva, Purnatva, the plenum of being that overflows continuously into manifestation. At the same time, it is also an inconceivable emptiness, Sunyati Sunya. 2. The heart is the unbounded and universal self, Purnahanta. The heart of Shiva is not a static or inert absolute, however. In fact, the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition considers it to be in a state of perpetual movement, a state of vibration, Spanda 3, in which it is continuously contracting and expanding, Samkoka Vikasa, opening and closing, Unmesa Namesa, trembling, Ulasita, quivering, Sphurita, throbbing, waving, and sparkling, Uchulata. The intensity and speed of this move 82. Page 95. As ultimate reality 83 meant is such that paradoxically it is simultaneously a perfect dynamic stillness. 4. The tradition states that the heart is the enormous ocean, ambunity, the ocean of light, the ocean of consciousness. The waters of consciousness that in man are broken by countless polarizing and divisive waves, may be easily brought to a state of dynamic stillness by the process of immersion or absorption, samvesa, in the heart. 5. The perpetual effervescence, ebullition, and incandescence at the center of Siva's being provides the motor, as it were, that drives the entire process of manifestation. 6. As Abhinavagupta terms it, of emission of the entire universe. Equally important, through the medium of the empowered mantra, the power that resides in the heart provides the possibility of a return to Shiva, which is to say, the possibility of enlightenment. Thus, this power in the heart, which is the goddess, is at once centrifugal, pravarti, that is, emissional and expansive, as well as centripetal, nivrti, that is, absorptive and unitive. 7. This centripetal motion of the goddess resides in man as the kundalini energy that impels one back to the source and center of one's being in a completely natural and spontaneous, sahaja, way. Abhinavagupta identifies the goddess in the heart with the supreme word, paravak, the transcendent sounding of the motor of being, the primordial sound, nada, of the fiery waters. 8. This supreme word, while ultimately beyond any of the combinations of human speech, may be transcribed on the gross level by one of several mantras, Om, Aham, Sao. These and other mantras, when properly empowered, mantra virya, by the awakened life force prana, 9, in the consciousness of the guru, and properly employed by the receptive disciple, engage the centripetal motion of the heart. The fragmented and restless mind is thus calmed, awakened, and intensified by the mantra, which, tending automatically to move to its own source, discovers the fullness and unboundedness of the heart. 10. There the disciple will hear the supreme word as the unstruck, anahata, sound of the heart, which is the universal life force or cosmic breath. Clearly, there is a richness and density of meanings interwoven in the symbolism of the heart. By examining several representative passages from the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva texts, we can begin our attempt to analyze the web of meaning that is contained in these and similar passages. The heart, Shiva and his disguises. Silburn concisely sums up the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva attitude about the ultimate when she comments. Page 96. Triadic heart of Eselva set relight ki échappé à la determination et ne renferme aucune des modalités habituelles de la conscience estici nami Bhairava, existence Brahmi, Kur, Hr Daya, Ambrosi, Amrita, relight ultimate, Tattva o u Mahasata, essence, Svaripa, Soy, Atman, Vacuite, Sunyata. El demerescenti element ineffable et po import con la qualifi de plenitude, ou de vacuite tout vocable perdant nécessairement sun sens normal or skills, appliqué au contenu de I expérience mystique en raison de son infini simplicite, en ne peut I imaginer, ni la penser, ni la suggérer, il est d'un nécessaire de l'approuver par soi-même. 12 Silburn points to a central theme, the primary importance of the direct experience of the ultimate. As she says, the ultimate is not something that can be imagined, thought about, or suggested. One must experience it for oneself. Given the idiosyncratic nature of personal experience, especially of experience that attempts to grasp the ineffable, it is not surprising that a great variety of terms are applied to the ultimate. These terms form a kind of network of meaning by which the tradition approximates the ultimate reality, which is the heart. In order to grasp this network better, we can begin by turning to 3 revealing passages, 1 by Abhinavagupta and 2 by his disciple, Semaraja. The first passage occurs in the Tantrasara, a text by Abhinavagupta that summarizes many of the topics presented in much greater detail in the Tantraloka. In this respect, the intrinsic nature of the Lord is consciousness in all of its fullness, and the power of the Lord is nothing more than this state of fullness. This power is called by the sacred texts by different names in the order of the meaning of its effects. These are group, Kula, efficacy, Samarthya, wave, Urmi, heart, HR, Daya, essence, Sarah, vibration, Spanda, magical power, Vibhuti, queen of the 3, Trisika, Kali, enchantress, Karsani, passionate one, Candy, voice, Vani, enjoyment, Boga, sight, DRK, eternal, Naya. 13 in his commentary on the 13th sloka of the Vibhuti Spanda section of the Spanda Karika Semaraja comments, the power of absolute freedom of the Lord which is eternal and of the form of perfect eye consciousness is, in different scriptures, called in various, innumerable ways, such as Para, the highest, Matsyodari, fish-bellied i.e. full of creative throb, Mahasada, the highest being, Sphurta, the glimmer of light, Urmi, wave, the great manifestation, Sarah, the quintessence of existence, HR Daya, the heart, the creative center, Bhairavi, the Sakti of Bhairava, Devi, goddess, Sika, the flame. 14 A similar statement occurs in the opening pages of a text by Semaraja known as the Parapravasika. Page 97. As ultimate reality 85, introductory verses smiley face, adoration to that brilliantly throbbing consciousness, the heart of the Lord, which takes the form of the highest Sakti and all other Saktis, the essence of the universe and yet transcending it. Commentary on this verse smiley face, here indeed the Supreme Lord has as his nature the supreme light, and the intrinsic nature of that light is a free and spontaneous self-apprehension. This self-apprehension is the original and natural egoity which manifests, illuminates, and destroys the universe, and it, in this way, shines forth. If the Supreme Light were devoid of this free and spontaneous self-referential capacity, it would be powerless and inert. That self-referential capacity is given many names in the Agamas, spirit, sit, consciousness, Caitanya, the ever-arising supreme word, Svarasodita Paravak, freedom, Svatantriya, the supreme self, Paramatman, the preeminent, Mukhya, sovereignty, Avarya, agency, Kartartva, flashing vibratory throb, Sphurta, essence, Sarah, heart, HR Daya, subtle vibration, Spanda, and because of this, its real nature is that of the original natural egoity. The Supreme Lord who is self-illuminating appears, shines along with his Supreme Sakti as the nature of the world, beginning with the principle of Shiva and ending with the principle of the earth. 15 In these passages a series of interrelated terms, among them the heart, purport to detail the nature of the power of the Lord. Abhinavagupta observes that this power is called by different names in different texts, and that these names correspond to its different effects. The sheer diversity and variety of these terms, however, present puzzling discrepancies. It is unclear how these lists are to be interpreted. To begin with, the individual terms cannot be equated with each other. The supreme reality is held to be a unity by the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition. If each of these terms names an aspect of the power of the ultimate and so brings out an important facet of the supreme, then it is not necessary that these facets be directly equated among themselves. They can all be equated directly to the supreme, and that identity is enough to unify them. This play on differences and unity is important as it reflects the Bheda, the difference-non-difference interpretation of the ultimate that seems to approximate most closely the brand of non-duality characteristic of the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition. One result of this particular philosophical interpretation is a certain kind of doctrinal flexibility. This flexibility is often encountered in Abhinavagupta's W.R. Tings. It seems to be a result of an attitude which holds that while distinctions are real and true on their own level, they are also continuously being undercut by the absolute reality, which is at once the origin and negation of any possible distinction. Thus, while doctrinal, page 98, triadic heart of Selva distinctions are promulgated, adherence to the master doctrine of non-duality causes a certain looseness in the tenacity with which these other, relative doctrinal distinctions are embraced. An excellent example of this flexibility is displayed in the above lists. Their Abhinavagupta and Semaraja are not taking pains to make clear any sharp doctrinal differentiations among the different facets they are naming. Rather, the lists convey a certain deliberate relaxation of doctrinal explicitness in favor of a larger truth, the multifarious nature of Shiva. We have encountered Abhinavagupta's own comments as to the futility of any attempt at intellectually pinning down the nature of the ultimate. Nevertheless, Abhinavagupta does emphasize certain ideas with respect to Shiva. Perhaps his primary view is that Shiva is the totality of consciousness that is the source of all manifest reality, at once totally transcendent and completely immanent. Shiva, who is pervaded in this fashion by a subtle sounding, nada, is composed of consciousness. He who manifests himself at one and the same time as the Father and Mother as the creator of the entire universe. 16 Further, he states, everything that exists resides within the blessed Lord Bhairava. Whatever appears within our heart or leaves the point of our tongue resides, I say, in Paramesvara, who is not limited by time, is one with consciousness, and is perpetually united with all the powers. He constitutes a unity which coexists without contradiction with the hundreds of creations and dissolutions which are manifested by his contraction and expansion, and it is by means of these that he expresses his freedom. This reality of Shiva, therefore, has neither beginning nor end, and it is luminous with its own light. Its essence is a complete freedom which consists in perfect independence determined by the fullness of all things. Within itself it embraces all principles, which are in effect identical with it. 17 Not content to let the matter rest there, Abhinavagupta forcefully confutes those who would think of Shiva as completely inactive and only transcendent. In the following passage he seems to be directing an attack on those who would equate Shiva with the Samkhya notion of the Purusa, the Shiva which they imagine, completely pacified, differentiated from all other things, transcendent to all the other paths, similar therefore to something insentient or inert, like a glass, does not exist anywhere at all. Shiva in effect is nothing more than this consciousness, which unfolds itself everywhere in the form of a great light. Its very condition as Shiva indeed consists in the fact. Page 99. That all the varied forms of the universe appear. This process of manifestation into all the forms of the universe produces itself completely freely within him. 18 Here we encounter Abhinavagupta's refusal to sunder Shiva and the manifest world of forms. It is this strict adherence to non-duality which brings him to admit the importance and intrinsic reality of the different aspects of Shiva. The network of terms naming the power of the Lord may also be seen as naming the guises that Shiva wears as he performs one or another function. It is important to note that many of these terms refer to the goddess in various ways. The power, Sakti, of the Lord appears to take on a separate personality as the goddess. The hypostatization of the goddess might appear to indicate that a distinction is being postulated between the goddess and Shiva. Abhinavagupta states in no uncertain terms, however, that it is a serious mistake to conceive of the goddess as in any way different from Shiva. The Supreme Lord is composed of 5 sorts of action, and in reality he is always accompanied by the Sakti, who in her supreme form is composed of grace. Indeed, the One Self is grace, for Sakti should not be conceived as different from Shiva. In the introductory verses to the PTV, Abhinavagupta compresses into 4 short stanzas his conception of the heart, my heart, which is composed of the emission of the quivering flashing condition of the union of the mother and father, whose body is full, which generates that concealed light which has 5 faces, producing the great and quite new manifestation, which is the abode of the stainless manifesting energies because of its quivering and throbbing, is the supreme immortal group Kaula, within whom all this universe appears, appearing as the external luminous projection during the process of manifestation. Situated in the supreme, which is trembling, which is immovable, to her I bow down, the one goddess who is the perception of one's own self. She, who when placed in the heart, causes to appear the triad which consists of the man, the power and Shiva. I make obeisance to her, who is the supreme, the unequaled light of the self, who is splendorous illumination and astonishment. Glory to the one of priceless greatness, who rules the hosts of liberated beings, the blessed primordial teacher, Sambhu, the benevolent one, Shrikantha, the Supreme Lord. 20 These stanzas are a good example of the density and compression of meaning characteristic of all of Abhinavagupta's laudatory verses. In the first, page 100, verse alone, practically every major concept of the Kaula lineage is broached. 88 The Triadic heart of Selva verse alone, practically every major concept of the Kaula lineage is broached. In this verse reference is made to the father and mother in union, while the second and third verses seem directed towards the goddess alone, and in the fourth the masculine lord is selected for praise. Thus no exclusive favoritism is displayed at the outset. One can note with interest that the union of the father and mother occurs in the heart, portrayed here as a region of flashing, quivering, vibrating light. This light has 5 faces, which correspond to the traditional lists of the 5 faces of Shiva. Furthermore, it is the source of manifestation, the origin of that which appears, that is to say, the visible reality. In this creative role, the heart is said to be composed of the emissional power and to structure the supreme, Anatara, immortal group or embodied cosmos, Kaula. Many of these same themes occur in the PTIV, O Lady with Beautiful Hips. The heart is the subtle vibration of the triangle which consists of the incessant expansion and contraction of the three powers, and it is the place of repose, the place of supreme bliss. This very heart is the self of Bhairava, of that which is the essence of Bhairava, and of the blessed supreme goddess who is inseparable and non-different from him. 21 This passage links the vibratory nature of the heart to the triangle and to the three powers that compose it. In addition, the intrinsic inseparability of Bhairava and the Devi is reiterated. In both of these passages the term Anatara, the ultimate, appears as an appropriate appellation for the heart. It is to this term that we now specifically turn. Anatara. Anatara literally means the none higher. Mioli renders it consistently in this literal fashion by translating it as senza superior. Padu prefers the slightly less literal rendering sans egal. While we might have expected a superlative adjective to be employed to express the notion of ultimacy, the insistent dynamism of the comparative, higher, atara, preserves the supremacy of the anatara over any possible challenges in a way that the superlative, highest, uttama, would not have done. The centrality of the term is clearly demonstrated by the alternative title to the PTIV, which is the Anatara Tattva Vimarsini, the examination of the principle of the ultimate. Anatara, the ultimate, forms the reality that will be examined from many points of view in the text. In this study the term Anatara is rendered as the ultimate or the supreme, in preference to the more literal but also more awkward rendering of none higher. Page 101. As has already been mentioned, the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition holds that the Anatara, or ultimate reality, cannot be accurately expressed by the finite concepts of thought and language. The term refers to that which is beyond the manifest structures of ordinary reality. Abhinavagupta likens the attempt to understand the Anatara to the difficulty one has in stepping on the shadow of one's own hat. 22 Abhinavagupta weaves the concepts of the Anatara, the Kauliki, and the heart together in an important passage in the Ta. Thus the entire universe is a reflection in the pure sky of the consciousness of Bhairava, in the Lord, and it is not at all due to the favor of anyone else. The Lord's complete independence with regard to his being the self of the universe is acknowledged as the highest understanding. Pratibha, the goddess, the supreme, that supreme power of the Lord who is beyond the group, Akula, is called Kauliki because it causes the group to be manifested, and the Lord is inseparable from that power. 23 This passage clearly conveys the important idea that the Anatara is conceived primarily in terms of consciousness, the Bhairava, who is also the goddess and the supreme. In addition, it introduces the grammalog, or code vowel, for Anatara, which is A. As the first phoneme, A conveys the primacy and supremacy of the supreme. Yet A is not only the first vowel and phoneme, the tradition also teaches that it is present in all the other phonemes as well. Similarly, the supreme, the origin of all manifest realities, remains present in everything that originates from it. The entire thrust of the PTLV centers around the teaching of the attainment of the direct experience of this ultimate reality in the heart. The introductory verses immediately announce the focus on Anatara and the heart, where all splendors are in the light and all darknesses in the dark, brilliant light and gloomy darkness. I praise that transcendent supreme light. Always new, hidden, yet old and apparent to all, the heart, the ultimate, shines alone with the brilliance of the supreme. 24. Page 102. Here again we encounter densely packed verses replete with allusions to complex Kala teachings. The first line of the second verse transcribes Abhinavagupta's name, Abhinava, always new, Gupta, hidden, and perpetuates a typical play on words by which the author at once conveys his name and perhaps also conveys to his audience his complete realization of the ultimate reality. The very first verse in the PT asks how it is possible for the Anatara to grant the Kaulika perfection. Abhinavagupta's comment on the first PT verse in the PTIV begins with an examination of Anatara. O God, you are my own self, always present from the beginning in knowledge and action. You alone are the ultimate, the superior, the excellent, the surpassing, and the supreme is the conscious perceiver with respect to the insentient, the inert. However, that perceiver whose nature is consciousness and which is self-illuminating, is not in turn perceived by another subject, thus it is termed the ultimate. For this reason, the ultimate, formed of consciousness, is always present everywhere, and is devoid of spatial or temporal dimensions, of prior and subsequent. It is undeniable and unconcealed. What then can be said of it? 23. By qualifying the Supreme as self-illuminating, Svaprakasa, Abhinavagupta avoids the fallacy of regressus ad infinitum which might accompany the qualification of the Supreme as a perceiver, Grahakarupa. The ultimate is supreme precisely because there is no other perceiver which perceives it. The Supreme is formed of consciousness, Samvidrupa, its nature is consciousness, Siddhatman, and it is uniformly and only consciousness, Sidakarupa. This consciousness is always present everywhere, Sarvadabhasita. In it, the usual temporal and spatial distinctions do not hold, because it is beyond all such possible distinctions. This condition of being beyond might have led us to choose the term transcendent as an appropriate translation for Anattara. However, the usual interpretation of transcendent includes an important denotation of separation. While the Anattara is an absolute reality, it is not correct to conceive of it as in any way separate from finite realities. The Anattara is lauded as that which is completely full, Parapurnanattara, 26, and is the abode, Dhamma, in which everything occurs. This is the threefold manifestation, which has the phonema as its root, and ends in the phoneme KSA. That manifestation is in the abode of the ultimate A, has its beginning in the ultimate A, and finally therein comes to repose in the very Shiva. Therefore, by that knowledge, the true nature of the ultimate, of the vibration, comes to be well known. Which is to say, that the ultimate is only that, i.e., the entire SRTI is really only the ultimate A. Thus, the power, page 103, which abides in the heart is, above all, formed of an undivided self-referential consciousness. Then, that power, by its own innate freedom formed of the ultimate A, turns itself into distinct cognitions whose form is the Kaulikasati. This has been decisively ascertained in all the Tantras such as the Shiva, Rudra, Rahasya etc. 27. The supreme reality is Shiva. Yet Shiva and his Sakti are inseparable. In this passage we encounter the impersonal Saktic counterpart for the Anattara, the Spanda. The Anattara is equated to the vibration, spatula. This vibration is the power found in the heart, which consists essentially of an undivided self-referential consciousness, Avibhaga Paramarsarupa, which is complete freedom, Svatantriya. The richness of the term Anattara is such that Abhinavagupta devotes 6 pages of the P7v28 to an extended folk etymology of the term in which a free gloss yields a variety of different meanings. Some of these meanings are, the incomparable, the highest, where there can neither be a question by the disciple nor an answer, Attara, by the teacher, where there is no need for crossing, Uttr, to the other shore in order to attain liberation. If Attara is taken to mean that from which one emerges, namely bondage, then Anattara is liberation. If Attara is taken to mean specific verbal expressions, Sabdana, then Anattara is that with respect to which there can be no use of words. Attara can be taken as a series of graded methods that lead upward, so that Anattara is a condition in which all of these methods have been surpassed. By playing on the various meanings of the words and verbal roots involved, and, it must be admitted, by some rather far-fetched interpretations, Abhinavagupta demonstrates a traditional method of textual and terminological interpretation much favored by Indian exegetes. Rather than quibble with the accuracy of Abhinavagupta's grammatical derivations, we should perceive the enormous density of meaning which he compresses into and derives from a single term. We turn now to another aspect of the Supreme, its condition of being a center, Madhya. Madhya, the omnipresent center. The heart is Madhya, which is to say that it stands in the middle, in the midst. It is intermediate, it stands between any two extremes. It is central, it is the interior, which is the space or vacuum at the center of all things. We encounter a developed teaching about Madhya in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, an important text that was well known to Abhinavagupta. Page 104. Shiva. This text consists of 112 meditative techniques for the attainment of the ultimate reality. One of these many meditations reads as follows: when the energy in the form of breath neither goes out nor comes back in, then it simply expands in the center into a non-dual, non-discursive awareness. This is the attainment of the condition of Bhairava. 29. We see that the middle state is instrumental in the attainment of the state of Nirvikalpa, the condition of Bhairava. This attainment is contingent upon a balancing, produced by the meditative process, of the two flows of the vital breath, which is directly linked to the power. Another meditation technique makes reference to the central vein, Madhyanadi, and likens this vein to a filament of the stem of a lotus. Within this central vein or channel resides the goddess in the form of the inner firmament, Antarbioman. The medial vein, Nadi, is situated in the middle. It is as slender as the stem of a lotus. If one meditates on the inner vacuity of this nadi, in the form of the goddess, then the divine is revealed. 30. The meanings of central, middle, and interior are skillfully intertwined in this verse. Meditation on this central reality unfolds and illuminates prakasat, that which is divine. The notion of the Madhyanadi is pursued by Abhinavagupta in contexts that allow us to see it as an important technical concept belonging to the yogic processes taught by the tradition. In the Ta 31, Abhinavagupta quotes a long passage from the Trisiro Bhairava Tantra which discusses the ascent through the channel of the center in order to achieve the plane of the mantra. The yogin must first balance the ascending and descending energies of breath. This is referred to as the method of the stick dandaprayoga. 32. He will then experience a great light which bestows eternal knowledge. As a result of this practice, he then attains the highest abode and comes to dwell in the city of pure consciousness, which is free from waves and whose nature is Shiva. In the PTV, Abhinavagupta goes into more detail on the entrance into the channel of the center, the manifestation of Bhairava, the immovable abode, of Shiva who transcends the embodied cosmos, without waves, requires that the breaths and vital energies and so on that are in the channels of the senses should be steeped and concentrated in a single place. Only under these circumstances will one be able to penetrate into the great central abode of the Susamna and attain in this way. Page 105. A state of identity with this trembling agitation, K-soba, of one's own power. Once this identity is achieved and the multiplicity has been dissolved, one enters into an amazement of the I itself, of self-referential consciousness itself, abounding with all its powers. The manifestation of Bhairava occurs precisely as a result of this penetration, which consists in a separation of the emissional power from the force of the great mantra and involves a union with the Rudra dyad, which is bliss and a completely full emission. In this passage we see that the central channel is explicitly identified with the Susamna. This coincides with the reference to the stick, a reference to the inner spinal passageway for the subtlest of vital energies. The various forms of vital energy which are dispersed throughout the sensory apparatus must be drawn inwards and amassed in one place. This concentration of energy will permit the practitioner to effect an entrance into the Susamna. He then attains the agitation, K-soba, characteristic of the power. This agitation allows him to dissolve the multiplicity of finite objects and experiences and enter into the amazement Kamatkara of the infinite self, the T. The specificities of the yogic techniques for entrance into the central vein are generalized in other meditations of the VH, into a process of allowing awareness to rest in the interval between any two thoughts or perceptions. In the following two meditations, these more general instructions are recommended. At the moment when one has perception or knowledge of two objects or ideas, one should simultaneously banish both perceptions or ideas and, apprehending the gap or interval between the two, should mentally rest there. In that gap, reality will flash forth suddenly. 34 When the mind, which has just left one object, is not allowed to go toward another object, then, because of that which is between the two objects, an intense meditative realization unfolds. The ultimate reality is omnipresent. However, the experience of the omnipresence of the ultimate is hindered by one's awareness of the entire range of manifest, finite objects that are constantly there to be experienced. These two meditations suggest that because of the omnipresence of the ultimate, it may be located between the experience of any two thoughts, objects, or emotions. It is always to be found subjacent to the world of finite contents and dichotomizing thoughts. Thus, when one penetrates into the interval between any two things or ideas, one will not encounter a nothingness but rather the fullness of the totality. This is the nirvikalpa condition, which simply shines forth when awareness penetrates into the interstices of its own contents. Page 106. Thus, the heart as madhya underlies and mediates between any two distinctions. It can be discovered anywhere, not as an additional content of awareness but as the uncovering of the very nature of pure consciousness itself. Thus Shiva, the infinite consciousness, is spoken of as being beyond any distinctions. He is always the third element that transcends, undercuts, and in the end, unifies all possible oppositions. Samaraja had all of these processes in mind when he condensed into one technique the notion of the expansion of the center, Madhyavakasa. He describes the technique in his Pratyanhijna Hdayam. By the expansion of the center, one attains the bliss of consciousness. 36 In his commentary, Samaraja defines Madhya as the blessed consciousness, itself present as the innermost reality of everything, without which nothing is possible, unless it be attached to that consciousness for support. 37 It is in the center of the center that the Sakti dwells as the power that enlivens. the entire wheel of sense capacities and subtle conduits. This power is conceived as the place of birth of all beings. Its nature is of the Linga and Karnika. 38 in the PTLV, this powerful dimensionless point of the center is the place of union of the divine pair, Shiva and Sakti. It is from this place of union that the power which manifests all of reality radiates outward. Consciousness, which is formed of the ultimate, vibrates with a seed vibration in the two extreme points of the first vowel, of 2 points whose nature is that of reposing in their own nature. And because of the power of that vibration, consciousness, which is composed of the essence of all, becomes in the central point the impulse towards the manifestation of the distinct and different cognitions. 39 There are other meditations prescribed in the VH that counsel an attitude of attaining the center. A particularly obscure one prescribes resting the consciousness in the interval between the fire and the poison. 40 This obscure verse is elucidated by Abhinavagupta in the Ta with reference to the mantra Sao. 41 This verse provides an excellent example of tantric symbolic language. The fire and poison refer at one and the same time to the moments of the beginning and end of the sexual act, and to the moments of expansion and contraction of the vital energy as it prepares to rise upward through the Susumna. 42 Another meditation consists in fixing the mind in the interval between pleasure and pain. 43 It asserts that it is there that reality abides. Yet another meditation counsels an avoidance of both hatred and attachment, and avers that it is in the freedom from these extremes that the Brahman glides. 44 Page 107. Silburn summarizes these ideas as follows: On ne peut examiner les proceeds qui servent à ouvrir le centre sans avoir au préalable défini le centre lui-même. Strictement traduit, Madhyas le milieu ou l'intervalle, mais dans la vijnana bhairava dont il forme la charnière maîtresse si terme est pregnant de sens, n'est pas la comprendre et serait renoncer à comprendre et si tantra. Important comment déterminer l'attitude si simple et si profonde qu'il implique. Envisage du point de vue du yoga, Madhya est conçu comme le point d'intersection entre deux rythmes, deux états ou deux choses, plénitude en tant que jonction, il devient fissure ou vide interstitiel si on le considère comme l'intervalle qui les sépare. Le yogan s'efforce de centrer à tout moment son attention sur la jonction de son choix, jonction qui peut porter sur deux souffles, deux sons, deux mouvements si en vue de découvrir le juste point d'équilibre, sous le véritable lieu de repos. Dès lors, il commence à vivre à partir du point central, le cœur, se tenant toujours imperturbable à la jonction, ses moindres actes et pensées imprégnées du sens profond qu'il y découvre. 45 We shall now turn to another aspect of the Supreme, the categories of Prakasa and Vimarsa. The self-reflecting illumination, Prakasa Vimarsa, an important passage from Samaraj's text entitled Parapravasika, the entrance into the Supreme, begins with a summary statement on the nature of Prakasa Vimarsa. Here indeed the Supreme Lord has as his nature the supreme light, and the intrinsic nature of that light is a free and spontaneous self-apprehension. This self-apprehension is the original and natural egoity which manifests, illuminates and destroys the universe, and it in this way shines forth. If the Supreme Light were devoid of this free and spontaneous self-referential capacity, it would be powerless and inert. That self-referential capacity is given many names in the Agama, Spirit, Sit, etc. 46 In essence, the Prakanya is the primordial light beyond and behind all manifestations. The tradition emphasizes repeatedly that this light is both transcendent, Tadarana, as well as immanent, Visvatmaka, in its manifestation. 47 We must not let the use of the term transcendent lead us astray. The term Visbhadarna, being beyond all, places emphasis on the infinity of Shiva as opposed to the finitude of all that manifests from him. We cannot simply consider Shiva to be the sum total of the entire manifest. Page 108. Reality. He is more than that, infinitely more. However, his condition of surpassing his own manifestation does not in any way cause him to be separate from that manifestation. He is within it, or, more precisely, it is within him. Abhinavagupta makes much the same point in a discussion of the nature of the heart mantra when he comments, because of this, the emission, which is situated in the center, is in immediate contact with the states of the vowel, au, and the being, s, which are placed at both of its extremes, and it comes to appropriate the blessed supreme God des, whose nature is the ultimate, and which abides in non-differentiation with the supreme Bhairava, the great Lord, which power transcends all and at the same time is composed of all principles, and is joined with all the masses of existing things which thus form its limbs. 48 The primordial light is known by a great variety of terms in the non-dual Kashmir Shaiva tradition: Sfurta, Sfarana, Abhasa, Pratibha, Ulasa. The variety of words for light employed by the Shaiva tradition may be thought to derive from the continuous attempt to describe the essentially indescribable contents of yogic experience, which include great varieties of powerful and subtle phenomena of light. In an essential sense, Shiva as the ultimate is pure unmanifested light. He is more than that, however. His light is the light of consciousness. Consequently, the tradition emphasizes the equal importance of the vimarsa aspect. This concept teaches the freedom and spontaneity of the light of consciousness. Even more importantly, the notion of vimarsa indicates the essential capacity of consciousness for self-referral. Consciousness is not just a clear crystal which, mirror-like, reflects all things that fall upon it. It has an intrinsic capacity of self-referral which makes it alive and powerful rather than inert and powerless. This self-referential capacity is the Sakti, the power of consciousness. The Sakti is responsible for the process of manifestation of all finite appearances within the infinite light. This capacity to manifest has at its basis the notion of vimarsa, the capacity for consciousness to be conscious of itself. In addition, the self-referential capacity of consciousness lies at the basis of the yogic sadhana. The techniques of tantric meditation employed by the tradition engage this essential characteristic of the very nature of consciousness. Abhinavagupta expands upon the nature of the vimarsa aspect of consciousness. The self-referential capacity of consciousness is united with all things. From within its very self, this capacity of consciousness differentiates the other, and from the other it actualizes itself again. It then unifies both of them, the self and the other, and having unified them, it submerges them both back into itself. Page 109. It is the play between the light and the self-referential aspects of consciousness that structures the particular inflection of beta-beta, dual-non-dual, characteristic of the tradition. The light is supremely stable in its non-dual, transcendent state, and yet manifestation and differentiation occur. The manifestation does not represent a radical break, nor is it the emergence of a new and ontologically separate reality. It is simply an expression of the potentiality harbored within the ultimate reality of Shiva. These appearances as separate phenomena are not, in a final and absolute sense, real. The tradition never denies, however, the reality of the manifestation of appearances as a phenomenon that occurs within the ultimate reality of Shiva. The light is real and the phenomena that it displays are real. These manifested phenomena enjoy a reflected status of reality. At the same time, there is a final sense in which they are not ultimately real because they do not enjoy, as separate phenomena, the eternal existence and freedom of Shiva. Abhinavagupta plays with this dialectic of non-duality and manifestation when he says, the light is one, and it cannot ever be divided, and for this reason there is no possible division capable of sundering the non-duality, the Lord beautiful with light and bliss. But someone might object, space, time, forms, knowledge, qualities, attributes, distance, and so on are usually considered to be diversifying elements. Not so, we reply, because that which so appears is nothing but the light. If the light were not such, then non-duality would be useless. Difference then is only a word devoid of reality. But even if we admit a portion of reality to differences, then according to what we have said, it will have its basis only in non-duality. This is a pot, this is a cloth, the two are different one from the other. The two are different from other cognizing subjects, the two are different even from me. All these notions are nothing but the one light, which by its own intrinsic nature displays itself in this way. 50 In terms of the philosophical categories of the theories of causation, Abhinavagupta propounds a doctrine of Satkaryavada, in which the effects, that is, manifestation, are pre-existent in the cause, that is, Shiva. In addition, Kupitz has argued that Abhinavagupta's brand of Satkaryavada is most clearly categorized as Vivartavada. The effects do not transform the cause but are appearances, Vivarta, within it. 51 Arguing a slightly different position, Alper contends that we should understand Abhinavagupta as teaching a qualified, even if a highly qualified Parinamavada. 52 Alper nicely identifies the ambiguities inherent in Abhinavagupta's system when he observes, Abhinavagupta wants to hold, with Parinamavada, that the evolution of the cosmos is a real transformation taking place wholly within a single reality. Page 110. Shiva at the same time he wants to hold, with Vivartavada, but without illusionism, that this real process of transformation represents a progressive decline in level of reality from the, as it were, most real to the least real. Abhasavada is his attempt to devise a causal theory which will allow him to achieve this reconciliation. It seems to me that it is formulated not only in terms of the scholastic distinctions I have been discussing but also with an eye to Abhinava's particular understanding of liberation as Jivanmukti, and to the meditative and tantric practices believed to lead to it. 53 It is precisely this meditative and tantric environment in which we are here immersed. The most important goal in the tantric portions of Abhinavagupta's texts is that of facilitating the acquisition of enlightenment. This goal is often served by a persistent flexibility that consistently seems to spill over the more rigid boundaries imposed by the categories of scholastic philosophical argumentation. As Alper has so eloquently put it, does Abhinava have a system in the strict sense? I think so, though I am not certain. He does seem to have a coherent but unstated goal, to encompass, without reconciling, contradictions, that is, to attempt to be faithful to the confusion of experience, to be consistent to inconsistency, ***. One might also say that Abhinavagupta's goal was the extremely tricky task of attempting to be faithful to the fluid and subtly shifting clarities of yogic perceptions and experiences, relating them to, but never attempting to straitjacket them in, the categories of technical philosophy. In the PTV, Abhinavagupta underscores the fluidity of his notion of non-duality by an interesting analogy. He says that the supreme consciousness, Parasambhad, is both light bhasa and self-consciousness, Vimarsa. Therefore the objects that appear within it are perfectly non-differentiated from this light of consciousness, just as water is within water or a flame is within a flame. 55 In the same text, Abhinavagupta emphasizes the importance of these two notions by stating that they constitute the essence of Bhairava. At the beginning, reality consists only of a light prakasa, which gives life to the spontaneous self-consciousness, Vimarsa. It is none other than the essence of Bhairava, which is full of the state of the transcendent egoity, whose essence is the self-referential capacity of consciousness and the state of absolute freedom, Svatantriya. 56 In the PTIV, Abhinavagupta explicitly identifies the heart as the locality where one may find repose in the Prakasa Vimarsa. Page 111. For just as in the body, which is made up of all the principles and depends on various different parts, such as the skin, etc., that heart is called the place where there is a repose in the pure light and pure consciousness, which is not different from the parts of the body. In the same way, the body of the Blessed Lord Bhairava, which is composed of various principles, worlds, etc., which has a universal form, has a self-referential consciousness as its essence, and is composed of the 50 phonemes, so the heart is the very essence of that, and is a self-referential consciousness which is non-different from all the parts of the body. 57 In the same text, the heart is termed Sva Samvidrupa, an indifferentiated self-referential consciousness. It is for this reason that the heart plays such a crucial soteriological role. Abhinavagupta says, when the heart is free of stains and a light occurs which illuminates the supreme plane, by immersion in this shining light, one obtains identity with the supreme Shiva, that is, with consciousness. 58 In this verse, Abhinavagupta has compressed the essence of the Sambhavopaya, the highest path for a return to Shiva. As a final reference, we may look at a verse from a later Shaiva text, the Mahartha Manjari. Mahavarananda, the author of this 12th century text, states, only the light of the heart truly exists. In creative activity it is the active agent, and this activity, when it reposes in itself, is the self-referential capacity of consciousness, whereas when it begins to spread outwards it causes the manifestation of the universe. 59 We shall now turn to the concept of Kaula, the embodied cosmos that appears as a result of the interaction of the supreme light and its continuous engagement with itself. Page 112. Chapter 5 The heart as embodied cosmos, Kaula as the embodied cosmos that emerges from Shiva. The Kaula is the grand and complex structure of lived reality. It is the bodying forth, the giving of structure to that which transcends any structure. The term may also be applied to any relatively self-contained unit of manifestation within that lived reality, whether that unit be a universe, a world, a family, or an individual. Abhinavagupta equates the Kaula with the heart in the introductory verse to the PTV, my heart, which is composed of the emission of the quivering, flashing condition of the union of the mother and the father, whose body is full, which generates that concealed light which has 5 faces, producing the great and quite new manifestation, which is the abode of the stainless manifesting energies, because of its quivering and throbbing, is the supreme, the immortal, the group, Kaula. This powerful verse compresses the great themes of the Kaula lineage, the heart, the supreme, the immortal, the emissional power, the union of Shiva and the goddess, the 5 faces or aspects of Shiva, the linked powerful energies that yield manifestation, and the Kaula, the embodied cosmos. By examining the nature of the Kaula, we gain insight into the essential functioning of reality itself within the abode of the heart. In a terse, yet all-encompassing, statement, Abhinavagupta explains the relationship between the Kula and the Supreme Lord. 100. Page 113. Embodied Cosmos 101. The Kula is the power of Paramesvara, his strength, superiority, his freedom, his potency, his vigor, his mass, his consciousness, his body. Point 2. Here we see the Kula equated with the Sakti, which is the strength and superiority of the Lord, and with his freedom, a central concept in the tradition's formulations. The power of the Lord continuously and freely expresses the infinity of Shiva in the variety of manifest forms that compose the Kula. The two terms, ohas and virya, the potency and vigor of the Lord, reflect a distinctly masculine sexual imagery, which contrasts with the femininity of the term, Sakti. The Lord emits the Kula, he blissfully and unstintingly discharges it from within himself. The term pinda, here rendered as mass, resonates with the ritual of offering a ball or lump of flour to the departed ancestors. The Kula seems to function as a sustaining sacrificial offering that is rendered back to Shiva. Finally, the Kula is said to be both the consciousness, Sambit, and the body, Sarira, of the Lord. If Shiva is the absolute totality, Kula is a term that can be applied to any emergent manifestation from that totality. Kula seems to be applied on a sliding scale from the largest unit of manifestation to the smallest. This wide applicability of the term is possible because of the peculiar relationship of the absolute to each Kula. When the absolute reality moves to manifest itself, it can only structure each part out of itself, that is, out of the whole. If there is only one reality, then any manifestation that emerges from that reality is essentially structured out of that reality. Moreover, even as the absolute appears to be rent, split, and divided by the manifestational process, these divisions do not manage to alter the essential status of Shiva as absolute. The vision of the ultimate reality held by the tradition does not allow the totality of the absolute to be in any way impaired by the process of manifestation. Even as Shiva creates the very real game of breaking himself into parts which suffer transformation, division, extinction, and emptiness, he is nevertheless able to maintain himself free of the game and intact as Shiva, all the while taking on the roles required by the game. In the inconceivable enormity of Siva's game, any self-contained unit, for example, our universe, may be termed a Kula. The unit is self-sufficient precisely because it is a part that is structured out of wholeness. Since the Kula's essential reality is finally that wholeness which it has bodied forth, every unit, or Kula, resonates in identity with every other structure composed of that wholeness. It is in this way that the human body, as a Kula, resonates in identity with the entire universe. This resonance might be explained as a kind of parallelism between a microcosm, the body, and a macrocosm, the universe itself. The notion of Kula, however, tends to collapse the macrocosm distinction. In a final sense, due to the indivisible nature of Shiva, microcosm. Page 114. Selva macrocosm are simply indistinguishable. Wherever Shiva is present, the whole is present. If the body is a structure composed essentially of Shiva, then all that is manifested from Shiva, including the entire array of universes, may be found present in the body. Their presence in the body is not, it must be emphasized, as a microcosmic replica. The infinite reality out of which the array of universes are structured is present in the body, and thus they too are present in the body. This is the extreme to which the notion of non-duality is carried by the tradition. These doctrines of the essential interconnection of all things within the Kula represent a transcription of yogic experience. Horrifying as these doctrines may seem to the tidy logician for whom a thing is itself and nothing more, they nevertheless must be understood if we are to penetrate the tantric mode of thinking about reality. Abhinavagupta tells us that the term Kula is derivable from the root kul, which can mean a grouping together. Point 3. From this meaning we can derive one of the meanings of Kula, a human grouping, namely a family. Even more specifically, Kula can mean a spiritual family composed in the immediate present of the Guru, his Sakti, and his many disciples. Kula can then be extended into the past to refer to the larger spiritual family composed of the powerful lineage of teachers that extends as far back as Shiva himself. This lineage is unified by the sequential transmission of the achieved vision of the ultimate. In another meaning, the root implies condensation and solidification. Samstayana. Point 4. When the meanings of grouping and condensation coincide, the term refers to a group of condensed or solidified objects that have manifested from the supreme, such as the vital breath, the organs of sense, and the material elements. Because these are the very elements that appear to superimpose finiteness and limitation on the infinite reality of Shiva, Kula can then refer to that which binds, constricts, and contracts consciousness. The bond that appears to bind and limit Shiva is itself a manifestation and condensation of the power of Shiva. Point 5. It is in this way that the term Kula can refer to realities which are apparently diametrically opposed. An important passage in the PTV discusses the term Kula in relation to the heart, whose nature is consciousness, is the supreme resting place of all that exists, such as blue, pleasure, and so on, as well as of the body, breath, intellect, etc. The power which consists of a sparkling vibration and which is in the heart by means of its own innate freedom creates artificial divisions such as the various cognitions, apot, and so on. The power which is the noble lady of the group, that is of the body, breath, happiness, and so on, produces. Page 115. Embodied Cosmos 100.